For 1,000 years, the powerful Ragnar clan was the defensive wall of the Empire's north, thanks to their special physique, which according to rumors, they inherited from dragons. Every member of the clan was born with exceptional magical power, resilience, and talent for swordsmanship. Everyone received these abilities except for Teo, the protagonist of our story. Because of his lack of talent and skills, everyone saw him as a bastard and treated him like trash, even his swordmaster. One day, when his family's estate was attacked, Teo couldn't do anything. He was mortally wounded upon realizing who attacked them. His opponent is his swordsmanship instructor and tutor, who betrayed the Rose Castle, part of the Ragnar clan. But our hero still doesn't know who his opponent really is. This despicable man just mocks our boy, calling him a talentless fool who's good for nothing, despite coming from the prestigious Ragnar lineage. As he removes his mask, Teo's eyes widen in shock. Upon seeing that his master, Regression, is the one who betrayed him, the man continues to scold Teo, saying that he saw him training every morning without rest, despite his lack of talent. He says it was a sad sight because no matter how hard Teo tried, he would amount to nothing. He laughs out loud, while Teo can only grit his teeth in rage. Enduring the cruel insults, Teo tries to defend himself, shouting about how this bastard infiltrated the Rose Palace just to teach him useless techniques and betray him in the end. Regression doesn't like his disciple talking back to him, so he swings his sword and cuts off Teo's arm. The boy screams as blood gushes out and finally falls to the ground. Regression, tired of his disciple's complaints, grabs Teo by the head and lifts him up, telling him that everything happening is his fault. He forces Teo to look at the burning Rose Castle and reminds him that it's his fault that his family members are dying. All this destruction rests on his shoulders because he's a talentless, good-for-nothing. In that instant, another man drags his mother's corpse towards him and lets it fall to the ground. Regression tells him that she's just a lifeless body because of him. He stresses that it's all his fault, being the only useless one in a clan of formidable warriors. Devastated at the sight of his mother's body, Teo makes one last effort to fight back. He grabs his sword and charges at that bastard, but just as he lunges, his sword flies through the air and pierces through his gut. He falls nearly 3 meters away, and the guy who threw the sword gets annoyed seeing his friend rambling, telling him to just finish the brat off. Regression apologizes, saying he just wanted to take a stroll down memory lane with his disciple. As Teo notices the world around him fading away, like in any typical reincarnation story, he thinks about how pathetic his death is and laments not having any talent. With those final thoughts, his world goes dark. But as you'd expect, this is not the end of his life. A system window announces his death, activating a special trait. He will be sent back to a regression point with this new trait. Teo finally opens his eyes for a second time, and the first thing he sees is that traitor, Rondon, right in front of him. It seems they are in the middle of sword training. Rondon tries to snap him back to reality for spacing out, but Teo still has no idea what's going on. He wonders if he's having flashbacks of his life and can't believe the face he returned to is Rondon's annoying face. It feels like a cruel joke from the universe. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of him, and he stares at it, completely bewildered. Rondon in the face as part of his tutorial mission. At this point, Theo is more confused than ever about what's happening. He wonders if this is how flashbacks are supposed to work. He also notices that Rondon can't see this system window. Theo doesn't complain. He just drops his training stick, clenches his fist, and with all the strength he can muster, he lands a solid punch right in that bastard's face. When the punch connects, there's no change in Rondon's expression. He has no idea what this idiot is trying to do. Meanwhile, our boy smirks, thinking about how realistic it all feels. Finally, Rondon responds to the punch with anger and launches a powerful attack at Theo, sending him flying backward. Theo is annoyed that he has to endure this pain in his memory too. Meanwhile, the bastard instructor sighs and says he understands why Theo is frustrated, especially with the awakening ceremony nearby and his lack of progress. Still, he can't forgive a student for attacking his teacher. The mention of the awakening ceremony shocks Theo, as it happened almost 10 years before his death. Rondon continues to scold him for his attitude and walks away, saying he'll see him at the next lesson. The others from the clan snicker amongst themselves, thinking about how this fool blames his teacher when he's the real talentless hack. As his peers continue to insult him, Theo finally starts to understand what's going on. He starts to scratch the ground and feels it, clearly beneath his fingers. Then he looks at the wound Rondon gave him, and the realistic sensation hits him hard. It's clear he's not just remembering. He's actually gone back 10 years in time, to when he was 17. In that instant, a system window appears before him, congratulating him for successfully completing the tutorial mission. As a reward, the talent of Ragnar has been activated. The system asks if he wishes to receive the reward, and without hesitation, he presses yes. Arcane energy glows in the center of his chest as the system confirms he has received his reward, and that all his stats will now increase at an incredible rate. At the Rose Palace, we see that same bastard having tea with Theo's mother. He tells her he's never seen someone as talentless as her son, then smiles widely, saying that's why he's here. The great teacher Randon will strive to make Theo strong for the awakening ceremony in 5 months. The Lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, says she'll gladly leave him in Randon's hands. She also gives him a bag full of gold coins, asking him to pay more attention to Theo. The bastard takes the money and tries to calm her down, telling her not to worry. She replies that she isn't worried because she trusts Theo. Later, we see Randon walking down the hall with the bag of money in hand, smiling. He's delighted to be paid so much for teaching Theo absolutely nothing. He smirks to himself, thinking what a pair of idiots the mother and son are. Not only is he getting paid to train someone from the direct Ragnar bloodline, but he'll also be rewarded by his other master for leaking Theo's secrets and sabotaging his growth. It's an opportunity he's never had before. Next, we see Theo running down the hall. He rushes past Rondon, his so-called master, who just scoffs and calls him a loser as he passes. Theo was rushing to see his mother. As he gets closer, he calls out to her excitedly. She turns around and sees him, breathless, not saying a word. Theo hugs her tightly and starts to cry, overwhelmed by the intense emotion of seeing her alive. This moment finally convinces him that he's gone back 10 years in time. The painful memory of Rondon forcing him to look at his mother's lifeless body comes flooding back. But now, seeing her alive fills him with genuine happiness. Now, he's determined to change the future for her sake, if that mysterious system window is real. He knows he can get stronger with the help of Ragnar's talent trait. He's sure he'll be powerful enough to hold his own in the damn war for the throne. Most importantly, he's determined to become strong enough to get revenge on that piece of shit Rondon. The second tutorial mission arrives, instructing Theo to push his body to the limit. It's still early, before sunrise, but Theo is already hard at work. Fueled by his desire for revenge against Rondon, he knows he has to get stronger and fast. In his past life, he was part of an intelligence agency called Blackward, but was relegated to intel and never played a major role because he lacked combat skills. He never imagined he would use the information he gathered back then in this way. One thing he remembers is a potion that greatly strengthens the body, called the Bloody Sword Emperor's Elixir. Its true value will be revealed in the future through secret manuals. Most importantly, he remembers the extreme training he had given up on due to a lack of talent. But now, with Ragnar's talent, he's sure he can gain strength if he puts in the effort. His face lights up with joy as he notices his running speed increasing, and the system window shows his progress instantly. Others from the clan have also arrived at the training grounds and are baffled to see him running without getting tired. They wonder if he's always been in such great shape. Then, he swings his sword and notices he's moving it faster than before. Days later, we see him practicing at night. That's when we meet Evelyn Nerville, the head of the training grounds. She lets out a tired yawn and reflects on how he's been training for days without any sleep. She starts to wonder if he really is the talentless fool they say he is. Meanwhile, Theo is so tired he feels like he's about to collapse, but seeing that progress bar climb higher and higher lifts his spirits. Last night, he was completely exhausted from all the training and had reached 90% progress. But just then, his percentage dropped to 89 just from taking a short break. That's why he's been practicing non-stop, pushing himself without worrying about how fast he's going. He's currently at 98%, so he picks up the pace. Knowing he's almost there after this final push, he's exhausted and can barely breathe, but there's still 1% left to go somehow. He pushes on, and finally, his effort pays off. As he sees the 3-digit number he's been longing for, the system immediately congratulates him on successfully completing the tutorial mission and informs him that he's obtained the dragon's heart as a reward. Before he can read those juicy details, he passes out from exhaustion as the system floats above him, asking if he wants to receive the reward now. His hand trembles as he tries to lift his finger, but he manages to press the yes button. Upon receiving the reward, a blue light envelopes him, and the hall manager watches in disbelief as he experiences this power-up. A while later, we see him in a room. As soon as he opens his eyes and looks around, Evelyn appears and assures him that he's in the break room of Training Ground 4. She reminds him there was no need to push himself so hard. When Teo sees her, he recognizes her immediately, which surprises her. He remembers her, and she proceeds to formally introduce herself as the manager of the 4th training ground. She explains that he lost consciousness while training alone early in the morning, so she brought him here to rest for a while. He thanks her for her kindness, and she offers him some water while reminding him that within the Ragnar clan, opening a mana hall before the official awakening ceremony is strictly forbidden. Teo doesn't understand why she's mentioning this, but he nods, saying he knows the rule. Then she asks if he knows the rule, why did he break it? He's still unsure and asks why she's questioning him. That's when she reminds him that just as he passed out, there was a wave of mana consistent with opening a mana hall. With a serious look, she demands to know if he opened his mana hall. Teo is confused about what she's talking about. But finally, he remembers the incident before he passed out. As we know, he received the Dragon Heart as a reward and a bonus for completing the mission ahead of schedule. He also obtained the magical power of 10 past lives. Remembering this, he's left speechless. Getting a Dragon Heart isn't easy, you see. A Dragon Heart is special because it allows a mana hall to be placed inside it. This makes it function more efficiently. However, humans, unlike dragons, usually place their mana halls in their abdomen, because the human heart can't handle that kind of power. That's why every warrior, especially from the Ragnar clan, desires a Dragon Heart, since it's the fastest way to become incredibly powerful without having to place the mana hall in the abdomen. But humans haven't overcome the natural limitations of their hearts. Now, with the Dragon Heart Teo received as a mission reward, he's in an awkward situation. The rewards are incredible, but this has put him in a tough spot. On top of that, he's facing Evelyn Neville, a high-ranking sword master who retired after losing her left arm, now in charge of the training ground. Evelyn led the white armored dragon cavalry, and her skills were so remarkable that even the demon dragon respected her. Known for her firm principles, she didn't care about status or strength. She didn't tolerate dishonesty or cowardice. At one point, seeing his inflexibility, she stopped being his direct teacher. In short, if she discovers his Dragon Heart and Mana Hall, he could lose his head, but he smiles because he has a plan in mind. As long as he doesn't get caught, there's nothing to worry about. He makes a bold response to her accusations, asking how she can talk about executing him based solely on her intuition. He asks if she can face the consequences of her words. The girl is left speechless, unable to answer. Teo tries to demoralize her further, reminding her that he is also an heir to the Ragnar clan. If they find out the suspicions against him are baseless and false, it would be a disgrace to the Ragnar name. She nods, acknowledging that those are the rules. With a threatening look, he asks if she knows the punishment for humiliating an heir. She confidently replies that it's execution. He's glad she understands and tells her to think before she speaks. The lady is astonished to see this new side of him and wonders if he's the same person she knew. In any case, she's sure that what she saw was a mana wave, so she decides to investigate further. Even if he is from the Ragnar bloodline, rules are rules, and she plans to hold him accountable. However, she soon notices that he doesn't have a mana hall. Her expression falls as she thinks she might have been mistaken. Teo feels smug and asks if she's satisfied now, according to the rules. She sits at his feet and without a shred of hesitation tells him to just execute her, stating that she will pay for her sins with her humble life. As she bows her head lower, he reveals that Dragon Hearts are different from common mana halls. A Dragon Heart is basically a mana hall that its user can freely control. In short, he can hide his mana whenever he wants. Besides, the fact that humans can also have a Dragon Heart will only be discovered years later. So, Theo is sure that no one will accuse him of having one. Instead of executing her, he places a reassuring hand on her back and tells her there's no need for that. He walks away, saying she did her job and that not many would risk their lives to demand the truth from an heir, which shows he appreciates her righteousness. The truth is, Theo doesn't want to kill her because she's one of the strongest. Keeping her alive would benefit him in the long run. He then explains that the restriction on opening mana halls before the awakening ceremony is to prevent overflow. He's glad to see her worried about someone like him, a bastard of Ragnar, and with that, he leaves her sitting there in silence. Theo walks away confidently, feeling on top of the world, remembering that not only does he have the Dragon Heart, but he has also gained 10 years of magical power from his past life. Days later, we run into this jerk again, yelling at Theo to swing more to the right. Theo seems to be faking weakness, and it's getting harder and harder to put up with Rendon, who insults him every chance he gets. Theo can't help but notice how this bastard subtly but deliberately teaches him strange sword techniques. He's becoming more and more certain that there's a mastermind behind Rendon's actions, and he's convinced that the person who dealt the final blow in his past life must be the real mastermind. He decides it's time to find out who that mastermind is. And he smirks, realizing what he has to do, while Rendon keeps yelling at him. And so, Theo breaks the stick he was holding. He informs this idiot that he can't listen to his rambling anymore because his lessons are pure garbage. Furthermore, he asks this incompetent fool how he even became a mid-rank swordsman with such terrible skills. To provoke him further, Theo reminds him that he'd probably struggle even against demonic beasts. Of course, Rendon falls for the trap and is furious, but Theo doesn't back down either. He gets closer to the old man and reaffirms that his skills are pathetic. We soon see that Theo's plan is to provoke Rendon into quitting. If things go south with Rendon, Theo believes the bastard will contact his mastermind. The scene then shifts to the Camellia Palace, where a man walks into a pub with a huge grin. He calls out to someone named Axian and announces to everyone that the Ragnar bastard is going to duel his master next week. The man in question, Axian, just sits there in silence, unable to even lift his glass from the table. Meanwhile, the excited guy keeps talking about how Theo blamed his instructor for his lack of talent and is sure Theo will be crippled after the duel. Suddenly, the glass Axian was holding smashes into the loudmouth's face, knocking him out in a single blow. The guy is seriously pissed off and makes it clear he doesn't care if some bastard ends up half-crippled. Of course he doesn't care. After all, he's just another Ragnar. Specifically, one of the 4 hounds of the north, Dark Tiger Axian Ragnar. The man next to him is Remington Narcio, one of the 4 hounds of the North Silver Lion. Just then, another man walks in. This angry-looking man is Ed Troyban, the Sky Dragon of the 9 Dragons. He seems worried and says things could get complicated if they let their guard down. Axian calms him down, saying that only applies to talented people, so they shouldn't worry about Theo, who is basically a nobody. Confused, however, Ed points out that with the Ragnar clan, unexpected things can happen from even the smallest possibility. Axian replies that it's a good thing Theo is trying to mess with Rendon, which indicates the instructor should be able to handle our boy. A week later, people are gathering at Training Ground 4. It's not just clan members. There are other important figures in the arena as well. We see Theo, who looks anxious, standing under the gaze of hundreds of spectators. He curses himself, remembering how he just wanted to fire this idiot after the humiliation, but things have gotten out of hand. However, he's not too worried, since this was bound to happen, and he's motivated to get his revenge on Rendon. The system notification confirms that his 3rd tutorial mission is to defeat Rendon. We remember when Theo confronted Rendon about his pathetic skills, telling him he's fired and to get lost. Rendon tries to protest, claiming there's still time left on the contract, but Theo replies that since he's been fired by the employer himself, there's nothing more to discuss. Theo would love to punch this guy in the face, but he doubts his own abilities. On the other hand, Rendon can't afford to be fired, since he hasn't achieved his main goal yet. As he gets closer to our boy to try and convince him, a system window appears before Theo's eyes, indicating that he must fight and defeat Rendon. This catches him completely by surprise. And at that very moment, Evelyn Neville appears on the scene, cheering Theo on. To settle this matter the Ragnar way, which is the rule of the strong. A sword duel will decide everything, no need for a trial. They must abide by the winner's will. The old bastard sees his chance, and quickly agrees that it's a brilliant idea to resolve the dispute. This leaves Theo confused, while Evelyn insists it's a good idea. However, Theo isn't so convinced. He doesn't feel ready to beat this bastard yet. Finally, Theo faces Rendon. The crowd smirks, whispering to each other about how pathetic Theo is. They whisper that he doesn't even know how to use his sword and are certain he'll be crippled today, since he can't possibly beat a mid-rank swordsman. Rendon arrogantly tells our hero that if he apologizes now, he'll act like nothing happened, since there's no need to risk his life. Over pride, but Theo fires back that Rendon should be the one apologizing. He warns the old bastard that if he doesn't want to become a one-armed swordsman, he'd better accept that he's been fired and leave quietly. Rendon grins widely, convinced the fight is under his control. He plans to use the opportunity to kill Theo, pretending it's an accident. Once the battle begins, Rendon invites our boy to come at him first, offering him the first strike as his teacher. Theo lunges forward with his sword held high, and everyone is left speechless seeing this fool charging in without thinking. Unsure how to properly wield his sword, Rendon launches a few sword strikes, but Theo manages to protect himself. Meanwhile, the old bastard continues his barrage of attacks, cornering Theo. He thinks to himself that this is the obvious outcome. After all, Theo isn't even a low-rank swordsman. He's just a trainee. He firmly believes that even though Theo has improved a bit, it's still not enough. He admits that if Theo were at least on the level of the 4 Hounds of the North, it would be a different story, but in his mind, there's no way this idiot from the Ragnar clan can beat him. Evelyn asks her what she was thinking by suggesting the duel. She replies that she just wanted to help him. If he wants to get rid of Rendon, he has to be strategic, since she believes Rendon is backing. So, just firing him won't solve the problem. Theo asks how she knows. And she replies that it was obvious, since Rendon was teaching him a rare sword style, and she had someone secretly investigate him. Theo is surprised to hear this. Evelyn didn't bother catching this person before, but now she's going out of her way to expose him just because he caught her interest after the Manor Hall incident. She explains that her investigation revealed that all of Rendon's tracks lead back to the Camellia Palace. Well, this doesn't surprise Theo. He's more annoyed realizing that this is all happening because of the miserable war for the throne. But then he brushes off his anger and annoyance, saying it's surprising that she deduced so much. He explains that with his current abilities, he's afraid he can't beat Rendon. So, he asks her what she plans to do now. To this, Evelyn tells him that he can beat Rendon and advises him to stop underestimating his own potential. In the fight, Rendon launches blow after blow, but Theo deflects every attack as if it were nothing. This makes Rendon wonder what happened to this brat, since he's clearly not the Theo Ragnar he used to know. The tables have completely turned, and now Rendon is in trouble. Everyone in the crowd can feel the dismay of defeat. We also see a guy in a Remington hoodie looking nervous in a corner of the seating area, though I'm not sure if it's him. Meanwhile, Evelyn is enjoying the fight to the fullest. For some reason, she's really proud of him. Then the scene shifts to the past, and we discover that in just 1 week, she was the one who personally trained him. She admits that it's technically against the rules to do so, but since Rendon is an idiot, he doesn't deserve to be a teacher. This revelation brings a smile to our boy's face. He feels a mix of excitement and enthusiasm, convinced that having Evelyn in his debt was worth it. However, there's something worrying him. He wants to know why she's helping him so much. He asks if it's because of what happened last time, and she admits that's part of it. But she also mentions that she knows someone who might be interested in him, since this guy is obsessed with scouting talent. Back in the present, the battle rages on, and Rendon is getting more desperate. He wonders if this Brad has been acting like a fool and faking weakness on purpose this whole time. In the middle of the fight, our boy asks who's backing him, making the old bastard explode, questioning what that means. But Theo reminds him that he already knows he was taught garbage lessons on purpose. He finally asks directly if he works with the Camellia Palace. This revelation leaves the old man stunned for a moment, and the old man's reaction confirms to Theo that it's true. With that cleared up, our boy brandishes his sword in the next moment, slicing off the old man's hand. The severed hand flies through the air, leaving the crowd completely stunned. The wannabe master screams in pain and starts cursing under his breath. Theo confidently advances on this fool, feeling that he's grown stronger. He reminds this old bastard of the words from his past life. It was his own fault that things came to this for being a weak and talentless fool. With a threatening swing of his sword, Theo throws those same words back at the old man, reminding him that he's the weakest one here. He tells him that since Ragnar believes in the rule of the strongest, someone as weak as him should have never come. Then, with a final blow, the sword falls, and this scumbag's head rolls on the ground as blood splatters everywhere. The system window pops up immediately, congratulating him for successfully completing Tutorial Mission 3. Not only did he win the fight, but he also exceeded the objective, so he's earned an extra reward. The system asks if he wants the reward now, and of course, we already know his choice. Everyone in the crowd has finally shit their pants. It's incredible to see a swordsman apprentice defeat a mid-level one just like that. Meanwhile, our boy thinks this old man was really weak. He feels ashamed for having suffered at the hands of someone like him in the past. However, things are completely different now. The system then reveals that the skill known as observation has been activated as a reward, and as an additional bonus, he's gained 1 year of magic power. That's when a man falls from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteor. Before our boy can even react, this man shouts Theo's name while smiling. The man is none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Theo is stunned to see him. He can't believe it's him and wonders how long he's been watching. Meanwhile, the crowd starts freaking out because this man is the commander of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, and everyone is going crazy trying to figure out why someone of his rank is here. I think this is the guy Evelyn was talking about, the one who likes to collect talent. Then we see Evelyn absolutely devastated and dejected because the commander has literally destroyed the floor with his landing. On the other hand, Julius looks like a literal beast, and his terrifying appearance leaves. Teo sweating and completely unsure of what to do next. But his worries seem to be unfounded, as the man just laughs, showing a huge grin. He looks like a friendlier version of Brutus from the Popeye show. He gives our boy a few pats, which, let's be honest, aren't that gentle. He keeps laughing, saying he's quite surprised to see someone with so much talent. He adds that it was a bit disrespectful to kill his master, but admits that Rendon completely deserved it. Then, he bursts out laughing again while patting Theo on the shoulder, and then invites him to join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn had already been waiting a long time for this chance. As everyone in the crowd stands there, jaws dropped, they struggle to believe that the famous Julius Ragnar has recruited someone as inexperienced as him to join the elite white-armored knights. That's when we cut back to Remington. He asks a nearby guy if he's ever heard of a case where a swordsman apprentice, one who hasn't even had his awakening ceremony, got recruited. The stranger hesitates before admitting he's never heard of anything like it. Remington knows it too. It's never happened in the history of their world. Meanwhile, we hear our hero's thoughts. He believes you can evaluate someone's true potential when their mana room is closed. Even if his swordsmanship is excellent, his magical power might be low. No matter how great Julius Ragnar is, he can't be certain if Theo has any potential. Still, he wonders if the demon dragon, Julius, can see that potential in someone like him. Theo flatly rejects the offer to join, without any hesitation or doubt. Julius is left with an expression, as if he's just bitten into a lemon. The crowd is in complete shock, mouths agape at how coldly Theo rejected someone so prestigious. There's absolute silence in the room as everyone tries to process what just happened. As the day goes on, news of the incident spreads throughout the clan. Everyone is talking about how this young Master Theo, considered a fool, defeated his master. And when the demon dragon tried to recruit him for the white armor dragon cavalry, he turned down the offer. Opinions are divided on whether he's humble or just arrogant. The scene shifts to the Carmelia Palace, where a lady seems quite angry because Rondon has been killed and everything has gotten out of control. She is actually the lady of the Carmelia Palace, Emil Ragnar. A man steps in, telling her not to worry. He reminds her that Rondon was just a rookie who was only assigned because of his terrible skills. She downplays it, saying his death isn't a big deal. The man speaking is her brother, Sky Dragonhead Troyban, whom we saw earlier at the pub. She says the demon dragon contacted Theo directly, and what's most worrying is that they say Evelyn ordered it. This means they can no longer interfere by assigning Theo a new master. If Theo starts to stand out, it will be much harder to take control of the palace. Just then, Axian enters, casually asking why they're worried. He assures them that the clan head won't be interested in this, and that their plan can proceed as usual. Emil asks if he understands that the best way to take control of the palace without offending the clan leader is for Theo to remain powerless. Her son acknowledges this, and says he already knows, adding that he's sure Theo is still powerless. After all, how much could someone like him have changed? He thinks Evelyn and the demon dragon have always been interested in underdogs, so there's no reason to make a big fuss about it. But Ed Troyban disagrees with his nephew's carefree attitude and warns him not to underestimate the situation. Then, Axian pulls out a letter and, with a cunning smile, says that since his mother and uncle are so worried, he'll just play with Theo a little to remind him of his place. Later, the scene moves to the training ground, where Evelyn congratulates Theo on his good practice. He thanks her, saying that it's different learning from a proper master like her. She then comments that it would have been better to join the white armored dragon cavalry, and is curious as to why he rejected the offer. Theo reflects before answering. He thinks that he'd be lying if he said he didn't regret turning down such a tempting offer, since it was his dream in his past life. However, he just smirks, thinking that joining now would be a disadvantage to him. There's no reason to limit himself so early in the game. When he thinks about the privileges that will come from being at the top after the awakening ceremony, joining the white armor dragon cavalry doesn't even compare. So he just smiles and says he didn't want any special privileges and that he still feels he's not ready. He's happy training with her for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn reminds him that the commander will probably be disappointed to be rejected like that. At that moment, Theo decides to use his observation skill for the first time. He reads all her stats, and without a doubt, she is a high-ranking swordswoman. He learns that she admires his humility and character and feels a sense of energy and purpose in teaching him, something she hasn't felt in a long time. We read that she misses the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo gets excited seeing how useful this observation skill is. Then he squints and notices the line about Evelyn, missing the white-armored dragon cavalry, which surprises him. It's then, when a man enters the scene, introducing himself as Sivildry, who has come from a southern inspection post and has something he needs to discuss with Teo. Teo finds this guy somewhat intimidating and isn't sure what the discussion will be about. He then decides to use his observation skill again. He discovers that Civil has a strong desire to face him. The revelation makes him sweat with anxiety, and he's terrified at the thought of fighting someone with such an intimidating face. Just in time, the system notification appears, showing the 4th tutorial mission. His main objective is to get rid of the title Ragnar's Fool, and he has already progressed nearly 28%. Sivildrea was very direct with his intentions. He said he wanted to follow the young master, Teo. He even sincerely admitted that he was one of those who ignored the seemingly untalented Ragnar. He used to believe the title Ragnar's Fool suited him perfectly. Teo appreciated the honesty, but couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. The wretch was practically criticizing him without realizing what he was saying. Civil changed his mind when he learned that the young master went out every morning to train harder than anyone else. Furthermore, he was honored to see the results of such efforts in the fight against that fraud, Brendan Harvey. Civil delighted in seeing the instructor's head fly through the air. He was amazed to witness Teo's miraculous growth up close. The image of Julius Ragnar inviting the young master to the white armored dragon cavalry was engraved in his mind. Civil said that Teo had become his idol since then. He had wanted to give up after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but that changed with Teo's arrival. He only wished for the chance to face his hero. The young man's sincerity was shocking. Normally, Teo would doubt anyone's intentions, but his observation skill revealed the young Civil's true nature. Drea respected Teo greatly and only wished for a duel. Everything pointed to him being genuine. After defeating Rendon, and as the rumor spread that he had caught Lord Julius's attention, Teo thought that people with a debilitating inferiority complex would flock to test him. He never expected there would be people who would admire and follow him of their own free will. This means that some still have the pride of Ragnar in their veins. This could work out well, as Teo would also need trustworthy people in his circle. After all, he'll need capable subordinates if he wants to be the leader of the Ragnar clan. Besides, he could use this situation to advance the final tutorial mission and get rid of his fool title. It was a nickname he had never been able to escape in his past life. With the new opportunities the system offered, he was determined to leave the shameful title behind. Teo approached Evelyn to ask for permission to practice, and his new master gladly accepted, encouraging him to show his sword skills in a salute. He formally introduced himself as Teo Ragnar, the swordsman apprentice of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony under the guidance of Master Evelyn Nerryville. The master swordsman smiled with approval. Civil Dryer awkwardly saluted, introducing himself as a swordsman apprentice from the Southern Inspection Post. He inherited the Kurai clan's swordsmanship, focusing on the swift sword. The training session began, and Civil launched himself off the ground. He looked like a madman going for the kill right from the start. Teo blocked the first attack, causing their swords to spark on collision. The idiot of the Southern Inspection Post was undeniably fast. His speed was the one thing he was very confident in. Just from the first exchange, Civil already felt that the young master's skill was the real deal. Meanwhile, Teo wondered why the boy was called an idiot. If he had faced him in his past life, he would have struggled just to land a few hits. Of course, he had advanced a lot from his former self. Teo attacked and swung his sword, sending Civil flying like a rag doll, dropping his sword. For the current Teo, this was child's play. Poor Civil almost vomited from the force that struck his solar plexus. He finally crashed into the stands of the training area. Luckily, he wasn't badly injured. Civil struggled to get up and praised the young master Teo's swordsmanship. He quickly accepted defeat with gratitude. Teo remained graceful in victory and saluted the young man, telling him it was a good fight as he held his sword in salute. He looked at his reflection on the dazzling blade. An idea occurred to him. Maybe he could also use the observation skill on himself. Upon activating it, he discovered that it did work. His talents included observation, player, Ragnar, and many more beyond his current access. He is a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats and a high 190 in magic power. Now that he has perceived the stat points, they will be noted with numbers. Under talent, his skills were on display with the locked slots. He can do quests to obtain at least 4 more. Being able to see his stat values at any time was also a great discovery. Teo attributed his high magic power stat to the magic from his past life and the dragon's heart in his chest. What he didn't like were his negative 49 points in luck. He wondered if he was cursed to have such an abysmal luck stat. Maybe all the misfortune he suffered in his previous life was because of this bad luck. He needed to find a way to increase his luck as soon as possible. Teo was so absorbed in his combat and evaluating his status that he didn't notice the young men who were standing by. Around the arena, they formed almost a circle around him with unclear intentions, he thought. Even though his former instructor was weak and despicable, the guy was still a mid-rank swordsman. Since he beheaded Random the Fraud and received the approval of a respected commander, the appearance of these young swordsmen was only natural. With their motto of the rule of the strongest, there could only be two reactions from the people under Ragnar's domain. Either they feel envy towards Teo, or he becomes the object of their eternal admiration. As for those gathered in the arena, Evelyn could clearly see their stance. They were from a second group, amazed to see that the rumors about the young master were true. Respect and approval could be seen in their eyes. They all imagined themselves in Sybil's place for the fight and wondered if they could block Teo's sword. This thought only increased their desire to cross swords with the young master. One of these young swordsmen was Iodi Nalen. Teo scanned the crowd and felt pleased with their reaction. He pointed at Iodi Nalen, surprising the young man. The young master asked him to step forward for a match. Iodi Nalen saluted firmly and introduced himself as the third son of Viscount Nalen, specializing in dual ascension swordsmanship. Teo returned the salute and casually wished for a good fight, wasting no more words on formality. The combatants assumed their positions and began to fight. With every clash of swords, Teo's basic swordsmanship skill improved. Iodi was not an easy opponent. He was fast and resourceful, capable of launching a slash that seemed to have no immediate counter. In that moment, Teo felt the world slow down. He changed the grip on his sword and met the attack with a flawless block. It was enough for Iodi's sword to be knocked from his hand. The crucial block improved Teo's proficiency in the changing heart swordsmanship. Iodi lost his sword. It was a clear and total defeat at the hands of the young master. The young man acknowledged his defeat and gave Teo his eternal approval. To Teo's surprise, gaining Iodi's approval also increased his luck. Perhaps luck is tied to his reputation. If that was the case, he had found a way to improve his bad luck. He could continue fighting until his luck turned around. Next on the list was Banat Ramiro. It was an easy victory, and with another approval earned, his luck increased by another point. Then came Eric Moran. He put up a decent resistance, but it was a one-sided fight nonetheless. He then earned the approval of Manfred Number, without slowing down his training blitz. He beat Manuel Noir. The tough Vero pairing didn't even last a minute. After that, Teo completely immersed himself in battle, maintaining his winning streak against Daniel Ryman. By the time he was done with most of the young swordsmen, he was eager for more. He called for the next challenger, but no one volunteered. He fought until he was nearly exhausted, but when he checked his mission progress to escape the title of imbecile, it had only advanced by 1%. Maybe it's because these people have already approved of him. Perhaps he needs to seek out stronger opponents or prove his skills to those who still underestimate him. Either way, he needs something different. Suddenly, a man pushed through the crowd and told Teo he looked tired. He replied that he'll rest when he needs to, but right now he can still fight. He affirmed that he was fit to fight. The armed man was known as the Silver Lion, Remington Narcio, and he requested a practice match with Teo. He and the young swordsman didn't expect someone so esteemed to show up. After all, Remington is one of the 4 hounds of the North. These hounds included Hulkus, Leica, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axian Ragnar of Camellia Pius. They hold the title of the 4 strongest of the Ragnar clan's Awakening Ceremony generation. Remington Narcio said he arrived early to see the young lord's swordsmanship before the Awakening ceremony. Smiling, Remington thanked Teo for accepting his request. The Silver Lion is a peerless swordsman, a genius with sharp senses and a great work ethic. Right now, he's surprised by the appearance of an unexpected rival in the form of Teo. Teo Ragnar returned the salute with pride. This time, he introduced himself as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. He never expected to meet, let alone face, the sword genius Remington. He had respected this man in his past life, so when he stated it was an honor to cross swords with the famous young vice chief of the Narcio clan, he truly meant it. Caught up in the intoxicating vibe of fighting nonstop, Teo only wanted to show Remington his skills. Both of them eagerly awaited a great fight. He observed how the Silver Lion's aura exploded terrifyingly and wondered if his current self could defeat Remington. They both lunged, their swords clashing and sparks flying. Just how strong was one of the 4 hounds of the North? Every clash shook the stage. Theo kept his eyes on the target as Shards of steel flew across the arena. Remington smiled and did the same. A sword was cut cleanly after much wear and tear. Evelyn didn't look away, watching intently. The young swordsmen defeated by Theo were left speechless. In the deathly silent arena, the metallic clang of the broken sword echoed as it hit the ground. It was Theo's sword. In a single clash of pure strength, Remington sliced his blade clean, stopping his attack just inches from decapitating Theo. To those who witnessed it, the outcome was that young Master Theo had lost, plain and simple. They didn't want to accept that their idol was defeated so quickly, but the result was clear. They accepted that no matter how much Theo had grown, it was still impossible for him to defeat one of the four hounds. They were the strongest of the current generation for a reason. Remington said that Theo's fighting spirit was admirable, surprising everyone. The White Lion suddenly declared that he had lost the duel. He bowed respectfully to Theo, his form impeccable, and humbly thanked the young lord for the match. Remington commented that Theo's sword was already worn out from the start, not to mention his fatigue after several fights. Theo insisted that on a battlefield, no one would offer such considerations, so he accepted his defeat when he lost his sword. The White Lion and the Fool shook hands. A deeper respect formed between the unlikely duo. Remington sincerely hoped they could have a proper duel in a more ideal setting next time, and Theo did too. Everyone was surprised when Theo was acknowledged by one of the four hounds. They thought the young master was truly different. The duel with Remington raised his mission progress to 35%, a huge jump, all things considered. Evelyn sighed in relief from the sidelines. It couldn't have ended better. Theo finally understood just how strong the hounds were, thanks to Remington's demonstration of power. By obtaining talent and secret manuals through missions, Theo had become much stronger than before. But he felt true power the moment he crossed swords with the White Lion. He realized he was still lacking in many ways. It was a shame that the duel fizzled out due to his current condition, but he still gained a lot from the brief exchange. His luck increased by 10, and his reputation has improved drastically. As for the mission, he still has a long way to go to finish it in one go. So maybe he needs to find other methods. He needs to create a scenario to gain approval. Remington admitted he didn't come here just for a duel. He wanted to deliver an important letter to Theo. It was an invitation to the Dragon Society. Scaled. Just hearing the name of the Scaled Dragon Society made the young swordsman's blood race. It's a high society group with a thorough selection process. Besides, the fact that Remington himself was inviting the young master to the Scaled Dragon Society was an honor for any rising star. Theo modestly asked if it would be all right for him to be admitted to the club. The White Lion quickly assured him that he was more than qualified. He also insisted that it wasn't such a serious group at first. Most of the prominent members just see it as a social group for peers awaiting the next awakening ceremony. Theo couldn't discern if Remington had ulterior motives for this invitation, but he knows the Scaled Dragon Society is currently centered around his half-brother, Axian. It's a gathering full of snakes who look at him with contempt and mockery. That also made it the ideal environment for Theo to advance his quest. Plus, it would allow him to scout out Axian and the Camellia Palace. Seeing no reason to refuse, Theo took the invitation letter and formally thanked Remington for going to the trouble. He promised to attend and enter the den of his enemies. Remington shook his hand cheerfully, happy to have scouted another rising star. He also told Theo not to hesitate to ask him anything. The meeting will be in 2 weeks, so that's how much time he has to prepare and plan. Evelyn smoked her cigarette, worried about her new disciple. Shortly after, the news that Theo was invited to the high society meeting reached the Rose Palace. Theo's mother, Cecilia, entered his room with an excited smile. I was about to break the news myself, but that doesn't seem necessary anymore. Cecilia had already gathered the palace's styling team in her room. Since he had been invited to participate in something significant for the first time, his mother was naturally excited. It was a club that included Axian, the son of that cunning Emil, and brilliant talents like Remington. The young men even attract the attention of the council. Cecilia knew that everything from how Theo dressed to how he acted would be under strict scrutiny. She took out a measuring tape and began to measure Theo. Cecilia knows her son wouldn't make any mistakes when it comes to etiquette, but clothing and demeanor are different matters. Luckily, this was an aspect of high society where Cecilia could help him directly. After all, she was a successful actress. She was happy to be able to get involved and be useful to her beloved son. Theo knows that his mother had always borne the weight of having an illegitimate child. As a commoner, the concubine Cecilia carried the guilt of having given her son a shameful label, even though it wasn't her fault. In the cold Ragnar clan, where strength is everything, he could only imagine how hard it was for her to have a weak son in his past life. Cecilia could act excited and cheerful, but deep down, she was a mother, worried about her son and nothing more. She hugged Theo tightly and assured him that she would always believe in him, that he could achieve anything. The warmth of his mother's embrace melted the coldness in Theo's heart. He returned the hug and held his mother lovingly. This time, he is determined to try his best so as not to worry his mother. Although she was excited about the idea of her son joining the Scale Dragon Society, Theo was only thinking about destroying the entire nest of snakes. 2 weeks later, the night of the Society's banquet arrived. Remington went to the Rose Palace to pick up Theo in a luxurious carriage. Upon seeing the young man, he thought he was someone else. Theo had shed his training clothes and obtained an elegant outfit, thanks to his mother and the palace staff. Instead of looking like a warrior, he looked like an aristocrat. Remington commented on his new look, and Theo took it as a joke. The White Lion wasn't joking. He was genuinely impressed by the young master's change. Theo admitted that his body had changed a lot. He grew taller, his muscles developed well, and all of this was thanks to just 2 weeks of constant training. During those 2 weeks, Remington surprisingly came to train with him daily, and now they are quite close. He has also gained several followers, with Civil and the others. Evelyn had to teach a battalion of Theo's fans when she had only agreed to teach the young master for a short time. It was a very lively 2 weeks of training. Even now, Theo was still recovering from dealing with so many enthusiastic people. Today, he is going to his first formal banquet. Remington assured him there was no reason to be nervous, but the White Lion left him with a single warning. He explained that his friend, Axian, can be very mischievous at times. It was actually Axian who extended the invitation to Theo, saying he wanted to meet the new rising star. Moreover, this banquet was prepared for Theo's sake. Getting this information changes things. Not for the worse, of course. This was actually better for Theo. He's already expecting to be insulted left and right in the banquet hall. The Dark Tiger, Axian Ragnarok, had already started drinking expensive liquor. He was very excited to turn the Ragnar idiot into his new toy. The carriage stopped in front of a luxurious palace, signaling their arrival at the banquet. Remington and Theo stepped out of the carriage. The young lord surveyed the place. He is about to enter the Camellia Palace, the territory of the wretches who prompted Ringdon to interfere with his growth in his past life. They consumed him, his mother, and the entire Rose Palace without mercy. His thoughts of revenge were interrupted by Remington's invitation to go inside. The cheerful Remington received news that Axian would come to greet them personally and should be waiting at the entrance. Now it was obvious why that bastard Axian invited him in the first place. The fool thinks that since Ragnar is causing trouble, it's up to him to curb Theo's momentum. But the young master didn't willingly walk into the snake's nest without a plan either. He will make Axian understand who he's trying to mess with. As they approached the palace, Theo stopped dead in his tracks as soon as he caught something out of the corner of his eye. On the top floor of the Camellia Palace, the blue light of a system mission called out to him. He was momentarily distracted by a potential mission inside the palace, so he didn't notice something rapidly descending toward him. Remington tried to save him from the object, but it had already exploded into white smoke. Before he could get any closer, Remington got nervous and quickly called out to Theo. Fortunately, he was fine. It was just a sack of white flour thrown at him from above. Remington was furious about the prank. Theo recognized that he wouldn't have been able to dodge it, and the suit his mother had so painstakingly made would have been ruined. If this had been his previous life, he would have thought Remington that was in on the prank, but that wasn't the case. The White Lion was just confused and angry about the unexpected situation. Welcoming him with flour must be the best those fools upstairs could come up with. Fools enough to think of something so immature. It must be those smug nobles watching from the windows. A familiar voice pushed the nobles aside and claimed this was just a small greeting between friends, a basic courtesy, if you will. However, Remington wasn't having it. He was genuinely angry. Axian showed his smug face, insisting he was just giving a fun greeting to his brother, Theo. Our boy used his observation skills to assess the Dark Tiger. His talents were madness, psychopathy, and great potential with the sword. Now he's excited to have a new toy. Theo smiled and expressed his thanks. Confusing his psychopathic brother, he continued, saying that with how welcoming Axian had been to him, he was naturally grateful and was really looking forward to today's party. Axian's confusion quickly turned to joy. This brother of his had become very amusing since they last met. Finally, Remington and Theo entered the banquet hall where the entire up-and-coming noble society was gathered. It was a very private event. So only a select few were invited to enjoy wine, dine, and chat with their talented peers. Everyone was focused on today's special invitation. They couldn't understand why Axian would invite a bum, even though Theo is also from a direct Ragnar bloodline. He's still widely known as the imbecile. Having someone so despicable in the Scale Dragon Society surprised many. They admitted his style was impressive, though most of the nobles knew Axian was just playing with his new toy. Seeing that the despicable nobles didn't even bother to lower their voices, Remington apologized to Theo, insisting that these gatherings aren't usually so rowdy. Theo simply let them talk trash about him all they wanted. The more people talked badly about him, the better. That way, crushing him later would be that much sweeter. Besides, he noticed the blue mission light was nearby. He was sure it could be important, but he didn't have a natural way to approach it yet. Axian, the host of the party, came down the stairs to ask his brother if he was enjoying the party. Continue with his plan as he'd intended. He smiled and thanked Axian for inviting him again. Axian sarcastically apologized for the flower incident a few minutes ago, playfully admitting he'd gone a little overboard. He closed the distance with Theo in an instant, firmly gripping his brother's shoulders while pressuring him to accept his apology in front of everyone. Remington wanted to intervene, but Theo interrupted, saying that Axian had nothing to apologize for. He insisted on using Axian's own words, that the prank was just a greeting between brothers. The psychopath was left speechless. Theo was too calm and collected to be rattled. He laughed and clapped Theo on the back. Like a proud brother. He never knew the kid had guts. He'd changed so much since their childhood. Axian really liked him more now. The nobles watched Theo smiling, going along with his brother's whim, calling him Axian's little puppy. They even mentioned Theo's illegitimate ancestry versus Troy's noble blood, even though it's true they were half-brothers. The nobles believed Theo and Axian were on a completely different level, even if they were both Ragnars. The Troyban clan is the Eastern swordsmanship powerhouse, while Theo's mother is just some random woman who came from a remote place. Theo smiled as he received the blatant insults the nobles were throwing at him, letting them fuel the flame within him. One thing that confused the nobles was Remington's closeness to the imbecile. They started extending the insults to Remington, calling him the illegitimate son of the Narcio family. The White Lion had been tense ever since they arrived at the banquet. Hearing these nobles touch on a forbidden topic nearly made him snap. Theo thought that in seconds, Remington might go and steal his spotlight. He was planning on observing and listening to more insults for a little longer, but that wouldn't be possible anymore. Before Axian could take him upstairs, he stopped him. As a newcomer, Theo mentioned that he should introduce himself to his new friends. He approached the banquet table where the snickering nobles were gathered, all their eyes focused on the Ragnar. Theo picked up a wine bottle from the table. He approached the noble who was criticizing Remington's lineage and gestured to fill his glass. The noble smirked arrogantly and asked if he had said something wrong. Theo? He tightened his grip on the wine bottle, and mercilessly smashed it over Blondie's head. Remington and even the psychotic Axian were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Blondie clutched his head in pain as blood stained his yellow hair. Theo stood over him, still holding the bloody, broken bottle. The guy dared to get up and curse at Theo for humiliating him in front of everyone. Before he could start his arrogant noble ramblings, Theo unleashed a kick that shattered the bastard's jaw. Theo's straightforward plan had finally begun. As his eyes turned cold and crazed, he insisted he was just giving Blondie a greeting, only to receive a hurtful response. The other nobles stopped, scared and confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, Theo's mission progress grew, reaching 43%. Remington had been training with the young lord for 2 weeks and knew he wasn't an impulsive thug. He considered that Theo might be doing this for his sake while Blondie continued to bleed on the palace floor. Theo claimed this was his way of welcoming him. He stepped on Blondie's arm and placed the noble's limp body onto a platform, slowly applying pressure. Since he had given his greetings, it was now time to say goodbye. Blondie screamed desperately for him to wait and stop what he was about to do, but it was useless. How? Stomped on the wretch's arm and broke Blondie's bones, sending a gruesome cracking sound throughout the hall. The nobles, who were chatting freely just minutes ago, were left stunned and speechless at the ruthless display of punishment. That small act of breaking bones raised Theo's mission progress to 58%. Blondie passed out from the shock and pain, his blood staining the palace carpets, while Theo tossed the limp body aside like trash. He asked the crowd if anyone else wanted to say hello. His intimidating actions pushed the mission progress to 66%. Suddenly, Knights who had been hiding in the shadows entered and surrounded Theo. They drew their swords, focusing on neutralizing the threat. For swords surrounded Theo, trapping him. The knights sought revenge for the sin of harming their young master, claiming that the punishment for such vile actions must be death. Theo smirked as his plan improved. He asked the knights who the guy but he had just beaten was. They replied that Blondie was the third young master of the Hanabi clan, young master Ian Hanabi. Theo was amused by their confident response. The Hanabi clan is one of the 6 snow clans that support Ragnar. He knew that the knights, the bodyguards of these spoiled nobles, couldn't just stand by and watch the whole time. They always look down on the fool if he starts to misbehave. Theo asked the knights what the problem would be if he mistreated their young master. With pride in his voice, he asked if the dogs of a vassal clan of Ragnar would dare to demand his death. Can you take responsibility for threatening the Kyla Ragnar line? After all, he does not tolerate disrespect. The knights felt their hands loosen their grip on their swords upon hearing Theo's threat. Their anger from seeing their young master ruined was replaced by an innate fear of the Ragnar clan. Moreover, the oppressive aura the young man emitted was suffocating them. This was not the Ragnar fool they knew and routinely mocked. Now that they thought about it, Theo also has a right to the throne succession as direct Ragnar blood. Besides, Ragnar is the Lord of the North, the overseer who rules the 6 snow clans, declaring death upon the dragon's blood. That is not something any sane person would do. It is a sin for which destroying a clan out of the snow would not be unreasonable. That protection and prestige haven't been applicable to Theo for a long time. As a useless descendant, most people forget. That won't work anymore. The 4 knights that knew they had made a huge mistake and needed to apologize, but Theo had already ordered a mysterious presence lurking nearby to kill. A swift flash of a blade blinded everyone. The next thing they knew, 4 severed heads were flying, dark blood staining the palace floor. Theo stood calm, like the eye of a storm. His enemy blood swirled around him. The presence he had ordered to slaughter. The knights landed softly on the carpet with grace. It was his mentor, Evelyn Arrival. With more blood spilled, the haughty nobles finally perceived the threat imminent over their heads. This is no longer a joke. Theo's mission to stop being Ragnar's fool had reached 70% completion. Axian had no choice but to watch as his banquet turned into a display of power and control by Theo. Evelyn looked at her disciple and asked when he noticed she was following him. Well, it was pretty obvious. He doesn't know exactly why she followed him to the Camellia Palace, but thanks to her, Theo can handle these idiots without any worries. As the crowd fell silent, they awaited Theo's next move. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius secretly visited Evelyn. He came to bother her about not accepting more disciples, but training her new student every day. Evelyn must have gotten used to this brute, sneaking into her chambers, as she didn't even want to entertain his games. Lately, Julius's only joy has been to annoy his old comrade. That includes plundering her expensive wine reserve for his enjoyment. Tonight, Commander Julius really wanted to know what Evelyn saw in the boy. He knew taking the bottle from the brute was impossible. Evelyn replied that Theo was beyond expectations. With his attitude for perfecting his craft and his talent, he's truly among the best she has ever taught. That's a bold statement. Evelyn was direct. Considering Theo's potential, she could confidently say that he surpassed even the young master, Axian. She sincerely insisted that she wasn't speaking empty words to Julius. He always trusted her eye for talent. She had 2, he only had 1. Julius reflected that no one changes so drastically overnight. The most reasonable explanation for Theo was that he had kept his strength hidden for some reason. It was strange to think someone would do that for so long and suddenly show it now. As a trainer, Evelyn believes that rushing through the steps leads to tripping and falling. But what she saw in Theo was different. It seemed like he was being chased by something intangible, as if he were pushing himself out of fear. That's also why she's worried about him attending this scale dragon society. Julius finished the bottle of wine and confirmed that the Axian brat was a cause for concern. He also suggested that Evelyn follow the boy to make sure. Commander Julius senses that something will happen at the banquet. It might differ from what worries Evelyn, but something will undoubtedly occur. Being a Ragnar, he knew that when bloodthirsty wolf pups gather, they start to form a hierarchy. The commander placed a uniform on the table and urged Evelyn to tempt Theo into joining his unit again. Not just the boy, Julius also wanted Evelyn back in the white armored dragon cavalry. He wasn't giving up on Evelyn. He didn't want her to retire, just because she could no longer ride a dragon. She must return and take responsibility for what she started. Julius left Evelyn's room, thanking her for the good wine. He lost an expensive bottle, but perhaps he regained his purpose. Back to the present. Inside the Camellia Palace, Evelyn began to put the pieces together. She figured Theo must have noticed her following from behind and orchestrated this situation on purpose. Perhaps he joined the Scale Dragon Society to create this scenario from the very beginning. Her worries shouldn't have even started. She wondered when he noticed her presence on the way to the palace, discreetly following him as he got into the carriage. With his dragon heart, he can release his energy perception of the surroundings, acting as a sixth sense. What matters now is that the boy is ready to get his revenge. Evelyn, and told her that most of the nobles in the banquet hall have shown clear contempt toward the successor candidate of the Ragnar clan. He then asked what the punishment is for such a terrible crime. The guilty nobles nearly fainted on the spot. They knew the punishment well. Evelyn, always strict with the rules, stated that depending on the clan's laws, the immediate execution of the guilty parties is applicable. How's my? He set it up, and Evelyn made it perfect. Acting like a magnanimous man, Theo said the offenders are just children who haven't even gone through their awakening ceremony. He would be satisfied with taking just one arm from each criminal to consider the sin forgiven. Evelyn acted fast. She was an unstoppable chopping machine, aimed at the spoiled and terrified nobles of the Scaled Dragon Society. The second son of the Byron clan tried to pull away, but his arm was cut off. The firstborn of the Red and White Mercenary Corps screamed in pain as blood gushed from his stump. The arm of the fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild was not spared. The third son of the Clark clan tried to flee, but escaping Evelyn was nearly impossible. When the first daughter of the Howard clan was left with only one arm, Theo's mission had reached 79% completion. A pathetic noble crawled towards Axian, or asked to those close to him, to ask for help. Ax simply repeated his brother's words. He cannot intervene, as this was just another form of greeting. The crawling noble saw a flash of a blade in his periphery, and then his arm was cleanly severed, his blood nearly staining Axian's clothes, as the firstborn of the Parangs writhed in pain. Ax looked at his former master, Evelyn, with indifference. They exchanged glances, and he nodded. Ax never thought he'd see his trainer in such a gruesome scene. Evelyn saluted with her sword. Axian looked at the blood-soaked hall and noticed that Evelyn only attacked those who commented directly on Theo's bloodline. He managed it so that even as a successor candidate, Axian couldn't stop the slaughter. It only took Evelyn a few minutes to cut off the right arms of 14 people under Theo's orders. Regarding their condition, they can still take their arm to a priest and have it reattached, but their lives as swordsmen will be another matter. Everything went as planned. Axian was more interested in how Theo managed to get Remington and Evelyn to join him. Theo Ragnar, the fool of the Rose Palace, had become something terrifying. The psychopath in Axian rejoiced. He wanted to crush this brother under his foot. He had already finished what he set out to do. Theo called for Evelyn and Remington to leave. With the frightened gazes of the remaining nobles fixed on Theo, the brothers looked each other in the eye. They didn't need to say a word, but before leaving, Theo grabbed Axian's arm. He gripped it tightly, wrinkling his brother's suit. After a moment, Theo let go and waved goodbye, telling Axian that he'd had fun at this bloody banquet. The final tutorial mission, to escape the title of Ragnar's Fool, was finally complete. Axian was furious. He wanted to act right then and there, but he knew it wouldn't be wise. The psychopath released his anger by leaving the house and screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. With all the tutorial missions done, no one would dare call Theo the family's fool anymore. The tutorial was over, but his revenge was just beginning. His reward for changing his public perception was an elixir of experience, a tonic that raises one's level by 5 if the user is below level 30. News of the bloodshed quickly reached other palaces. Anyone would be shocked to hear that Axian's prestigious dragon society was shattered, literally and figuratively. As for Theo, he was in a very celebratory mood. After showing off to the nobles, his subordinates took him to a pub to celebrate his shocking and bloody debut into high society. All his followers were there. Even Evelyn joined for a few drinks. He wondered how the Scaled Dragon Society felt after being beaten by someone they liked to call a fool. Inside the Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar is in disbelief upon learning that not only did they give the MC justification for his actions, but he also cut off everyone's arms in front of Axian. Axian responds positively, which frustrates her, since it makes no sense to her, and she remembers warning Axian before not to take things lightly. She's disappointed to learn they tried to pressure him into submission and gave our boy total authority to go wild. Axian defends himself, saying that once Theo is recognized, it will be difficult to conquer the Rose Palace, assuring her not to worry. However, she tells him to reflect on his actions and is unwilling to listen to him anymore. She points out his mistakes that nearly caused their grand plan to be ruined. Axian decides to listen to her and leaves. Emil wonders who he takes after. To be so disagreeable. Ed Troyven replies that Axian resembles her when she was young. She's not in the mood for jokes, so he apologizes and assures her that the incident might not be that worrisome. He explains that the Rose Palace has been part of the clan head's domain, so it's very difficult to obtain ownership of it. Although it has been outside the clan leader's interest, since it's a place where riffraff gather, it still has the clan leader's support. He shares his plan that they just needed an excuse. And fortunately, since our boy Theo has caused chaos on the level of the Dragon Society's meeting, he is slowly becoming the representative of the Rose Palace, using the incident as justification. They can legally suppress the MC. Emil is left speechless upon hearing this, and thinks the reason she feared Theo getting stronger was that his power and influence would grow if the clan leader focused more on the Rose Palace. However, by using the strengthening Theo, she realizes that Camellia Palace can suppress him through legal procedures. And the Rose Palace will have no choice but to bow to the Troy Banks. She believes the plan might actually work. She asks Ed how long it will take to prepare. He assures her that all preparations are already finished and that tomorrow morning, when she wakes up, she will hear good news. He comforts her and tells Emil she can enjoy a bath and sleep well, mentioning he's prepared an aromatic candle from Southern Akron. Emil decides to rely on her older brother and shows her gratitude. Meanwhile, in a tavern, Remington says in surprise that he didn't realize how much Theo cared for him. Our boy doesn't get it and finds it funny to see him acting drunk after only drinking orange juice. Remington says that despite enduring insults himself, Theo didn't hesitate for a second and defended his friend as soon as Remington started getting insulted. He feels ashamed and regrets not doing anything. Remington looks at the MC, amazed that Theo had endured all the times everyone looked down on him, seeing him as a useless, untalented kid, but still never gave up and grew stronger, even against opponents he had no chance of winning against. He showed great willpower to win his battle against the Camellia Palace, which no one dares to challenge. Remington recognizes that Theo has the courage to wield his sword without any hesitation, and Theo did all of that just for him, Theo's friend. He starts to cry, and Theo realizes that Remington has completely misunderstood the situation. The boy stands up and tells the protagonist that although his clan ordered otherwise, he wants to follow a different path and expresses his desire to follow Theo. The onlookers start to applaud, calling the protagonist and his friend incredible. Hal tries to clear up the misunderstanding, but Evelyn tells him telepathically to just leave his friend be. He notices her, and she shares that it's not a serious misunderstanding, and that everyone probably just wants to get along with our boy. After hearing this, he starts to smile but understands that he's nothing special, since all his powers are thanks to the status window. He looks at his own stats and realizes everything he's gained is thanks to the status window. He remembers at first assuming it was a fragment of his own regrets. However, seeing how detailed it is, he realizes the status window is something more. He feels a slight sense of déjà vu, but decides not to worry about it, because it helps him improve. After the incident with the Scaled Dragon Society, the protagonist notices that his level went up. Every time he levels up, the system gives him points to improve his stats. How understand that he can increase his abilities as he pleases and feels a sense of awe for the brilliant future someone with his potential will bring. Evelyn sees his wicked smile and gets worried. How does he to first prepare for the Camellia Palace's counterattack and asks Remington if he's willing to help our boy with something. His friend assures him that he can ask for anything. Surprised to be called Remy so casually, Theo takes something out, handing it to Remy. He says the war for the throne between our boy and Axian will start soon, so he needs help preparing for when the time comes. Remy is silent as Theo recalls that in his past life, Remington became the leader of the Narcio clan, and the clan's forces grew, powerful enough to stand against the Ragnars. The protagonist realizes how valuable this opportunity is to bring Remy to his side. He hands Remington a piece of paper, and he assures him that since he has already sworn loyalty to our boy, he will do everything in his power to help. Theo shows his gratitude. Suddenly, someone bursts into the tavern, shouting Theo's name. Everyone is surprised when some knights enter and announce that under the sword of the law, Theo is under arrest for assault, threats, and intimidation. Evelyn calls it complete nonsense, but our boy tells her to calm down and steps forward to look at the arrest warrant. He notices it's real and the ink hasn't even dried, which shows his enemies were in a hurry. He decides to go without a fight, and our boy is quickly put in handcuffs. As he's being taken away, he smiles at his friends, since he trusts that they'll handle everything in his absence. Remington and Evelyn are in shock. Remy looks at the paper Teo gave him. The news of Teo's arrest reaches Rose Palace, and his mother, Cecilia, is stunned to learn that her son is going to the tribunal. She falls to her knees in shock. Her servant worries, but she assures him she's fine, and asks why her son was taken. He reveals it's because of the Scaled Dragon Society and that her son is being accused of inciting a rebellion. She's surprised and asks if her son will be put on trial. Her servant believes Teo won't get out of a situation like this easily, since he destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society. Cecilia didn't expect the invitation for her son would lead to such a mess, but she believes her son can definitely overcome this, because that's the kind of guy he is. Cecilia wishes for him to return safe and sound. Meanwhile, inside a carriage as the MC is being taken to the tribunal, they arrive at their destination, and he recalls that it's been a while since he's seen this place. Since Teo completely destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society, he understands he won't receive a simple punishment and will probably have to face a trial for his actions. He understands that since he's Ragnar's successor, they will question his qualifications as a successor. The knights order him to get out, and as he walks, he realizes his enemies want to completely crush him. But he smiles because everything is going exactly as he planned. The knights announce that the prisoner, Teo, has been escorted and they get permission to bring him inside. The protagonist thinks that if he wants to bring out what he's prepared so far, he wants to do it on a stage of this magnitude. He finds himself before some imposing figures and gets a little anxious seeing them. Gathered in one room, he sees the demon dragon, the captain of the white armored dragon cavalry, Julius Ragnar, and 4 of the 9 dragons who protect Ragnar, Sky Dragon Ed Troyban. The protagonist admits he would have been very overwhelmed in his past life, noticing that the sword dragon lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, OSA, Ragnar, and the elder chief advisor, Dragon Wolfgang Ragnar, are also there. Wolfgang looks at our boy, and the MC remembers that he didn't expect to see Wolfgang here. Our guy understands that. Wolfgang values bloodlines, so to him, an illegitimate, mixed blood son like our guy must seem disgusting. And he notes that Wolfgang doesn't even try to hide it. The man asks our guy if he's aware he was summoned to answer for his crimes. He continues, telling him that the Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanabi clan are all cutting ties with the main family because of his reckless actions. Wolfgang flies into a rage and calls him a bastard. Questioning if he can even handle the damage he's caused, he makes it crystal clear that our boy will be held accountable for dragging the Ragnar family's honor through the mud. Teo agrees and admits he was careless. He should have cut off their heads, not just their arms. Everyone is shocked, but the MC continues, saying that the other clans are their subjects. He says the Lord granted them land and honor, and that subjects must offer their loyalty and lives to the Ragnars. This is the way of chivalry, and yet, knowing this, they challenge their Lord. The MC shows his frustration and says that if he had known of their insolence, he would have cut off their heads instead of their arms. He tells Wolfgang they must be punished to restore the principles of chivalry. He says he couldn't stand by and watch as the honor of Ragnar, maintained for centuries, was trampled on. Everyone is speechless, while Julius calls our guy impressive and hopes he receives a normal punishment after that justification. Wolfgang thinks the MC is mocking them with his sophistry, but OSA Ragnar understands his point and admits that Teo is right. Wolfgang is surprised to see her supporting him. Osa explains that Ragnar is strong, but not truly great, so they need to listen to their vassals and knights. Otherwise, their clan will fall, because she believes they can't rule with power alone. He understands her perspective and decides to remember it. The MC observes that the clan head's first wife, who is the best swordswoman in the north, is fortunately on his side and not hostile towards him. He's completely baffled by his actions and just can't understand why he's doing this. OSA hopes that our boy understands the punishment he's about to receive is completely justified. He asks about the punishment, and Wolfgang tells him he'll be put on probation for 3 months. Theo wants to join the ceremony, which absolutely infuriates Wolfgang. He thinks our boy is just being insolent, but OSA decides to take his words into account and allows him to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Id believes it's already been decided that the kids Theo injured will participate next year. Thanks to the demon dragon's interference, our boy got off with a lighter punishment. Ed is smugly satisfied with how his plans turned out, knowing full well that delaying the awakening ceremony brings deep dishonor to the Ragnar family. And since the MC is the one representing the Rose Palace, forcing him to bear that dishonor will let the Camellia Palace take the lead. He starts smirking, convinced that as his master plan unfolds, our boy will be completely helpless and have no choice but to accept defeat. That believes our boy isn't that stupid. Suddenly, the MC announces that he wants to appeal, completely shocking not just Ed, but everyone else in the room too. Ed tries to hide his smirk while calling the MC a total fool. His arrogance really knows no bounds. Ed seems thrilled that things are just falling right into his lap. Julius asks if our boy even knows what an appeal actually means. He replies that he does, fully understanding that this won't be resolved. With just a 3-month probation. The demon dragon definitely pulled some strings, but Theo decides to stick to his plan. He tells them that for the strong and proud Ragnar family, an appeal means war. Theo has no intention of accepting even a slap on the wrist. He declares that in the end, only the strong get to speak the truth. He actually believes he should be rewarded for his actions, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. Ed's eyes gleam with joy, seeing that the Camellia Palace's trap is finally set, while the MC stands confidently in front of all the big shots. Wolfgang asks if he really wants to escalate a matter that could be easily resolved in 3 months into an all-out war. Wolfgang calls it pure arrogance and questions if our boy is really sure he can take on the forces of 15 clans all by himself. Theo says this is just something he needs to handle. Since the power gap in his case is massive, he believes that appeals through proxy battles are the way to go. The MC understands that an appeal means deciding the winner and loser through battle. However, if the war is impossible to win due to a huge power gap, each side can send a representative, and the winner is decided through a one-on-one sword fight. That's exactly how a proxy battle works, which means our boy will be representing himself. While it's highly likely that the plaintiff's representative will be Axian, Julius understands that if this goes forward, the MC is guaranteed to lose. He wonders if Theo has a secret plan up his sleeve, thinking that if our boy actually believes someone will step up to be his representative, he's going to be sorely disappointed. Theo requests a proxy battle in 1 week, strictly following the rules. Id thinks he's figured out the plan. He believes our boy is planning to get Julius or Evelyn as his representative. But since no one will accept, he'll be forced to fight alone. Id chooses Axian as his representative to put the MC in his place by crushing him. Ed is just about to announce his champion. But suddenly everyone hears a voice and is left completely speechless. Someone walks in and praises Theo's ingenious plans, noting just how much our boy has changed since the last time they met. It's the head of the clan himself, Kyle Ragnar. The moment he steps into the judgment hall, everyone immediately bows down to pay their respects. The MC also drops to his knees, greeting the incarnation of the great dragon god. Suddenly, the system window pops open, telling him he needs to complete a quest to take control of the Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. He realizes this is his very first quest after the tutorial and wonders if it's connected to that blue light he saw earlier. The MC finally understands that he completely forgot about it because of everything that's been happening lately. He remembers there was something there, stops contemplating, and decides. Focusing on the present while facing his father, he must first handle the situation, as the king himself has appeared, a wild variable that could ruin his plan. The MC asks why his father, Kyle, is here. Kyle tells him to stand up and comments that he has heard about the situation. He understands that his son is trying to appeal through a proxy battle. Theo responds positively, and his father says he recognizes it will be difficult for his son to enter the battle himself, and asks who he is planning to choose as his representative for the proxy battle. Our boy notices that his father is testing him, and says that no one can replace him. So naturally, he plans to step forward and be his own representative in the appeal. His father believes his son will lose, but Theo thinks he shouldn't jump to that conclusion without letting him try. The protagonist is determined to face his challenges and not yield to anyone. Hearing this, the king laughs and asks the others at the trial if they heard what his son said. The king is impressed by our boy, who doesn't bow down to anyone and recognizes that this is the best way to describe the Ragnars. The king praises his son for his incredible attitude. Our boy thanks him and smiles. Since everything is going according to his plan, he remembers that the proxy battle is just a decoy, and since he doesn't have to fight, it feels great to be able to say such words without holding back. He remembers the job he requested from his friends, Remy and Evelyn, and understands that he will get the evidence of the treacherous conspiracy from the Camellia Palace, which will make his victory absolute without even fighting. The king decides to give his son a chance. And as the master of Ragnar, Kyle says he wishes to test a single strike against our boy. Theo is shocked when his father tells him to forget the trial. He says that if the protagonist withstands one blow, all charges will be dropped without punishment. The king tells Theo to leave, but Ed starts shouting as he tries to object. He thinks that testing a single strike against our boy means the king approves of him, which means that if by some chance Theo is able to withstand that single blow, he will receive the approval of the clan head himself. Ed is sure the MC won't be able to take it, but just in case he somehow does, Ed decides to object. He tries to prevent the MC from looking favorable in the king's eyes, questioning how vassals and bannermen dare to speak about the blood of the clan leader's son, and keeps mentioning the rules of the proxy battle. Kyle Ragnar orders him to be silent and clarifies that if a vassal dares to speak against the Ragnars, they must be eliminated. Ed has no choice but to follow the clan leader. Kyle asks if Julius has anything to say, since he's been laughing for a while. The demon dragon comments that he's surprised to see the king so interested after such a long time. Kyle Ragnar asks his son directly if he is willing to do it. Our boy understands that things have taken a huge turn, and although he didn't expect it, he smiles and decides to accept the challenge. The MC steps in and tells the clan leader that this is too much for him, as it's absurd to compare a single blow from the clan leader himself with a proxy war against vassals and bannermen. The king asks if he's trying to refuse, but our MC replies that he's not. He'd want a fair trade. Since the test is stricter, he demands that his compensation also increase. With a mischievous smile on his face, Kyle Ragnar asks for his wish, and the MC turns to look at Ed and says he wants something like the Camellia Palace. Watching all of this, Ed is left speechless. Ed feels frustrated, and Wolfgang calls it complete madness to propose such a deal with the clan leader himself. He believes he must put the bastard in his place, since deals are based on both parties having equal standing. Wolfgang thinks the protagonist will fail due to his arrogance, but to his surprise, the clan leader agrees with our boy. Kyle thinks that if the MC aspires to become the successor, he needs to be at least this brave and bold. The clan leader asks if the Sky Dragon has any objections, but the man assures him that everything belongs to his lord, Kyle, so he wouldn't dare comment on his decision. The lord is pleased to hear this, and orders a stage to be prepared quickly, as he wishes to test his son himself. Theo is a bit hesitant, and after a while, he faces his father, Kyle Ragnar. The other vassals stand on the sidelines to watch. Id is frustrated because the trap he set for our protagonist is now working in his favor. He tells himself not to get anxious, since he believes that even if Theo is stronger now, he won't be able to withstand a single blow from the clan leader, something not even high-ranking swordsmen can easily do. Ed assumes Theo is going to die here. But our boy sees right through his plans and is confident he won't die, thanks to the tutorial reward he received. The king notices that something has changed in his son, and wonders if he consumed an elixir without anyone noticing. The king thinks that not even an elixir could change him this much, but decides not to worry, since he doesn't care how the protagonist got so strong. Our boy notices that his father figured it out easily. Not even the 9 dragons noticed he had taken an elixir. The king asks if he's ready. Theo responds in the affirmative, and his father is pleased. He normally uses his greatsword, but since our boy doesn't know how to use mana yet, his father is trying to be lenient by using a rusty steel sword instead. The clan leader asks if there are any objections. Theo says no, and his father gets serious. As the fight begins, a powerful aura spreads everywhere. As the clan leader advances, making our boy nervous, Theo feels the immense pressure his father emits just from his fighting spirit. The clan leader praises him, surprised that his son is still standing. Theo remains confident, as his strength has nearly tripled thanks to the reward. After completing the tutorial called the Elixir of Experience, using the elixir, he was able to gain 5 levels and put all the stat points into his strength. With so much strength, he feels true freedom, leaving the realm of the weak and entering the realm of the extraordinary. The protagonist is confident he can survive at least one blow from his father. When the clan leader attacks, everyone is left speechless, while Ed thinks the protagonist is going to die. Our boy focuses on defending himself and manages to see the attack coming. The massive beam of red light crashes to the ground, destroying the entire stage, and after the smoke clears, the clan leader smiles, seeing that he has finally found a decent son, as our protagonist remains standing, leaving everyone stunned. Theo proves his innocence through his will and determination. After successfully surviving the blow, the trial concludes, and the system shows that the sudden quest, the single blow of Kyle Ragnar, has been successfully completed. Theo receives an inventory and a mysterious blue key as a reward for his achievements. After some time, our boy wakes up. As he wonders where he is, his mother, Cecilia, is overjoyed to see her son awake and tells him that he fainted while still standing. She cries while holding his hand, expressing her feelings upon learning that the clan leader challenged our boy. Worried, Cecilia asks if he has any more injuries, assuring him she'll call a doctor if there are any fractures or dislocations. Teo tells her he's fine, but doesn't recognize where he is. Julius enters and says that by order of the clan leader, the lady of the Camellia Palace, and the director of intelligence have been evicted. Teo, he becomes happy upon realizing they are inside the Camellia Palace. The system informs him about the situation and shows him that he just needs to uncover the secret. Inside the garden of the Camellia Palace, Emile starts making a scene because she doesn't understand why she's being forced to leave her property. The servants try to calm her down and beg her not to make so much noise. While observing, Ed orders Axian to kill Theo Ragnar. Axian shares his plan for the awakening ceremony, but Ed insists that he cut off Theo's head to finish him once and for all. Axian observes Ed's eyes, which are burning with an intense desire for revenge. After everything calms down in the Camellia Palace, our guy understands that even though everything went against his plan, he got much better results than he expected. He managed to obtain the Camellia Palace without using his trump card, and on top of that, he has obtained another authority. He uses the inventory skill and takes out an item from within it. The protagonist bites the apple and wonders how such things are possible, but acknowledges that it's very useful. Tao takes out the blue key he recently obtained from his inventory and believes it is definitely related to something important. As he focuses on a door, the lock suddenly lights up. Tao decides to open it and is surprised to see a deep tunnel. The system informs him that he has discovered a dungeon for the first time, and the experience he gains inside will be doubled as a reward. Seeing a cave in the Camellia Palace, he assumes it's another mission and decides to complete it, since he doesn't want to lose out on experience. Before entering, he remembers that he shouldn't go inside the dungeon unprepared, and he gets ready. After a while, he returns with his inventory full of weapons and decides to check out the dungeon. As he moves forward, he sees an enormous wolf staring at him and recognizes that it's large enough to be a demonic beast. The wolf monster lunges at him, but our guy defends himself with a shield. He notes that the wolf is strong, but he pushes it back, determined not to lose in a battle of strength. As he faces the wolf, it charges toward him, howling. He quickly slashes at the wolf with his sword but fails to wound it. He realizes its hide is too thick and the wolf is fast, which means he won't be able to beat it with half-hearted attacks. The protagonist recognizes this is no ordinary wolf and that it might be as strong as a demonic beast. He admits it won't be easy to defeat the wolf, and suddenly the monster tries to use its claws as it lunges at him. He wants to replicate the ray of light he saw in his father's single strike. He calls it incredible and tries to use the white arc on the wolf, but he fails to imitate his father's move. Accepting that it won't be easy, a single strike is a simpler way to describe an attack that brings certain death. He finally understands that the key to imitating his father's attack is to concentrate all his strength into one sword. He drops his shield and focuses on improving his sword skills and the speed-dependent secret arts taught by Evelyn as he charges toward the wolf and stabs the monster in the eye. It screams and recoils. Our young man observes that his strategy is working and attacks once more, convinced he'll achieve victory. 2 months later, at the training grounds, Yodi notices that there are more people. Civil agrees and thinks they should change training grounds. A rumor about the clan leader teaching young Master Theo a new move has spread. So many want to face him. While Civil is talking about our boy, someone approaches from behind and calls him a lackey. It's Henry Morris from the Plum Blossom Palace. He asks when their incredible young master will show up, since it's been 2 months. Morris is disappointed, saying he assumed the young master never missed a day of training. He calls him a coward and thinks he ran away after a fake story about him spread too far. Civil gets furious, but Henry continues, thinking the rumor might be a complete lie with no witnesses. He believes our boy exaggerated. Henry thinks the destruction of the feared Dragon Society is also fake news, but Civil loses his patience and punches Henry hard, smashing his face. Another one from the Plum Blossom Palace gets enraged and insults Civil, calling him a failure, but everyone at the training grounds looks at him with disapproval. Civil calls him a shitface and makes it clear that no one compares to his young master. Yodi is surprised to see his friend call someone with a face like that ugly. Sibi shares that he was already annoyed seeing the Plum Blossom Palace guys constantly coming here to cause trouble, and makes it clear he won't let anyone disrespect his young master Theo. Civil and his companions draw their swords and declare war on the Plum Blossom Palace members. They also intend to put the losers and deserters in their place. Just as they're about to fight, someone steps in and instantly freezes their weapons. Everyone is shocked, and Civil recognizes Ragnar of the Four Hounds. Someone else joins in and starts laughing. It's Hulkus, Lank of the Four Hounds. Civil is shocked to see two members of the Four Hounds suddenly appear, and Hulk notices someone is missing. Hulk asks a guy from the Plum Blossom Palace where Tiger Luster is, which confuses him. Hulk gets angry and asks if everyone is deaf, as he's looking for the master of the training grounds. Hulk mentions that he has come to issue a challenge to Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the protagonist reaches his absolute limit, and his sword shatters. The system notifies him that he has leveled up. Suddenly, several system windows appear, showing that his stats are rising and that he has hunted 170 demonic beasts. Our boy sits on the corpses of the monsters he has defeated, and the system shows that only one monster remains. Cal drinks a healing potion to recover his strength, and remembers that he almost died several times, but the healing potion always saved him. At first, he struggled to defeat the monsters, but as he leveled up, things got easier. He's still surprised at how quickly time passed. 2 months have already gone by inside the dungeon. The system shows him that only one demonic beast remains. He realizes that it's definitely a boss monster. Noticing a set of stairs, the MC starts to move forward and enters the 5th floor. He looks at his broken sword and realizes it's unusable. So he decides to open his inventory and take out another one. He finds only one sword and realizes it's his last one. Our boy remembers he received this sword from his mother as a birthday gift. The MC recalls his past life. He had a lot of friction with his mother before the awakening ceremony, so he decided to toss the sword in his room and let it go to waste. He observes the ceremonial sword and notes that it's a good one, made of white snow steel. Theo remains silent as he remembers his past life. His mother entered his room, wishing him a happy birthday and telling him she waited until midnight to shower him with gifts. But he got mad at her and told her he didn't want to waste time with birthday gifts since the ceremony was so close. He expected something better from his mother and made it clear that no amount of good gear would change his lineage. He remembers asking his mother to leave him alone, but decides he won't repeat any mistakes from his past life. Our boy finds the boss room, and the system warns him to be careful, as a powerful demonic beast will soon appear. Inside the boss room, Theo sees a sleeping dragon and is relieved. Upon noticing it's just a lesser drake, Theo wonders why the final boss of the quest is a draconic type. They say the Ragnars are descended from dragons. Our boy wonders if it's a coincidence, but decides to focus on defeating the boss, since he can't leave the dungeon without doing so. The system displays the mission scenario and how many monsters are left. He hesitates, wondering if he can win, since he's still facing a dragon type. The protagonist focuses and decides to use a flash. He remembers practicing a lot against the wolves he faced, and while it might not be on the level of his father's dragon flash, he lunges at the dragon, believing that if he uses his dragon heart to the fullest, he can land a serious blow. He stabs his sword into the monster's eye, injuring it as it screams in pain. Suddenly, the monster attacks with its tail, but he easily dodges it, feeling disappointed that his attack didn't reach the brain. The drake screams and prepares to attack our boy, but he sees an opening and confidently charges towards the drake, believing he could win. The protagonist throws several strikes, opting to distract the monster with normal attacks to find its weak spot. Suddenly, the lesser drake screams again, and fear begins to dominate the battlefield. Theo's body freezes with fear, and even though he sees an attack coming, he can't dodge it, but manages to block it with his sword. He's sent flying and crashes into the rock wall. Noticing how strong the boss monster is, he admits he can't keep this up for long, and gets up to attack the huge monster approaching him, hoping to hit its weak points for a quick victory. Our boy knows that a dragon's weak point is its reverse scales. He jumps onto the lesser drake's body, dodging all its attacks. He manages to pierce the scales with his sword, and blood gushes from the monster. He keeps striking the spot as the monster begins to scream in pain. Our boy thinks his plan worked, but the lizard drake doesn't fall and surprises Theo. Back at the training ground, Hulk gets angry with Ray and makes it clear he wants to fight the young master first. She calls him a loser and tells him to get out of the way, but he replies that he lost 3 years ago. He's worked hard to improve his skills every day, so 3 years is enough to close the gap. Ray ignores his words and calls him a loser again, further enraging Hulk. He decides to challenge him to a duel. Mentioning that the winner will get to fight Theo Ragnar, he strikes her with a large weapon, but she easily stops the attack without even flinching. Civil and Henry don't understand what's happening, but they get scared as they watch the four hounds fight. As they move in to attack, Remington appears between them and tells them to go somewhere else. This is young Master Theo's domain, and he makes it clear he won't allow them to cause trouble for the Master. Hulk is happy to see Remington and shares his desire to fight him too, but Remington asks Hulk to understand his words. Suddenly, everyone starts to feel an immense pressure, and Remington questions the source of this threatening, killing intent. They all look back and see Lem entering the training ground. Remington is shocked to feel such intense pressure and wonders what happened during Theo's isolated training. Ray and Hulk are overjoyed to see that the young master, Theo, has arrived. Our protagonist dominates the training ground with the skill Lesser Dragon Sphere. Earlier, in a dungeon, after he pierced its reverse scales, the lizard drake died, and the system congratulated our boy for hunting it. By touching its reverse scales, the monster went berserk. Our boy thought he was going to die, but the monster exhausted itself in minutes. The scales were its weak point, so the system notified him that he obtained the lizard drake's tooth and claw. The tooth was for enhancing weapons, while the claw could improve a weapon's sharpness. He decided to use his rewards to repair the sword he had, since he didn't want to lose a gift from his mother. The protagonist received a skill called Lesser Dragon's Fear, which surprised him. As he read the stats, he noted that the skill could instill fear in a target weaker than him. He was shocked to receive such a skill, thinking only a chosen few could use it. He's happy to see he has a chance to test it out. And as he stores his things in the inventory, he wonders if the skill will be useful for him and Ragnar, since the place is full of powerful people. The Camellia Palace dungeon is cleared, and our boy comes out. After completing the mission to uncover the palace's secrets and successfully finishing Scenario Mission 1, he receives a nest compass as a reward. He doesn't understand what it is and wonders if it will be useful in the next mission. Theo stores it in his inventory and decides to go rest in his room first, as he is completely exhausted. Suddenly, a maid rushes towards him and tells him he must handle an urgent matter. She notices his injuries, but he brushes them off and asks what the problem is. The maid tells him there's a fight in the training ground. Hearing this, our boy enters the field, dominating everyone with his new skill, the Lesser Dragon's Fear. He angrily tells everyone to get lost, as he needs to rest. The immense aura knocks people unconscious, but Hulk gets excited seeing such an overwhelming killing intent and launches himself at our boy without a second thought to see who is stronger. He attacks with his sword, but the protagonist overpowers him easily with just one blow, leaving everyone shocked. Hulk is knocked down and can't believe his attack was deflected so easily. BMC is surprised by his progress after training in the dungeon, but Hulk doesn't give up. He has always been seen as the weakest of the four northern hounds for being too dumb and not completing his arsenal. Hulk attacks Theo again, challenging him to block it. Despite being the weakest, Hulk has never been surpassed in terms of brute force, but now the MC is surprised to see that he is able to match Hulk, and with a single slash, he counters and defeats him. He feels incredible after leveling up so much, and Hulk starts coughing up blood. He loses consciousness and falls to the ground. Theo realizes he was careless and should have held back, but he's happy to have faced Hulk, who is known for his resilience and ability to withstand such attacks. BMC notices that Hulk only fainted. Sybil is surprised, and so is everyone else in the training grounds. They begin to cheer for the young master who easily defeated the Black Bear, one of the four hounds, with a single blow. Theo assures them that Hulk is still alive. Suddenly, his sword also breaks, which disappoints our boy, since it was a gift from his mother. Everyone keeps cheering for the young master and praises him for breaking his sword with a single strike. He doesn't understand why they're so happy. While watching all this, Ray remembers one of her past memories from when she was a little girl. One day, the MC found her and asked why she was walking in such cold weather wearing barely anything. Theo gave Ray his scarf and thought she was still cold, so he decided to take her home and told her he would take her to his place. When the snow stopped, after remembering, she smiles and leaves the battlefield. Remington is surprised to see her. Shortly after, at the Camellia Palace, our boy feels embarrassed as the maids congratulate him on his new title, Radiant Tiger. One maid is happy to see his efforts paying off and advises him to keep it up and maintain the momentum until the awakening ceremony. She believes he can do it, and suddenly his mother appears and starts feeding him the new abalone dish forcefully. He tries to stop her, but she keeps stuffing his mouth. with more food while he begs her to stop. As he eats, he remembers his past life and feels grateful. He tells his mother the food is delicious, and she notices the broken sword. She is surprised, and he starts sweating anxiously. He tells her it broke while he was training and starts apologizing because it's a precious gift that she gave him for his birthday. Teo's mother gets angry with the person who promised it wouldn't break, since it was made of white snow steel and ebony wood. He asks if she means the steel wood from the southern jungle. She nods and says it's a rare and valuable material, but she's disappointed to see it was all a lie. She believes that if the guy was telling the truth, the sword wouldn't have broken so easily. The protagonist notes how valuable the materials are and is surprised, as he didn't expect it to be so precious. He wonders how his mother found such a sword. She decides to go demand an explanation from the manufacturer and force her to make a better sword this time, one that's perfect for her precious son. He tells her it's okay and that he can use another sword, but she rejects the idea. She tells him that people are finally starting to see his true powers, so he needs to be more careful than before with the Great Awakening ceremony, so close. She states she won't let him attend with an ancient sword. Teo feels happy seeing how much his mother cares, and Cecilia decides they should leave. As they finish talking, the MC is confused. She reveals they're going to the best workshop in all of Winterra, known as the Vast Workshop. It's one of the top 3 manufacturing workshops in Winterra, and its fame comes from its impressive size, which rivals a factory. However, the most remarkable thing about the workshop is its master. She is a person who falls into the special rank category by the intelligence agency and a blacksmith with the title of Master Artisan, which only 2 other artisans in Ragnar possess. The protagonist is surprised to see the elf of capitalism incarnate, the artisan demon. He never expected to meet such a magnate, and wonders how his mother has connections with the artisan demon. Cecilia angrily asks why her mother is still smoking when she hears her call Kirsten her mother. Our boy is left speechless. Kirsten tells Cecilia not to call her mother, as their relationship isn't that of a parent and child. Teo had been told his mother was an orphan with no family in the world, but he's surprised to see she's the daughter of the High Elf. Kirsten realizes that the reason he's so handsome is that he's also a quarter elf. Kirsten asks why Cecilia decided to visit her unexpectedly. Teo's mother throws the sword down again and tells her it's a defective product. Kirsten doesn't believe her and gets angry hearing her daughter call the sword defective, even though she forged it herself. Kirsten draws the sword and realizes it's broken. Cecilia asks, is it not a defective product? And Kirsten is left speechless. The High Elf asks who wields it. Cecilia says that Teo has the sword. Kirsten asks if it's the boy behind her, and Cecilia warns her mother to watch her words, as the MC is a genius who will one day rule Ragnar. At this, Teo introduces himself to the High Elf and expresses his gratitude for being able to see the renowned master of the vast workshop. Kirsten remembers him and praises Cecilia for raising such a child. Kirsten asks if he's the only one who has used the sword, and the MC answers affirmatively. Cecilia thinks the sword is defective, but Kirsten is surprised and realizes this is going to be a long conversation, so she invites them inside. As they all walk inside, the MC asks if his mother is related to the artisan demon. She says he's right, and he wonders if Kirsten is her real mother. Cecilia tells him he wouldn't know, as she didn't talk much about it. But although it was for a short period, Kirsten took her in as a foster mother. Cecilia says that her mother loves everything she finds beautiful, like music, jewelry, theater, or people. That's the reason Kirsten took her in as an adopted daughter. Kirsten tells them to stop talking about the past, calling it useless. Cecilia thinks she's lying, and her son asks how she managed to leave that place. Kirsten reveals that Cecilia left because of her desire to marry the leader of the Ragnar clan. Kirsten never expected her daughter to willingly go to such a miserable place, and is surprised she has survived for so long. Cecilia says she couldn't resist the masculinity and beauty of the clan leader, who loved her very much. Kirsten is disappointed that even though she ran away from home, she came back last year and started begging Kirsten to make a sword to give to Teo. Kirsten calls her shameless, but Cecilia gets annoyed hearing her say such things in front of her son. The two of them start arguing, and the MC smiles, as he had never seen his mother speak this way. He remembers that in his past life, he never tried to learn anything about his mother and was an extremely ungrateful son. He wonders if he was too obsessed with the clan and notices that Kirsten also cares a lot about his mother. He wonders why he didn't do anything in his past life. They finally arrive at their destination, and Kirsten shares that this is the room where Cecilia lived. She asks why her mother brought them so deep inside and demands that she make the best sword for her. Teo as compensation. Kirsten suddenly asks Cecilia to wait outside, grabs Teo, and quickly closes the door, leaving Cecilia outside. In her room, Kirsten ignores Cecilia calling for her and gets straight to the point. She asks if the MC possesses the relic of the primordial dragon. Our boy gets confused and asks if she's talking about the dragon's ancestor, the guardian who protects the clan. He shares that he's heard the legend about the treasure being distributed by Guntera for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. She insists it's not a legend and asks if Kirsten truly has no relics at all. She cries in frustration, wondering how he could have destroyed her sword after she poured her heart and soul into forging it. She doubts the sword would break against anything other than a relic, and asks if he understands how valuable it was. He apologizes and recalls that the sword was damaged fighting a lesser Draco. He doesn't understand anything about relics, but she gives up and decides to show him so he can understand faster. She shows him a chest that is completely sealed with chains and asks if he notices anything. The protagonist notices the blue glow and wonders if it's a quest after recognizing it as the same one he saw on the dungeon door of Curson Palace. She shares that she can't see anything but believes he must have noticed something, judging by his actions. She starts dragging the chest and tells him that she has tried many times to open the sealed chest and get the item inside, but she always fails. She puts down the shield chest and mentions the relic of the primordial dragon. Kirsten tells a story about the primordial dragon who removed a fong and forged a sword with it, known as the monster sword, White Moonlight Blade. She says that if he tries to break the seal on the coffin and succeeds, she will give him the sword called the White Moonlight Blade. The MC seems a bit confused, and she reveals that if he fails to open it, he could lose his life in the process. She asks if he still wants to try, and the protagonist smiles. Excited, he makes it clear that the sword is already his. The system indicates that the next quest scenario will be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. The White Moonlight Blade belongs to the leader of the Black Snow, one of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon. Few know about the sword because those who have seen or mentioned it have either died or disappeared. Our boy remembers a mysterious man who noticed him and was surprised that he could see him. The protagonist saw the sword's true form by chance and doesn't understand why the Black Dragon let him live. He's surprised to see that the Moonlight Blade of the Black Dragon is here, a true relic of the primordial dragon. He remembers his encounter with the Black Dragon 4 years ago and realizes that Kirsten had the sword back then. She asks him if he wants to open it, and the protagonist starts to smile. Determined to get the sword at all costs, he tells her it's his sword now, and as he observes the coffin, he realizes it's very similar to the Camellia Palace. He uses the blue key to open the coffin. Kirsten is confused as our boy unlocks it, and a strange light suddenly shines out. Kirsten gets worried when our boy is dragged inside by a mysterious black fog. The MC tries to break free, but fails and is dragged into a mysterious place. He opens his eyes and doesn't understand where he is. Teo recognizes the Rose Palace, as everything is engulfed in flames. He doesn't understand why he's seeing all this again, and as he observes his past memories, he realizes he had forgotten how weak he used to be. That's why he needs more power, enough to defeat Random and destroy the Camellia Palace. A griffin begins to manipulate his mind and traps the boy, ready to devour him. But the protagonist snaps out of it and grabs its beak, surprising it. He notices the monster is trying to control his mind by using his desire for power against him. The protagonist understands why it's called the monster sword. The mysterious griffin calls him insolent and tries to break free, but the boy confidently says that he has long since conquered all the despair it's showing him. He wonders if the monster expected him to be tempted by its useless powers, even though he's already seen many quests. The griffin gets confused, and our MC notices that it looks very different from the griffin in his memory. The monster tries to break free, but the boy doesn't let go. He remembers that it used to be about 10 meters tall, but now they are similar in height. He wonders if the griffin shrank because it was sealed for a long time. He decides not to worry and makes it clear that the Moonlight Sword that now belongs to him as he tries to strike the griffin with an evil glare. The monster tries to reason with him. Meanwhile, in Kirsten's room, Cecilia screams upon seeing her unconscious son. She tries to wake him up, but nothing works. Cecilia cries and asks her mother why her son is like this. Kirsten is speechless as Cecilia weeps, saying that she never asked her mother to do this. She just wanted a sword for her son, Kirsten. She observes that there is a monster's energy linked to Teo's bloodstream, something she has never seen or heard of before. She was hoping he would be fine since he already had a relic. Cecilia tells her mother that if anything bad happens to her son, she will never forgive Kirsten for what she did. Suddenly the MC grabs the Moonlight Sword and a strange light begins to form on his chest. Cecilia becomes uneasy and tries to wake him. Teo opens his eyes. She hugs her son and cries. She tells him she was worried, but he calms her down, telling her not to worry, that he's fine. The system congratulates him for hunting a griffin and completing the mission. As a reward, he is now the owner of the white moonlight sword. The protagonist understands that he survived because of his luck. The griffin was easily defeated because it had just been unsealed, and any psychological attacks didn't affect him. The system notifies him that it has observed the monstrous energy of the white moonlight sword, so his magical power has greatly increased. His magical power surpasses 200, and his body glows. Our boy learns that his magical power has begun to gain divinity and has risen to the level of a high-ranked swordsman. He is disappointed to learn that he can't use the magical power now, as he must wait until the awakening ceremony. Kirsten says how surprised she was and congratulates him on his success. He asks if she is going to keep her promise, and she assures him that elves don't lie. He notices that the sword is being rebellious and wonders if the sword hasn't recognized him as its master yet. He gets a little anxious, but the elf assures him that the sword is just acting this way after being trapped for 400 years. She says that now that the sword is free, it wants to release all its pent-up frustration. Kirsten suggests that he can try hitting the wall with all his might. He asks if that will be okay, but she begins to mock him, thinking he's worrying for no reason, because even if it is the legendary sword, a strike from a brat like him who is inexperienced and hasn't even had his awakening ceremony can't possibly damage the workshop. He gets nervous hearing this and decides to give it a try. Our boy understands that he can hide his dragon heart whenever he wants, so this is a good opportunity to test the new legendary sword he just received. He walks towards the wall and tries to use all his magical power. The MC apologizes and removes the sheath from the legendary moonlight sword as he prepares to strike. Kirsten watches him and gets worried. She tries to stop him, but he uses an attack called Single Flash, destroying the workshop wall. Cecilia is astonished, and Kirsten's eyes fill with tears as she sees the destruction. Contrary to what Kirsten thought, my friend split the building's wall with a single swing of his sword, and he wasn't even trying to destroy it. Kirsten couldn't help but sink into despair over another costly loss from our boy, especially after the broken sword. Even Teo thinks this is overkill and is already exhausted because that sword drained all his magic to make that devastating slash. In that instant, Kirsten gives him some mana and lunges towards him so fast that he doesn't even notice when she arrives at his side. She's surprised to see that he can't really control his magic. After seeing this huge crack in the 3-meter-thick wall, she's sure this kid is a genius. She starts feeling proud of having a grandson like him. I see those dollar signs in her eyes, showing her greedy mind is planning something to take advantage of our boy. She places her hand on him and says she'll be his patron from now on, and that he just needs to spread his wings and show the world his skills. Well, there you have it. She's using him as an advertisement for her workshop, and Theo observes the glint in her eyes. He tells her, straight up, that he can see those dollar signs shining right at him. As the night goes on, Theo and his mother get ready to leave Bass's workshop. After saying their goodbyes, they part ways. We see the fangs she's holding, and it turns out Theo gave them to her to repair the wall. She's happy to have this loot from a dragon, and is sure he got it when he obtained the relic. She also feels proud of her daughter, thinking about how she raised such an incredible son. Just then, someone passes by and greets her with her title, Demonic Artisan. Kirsten freezes for a moment hearing this familiar voice. She turns and asks why he's here, but this enigmatic raven from Robu, Ragnar, just sees with a red glint in his eyes and says nothing, leaving us in suspense. 5 days pass, and the day of the awakening ceremony finally arrives. As always, Evelyn and Theo are training. After exchanging blows, she notices that his swordsmanship is stronger and faster. My friend smiles, saying he's very happy to hear that, since he never thought someone like Evelyn would praise him. The onlookers, as always, are sweating bullets because they feel small next to Theo. You see, it's been half a year since Theo started to change, and Evelyn is amazed that he's already become strong enough to push her back. If he awakens his magic today, it'll be the birth of a monster. After practicing for a bit, the lady congratulates him, saying he's done a good job and might even aim to be the best at the awakening ceremony, and that her prayers are with him. Theo gives her a big smile, thanking her for her kind words. He says that if he becomes the top student, he'll mention her name during his speech in front of everyone. Of course, Evelyn gives him a tired look, doubting if that's necessary as their classmates approach, excitedly asking him to mention their names. Theo can't help but feel a little proud, thinking that being popular is a pain, while Evelyn just gives him a look of disgust, clearly thinking he's getting cocky. The scene then shifts to the headquarters, where Theo makes his grand entrance, introducing himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace. Once inside, he notices the large crowd present as the awakening ceremony is the most important annual event for the Ragnar clan. Every participant hopes to get good results, and as swordsmen of Ragnar, this is their first chance to be recognized and honored. With the entire Ragnar clan watching, including the chief, Kyle Ragnarok, the pressure is high. There are even important people present, like the 9 dragons and the former clan leader from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. The more Theo looks at her, the less she seems to be 150 years old. In any case, he's relieved to see her attending. Then the director bangs a drum to get everyone's attention. This man is Vanna Ragnar, judge of the ceremony and swordsman of the Flame Dragon Gate. He calls for everyone's attention and tells them it's time to begin the preliminary exam. The preliminary is to take a sword from the ground and mark the steel wall on the platform. He explains that the wall is made of a white snow steel alloy, so ordinary blades won't even scratch it. But that changes if they channel their magical power into their attacks. To help, he decides to give everyone the Soma pill. A single Soma pill will grant the power of 10 years of magic, an elixir made to open their mana wings. He tells them to swallow the Soma and concentrate on opening their mana hall in their dantian. And only then will they be able to cut the snow-white steel wall with their swords. The depth of the cut will determine their results. Vanna announces that the participants whose name she calls must come forward, take a Soma, and step onto the platform. The first participant is Theo Ragnar, and he is asked to come forward. Our boy quickly steps forward, and as he takes the pill, he reflects on how in his past life, Axian was the most outstanding student. He then grabs a sword and heads for the white wall. Determined for this time to be different from the past, a window appears as he walks forward. From a system with the mission for Stage 3, become the top student of the awakening ceremony to complete the mission. Then, the 150-year-old elder, Hilda, asks Kyle if this is the boy he mentioned before. Kyle confirms and asks if he has caught her interest as well. Hilda says she's curious after hearing so much about this boy and wants to see for herself just how capable her descendant is. Our guy stretches his shoulder muscles, though he can't help but feel nervous. The judge, Vanna, appears quickly and reminds him that he must swallow the Soma. Theo takes the pill immediately, reflecting on how in his past life he had swallowed the Soma but couldn't control the mana, severely injuring his dantian. But this time, something like that won't happen. As soon as he swallows the pill, he feels a surge of power, and mana begins to disperse throughout the area. Vanna is bewildered to see this kid causing such a huge wave of mana. She's worried Theo won't be able to control it properly. Someone who swallows Soma must handle it carefully so the mana hall settles in the dantian. Talented Ragnars with a lot of mana must be cautious, otherwise they could become crippled. And Vanna is sure this kid is a goner. But surprisingly, our boy stabilizes quickly. Theo couldn't help but feel happy, realizing he has both a dragon heart and a mana hall. It's a bit disheartening how easy it seems this time, unlike his past life. But now he can officially use mana and won't have to hold back the vast amount in his dragon heart. He gets ready, jumps into the air, and just unleashes it. An entire dragon manifests from his mana, flying straight towards a wall. In a single flash, it strikes the wall, creating a giant crack. Vanna is left, stunned, and declares without a doubt that Theo Ragnar has passed. The spectators are baffled by such a display of power. A system window appears before Theo, announcing that the curse of bad luck has ended and his fame is beginning to spread throughout the world. A genuine joy shows on our boy's face because he has finally reached the same starting line as everyone else. The system shows that many people have taken an interest in his performance. Osa, Ragnar Plunas wants to accept him as a disciple, while Julius Ragnar is unhappy with so much attention on him, and Robert Ragnar remains wary of him. Finally, Hilda Ragnar also takes an interest. Our boy is thrilled that not only are the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon paying attention to him, but catching Hilda's eye makes him extremely happy. After all, she possesses the heart of Garuda. He reflects on how incredible it would be to get it. The other contestants also take their shot at the white wall. One of them manages to leave only a small hairline scratch. He screams, seeing that he has a long way to go to even get close to Master Theo. Ragnar gives it a try, as do Holka Zlanka and Remington Acrio. They all do their best, but none come close to the massive gash our guy left on the wall. This guy is devastated because the 4 Hounds of the North had incredible results, but none of them left a mark as big as young Master Theo. Finally, it's Axian Ragnar's turn, and as he walks forward, people murmur amongst themselves. Some are saying that at this rate, It's a competition between the shining tiger and the dark tiger, while others doubt Axian can even match that level. The fact that they're talking about Teo like this only enrages Axian more than you can imagine. He heads to the wall, sword in hand, and after swallowing the Soma pill, his mana chi ignites. It surges around him, and a great red dragon emerges, slashing through the wall. The sheer power of it leaves Vanna speechless, as it's the first time she's been this surprised in a single day. The crack in the wall is enormous, and Vanna quickly announces that Axian Ragnar has also passed. The crowd goes absolutely wild, because Axian's slash has left a crack just as big as Teo's. Everyone is tense, knowing the scoring will be key in deciding the winner. As twilight falls, Vanna announces that the first stage of the awakening ceremony has officially ended. This year, she's happy to see so many people improve their scores. She says that those who passed must prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony in 4 days. Finally, the rankings everyone has been waiting for will be announced, including the valedictorian of the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Everyone in the arena held their breath in anticipation as the valedictorian of the first stage of the awakening ceremony was announced. The clear favorites, Axian and Teo, were on edge, as both expected to hear their names called. Teo, Ragnar manages to secure the victory for himself. Stunned, the arena erupts in deafening cheers. Vanna announces with satisfaction that his performance earned him a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. Whether in technique, magical power, control, or speed, every aspect was flawless. As his followers cheered, most of the candidates found it hard to believe that the Lightning Tiger had taken first place instead of Axian. The depth of his sword mark nearly matched the record of the young master, Thorkel. That detail drove the crowd wild. Thorkel Ragnar is an enigma. He's one of Ragnar's top 5 candidates, and is rumored to be the closest in the line of succession. The salutatorian prize went to Axian Ragnar, and his displeasure is obvious. He also scored a perfect 10, yet he came in second place, because his sword mark was just slightly shorter than Teo's. That made his blood boil even more. Remington Natio placed 3rd, Ray Ragnar 4th, and Hulk Eslanka 5th. The Northern Hounds had the top spots locked down. Meanwhile, the fool from the Southern Inspection Post and Teo's first follower, Civil Dree, snuck into the last spot at 87. The second stage of the awakening ceremony will begin in 4 days in the treacherous Winter Mountains. The 87 examinees who passed are advised to prepare as best they can. With that, they are dismissed, and the first day of the ceremony ends unexpectedly. That night, Teo's faction went straight to the tavern to celebrate. The place was buzzing with cheers for those who took first and second place. Everyone felt vindicated, having shown the world the true power of training camp number 4. Praise and applause for their very own Sir Teo and Sir Remington began to flow, along with the liquor. Teo thanked his men for their support, but he knew better than anyone that the trials weren't over yet. His goal is for all of them to pass the second stage together. He pulled his friend Remington closer, and confidently announced to everyone that they would aim to be the final valedictorian and salutatorian of the class. Evelyn is also in a festive mood and sincerely believes the two of them can pull it off. Elsewhere, Remington congratulated the young master personally for such a splendid display of power. Seeing that Teo's hard work was paying off, everyone was filled with pride. But at the same time, Remington can't help but feel ashamed for falling so far behind his friend. Teo smiled at Remy, assuring him that he just got lucky. Besides, ranks don't matter between friends, right? Hearing that, Remington's mind was cleared of all anxiety. They raised their glasses full of orange juice and promised to give it their all in the next stage. A while later, Teo wandered through the snow-covered mountains. Finally, away from the crowd, he processed what it meant to take first place in the awakening ceremony. It's an achievement he wouldn't have even dreamed of in his past life. Even though it wasn't a real fight, he beat Axian fair and square. He can hardly believe how far he's come in such a short time. Clenching his fists in anticipation, he proclaimed that this was only the beginning of his story. Defeating and beheading that random traitor isn't enough. That guy's just a lackey. Teo's true enemies are the psychotic Axian and the cunning Sky Dragon. Teo is ready to use everything he has to achieve his final vengeance in the future. For now, he has another important matter to attend to. The Nest Compass he obtained as a reward. The mysterious artifact points towards the Winter Mountains, the location of the next trial in the second stage. He wondered where the compass would lead him. While lost in thought, he noticed something suspicious nearby. His instincts kicked in instantly, ready to defend himself from whatever was lurking nearby. Someone was following him, and Teo hates being watched. The cloaked spy was shocked to see his target vanish into thin air. only to feel a cold blade against his neck from behind. Teo demanded to know who he was, and the guy tried to convince Teo he wasn't suspicious, introducing himself as Gatsby, Jadhan of the famous Gale Sword Platoon. Gatsby assured him that his captain sent him after seeing such an impressive performance in the first trial of the awakening ceremony. Teo maintained an impenetrable expression as he looked the man in the eye. It seems the recruitment offers are coming earlier than expected. Gatsby explained that his captain was offering Teo a chance to take a qualifying test for admission. This offer stunned him. He was offended that the Gale Sword Platoon would want him to take a useless test instead of giving him a full invitation. Gatsby boasted about his platoon's illustrious reputation, claiming that even getting the chance to take the test is hard to come by. Before the guy could continue with his nonsense, a fiery voice interrupted, calling the Gale Platoon a bunch of idiots. A woman with a great sword on her back addressed Teo as young master and offered him a much better deal than the fools from the Gale Sword Platoon. This energetic girl is Ian Saucely, known as the Fire Goblin and Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She came personally to invite Teo directly into their ranks. Gatsby was left speechless seeing who had arrived. Those who know the Fire Goblin know not to get on her bad side. But before Ian could get closer to Teo, several scouts from different factions appeared from their hiding spots, afraid such a promising candidate would be signed before they could make their offer. They all rushed forward, shouting their ridiculous proposals. The Black Sword Platoon was willing to promote him to squad leader in 3 years. The Sword of the Law and the Security Bureau also quickly joined in, annoyed by the bidding war. The Fire Goblins were furious. The scouts were supposed to entice the young master with promises of support and career advancement, but they ended up fighting and arguing. Teo just watched from the sidelines. As the idiots traded insults and threw jabs at each other, he thought he should slip away before they bothered him further. But his exit could wait. Pink plum blossom petals filled the area, dancing in the air. A seductive voice silenced everyone with its mere aura. Although she knows she'll be criticized for being too ambitious, the newcomer can't help herself. Sullying her reputation is nothing if it means winning over someone exceptionally talented. The Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. The Sword Dragon, OSA Ragnar Plunas, joined the scouting war, leaving everyone silent. Ian was the only one who dared to ask what business the clan head's first wife had here. Lady OSA confessed she came with the same intention as everyone else. She had come all this way just to see Teo. Ragnar personally, while Teo deals with the ridiculous situation he's in, the salutatorian is relieving some stress by beheading some people. Axian Ragnar. To call him a sore loser is an understatement. This guy kills his own men without a second thought to vent his frustrations, lest he explode. He pushed through, maneuvering and cutting down several young swordsmen, treating them like training dummies as he took their lives one by one. Axian. Ragnar craves blood, and he'll get it with every slash. He remembers Teo's arrogant face after he left a bloody, armless mess at the Scaled Dragon Society's banquet. The image of Teo unleashing so much draconic aura when he made the first cut in the trial is deeply etched into Axian's disturbed mind. Losing by a few centimeters made the defeat even more infuriating. The only thing on his mind is murdering and disemboweling Teo Ragnar. For now, finishing off his men will have to do. At the end of his outburst, he dropped his sword to take a more direct and brutal approach to releasing his anger. By the time he calmed down, the training ground was already filled with young, dead swordsmen who thought they were just going to have a friendly spar with their young master. Just then, someone else entered the arena. Axian's eyes darted quickly. Without looking to see who it was, he picked up his sword and prepared to attack. He threw the sword with pinpoint accuracy, aiming for the intruder's head. But for someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping such a basic outburst is easy. Catching the sword's tip in midair, Ed Troyban cursed his nephew for being so pathetic, telling him that taking his anger out on random people wouldn't change a thing. As Axian got a good look at his uncle, he calmed down a little. The Sky Dragon. He advised that in moments like this, Axian needed to calm down and come up with a proper plan. Ed Troyban had already set some things in motion, and Axian just needed to follow along. The duo. Nefarious uncle and nephew duo is hell-bent on turning the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's funeral. In the snowy woods, the scouts made way for Lady Plum Blossom out of fear and respect. They knew that anything they tried to offer Theo would be insignificant if she were competing, just as they were about to appeal. But how unfair that would be, the space between Theo and Lady Plum Blossom was separated from the outside world, trapping them in her personal domain. Ian thought that setting up an isolation zone. That could only mean that she might be planning to personally share her teachings with the young Ragnar. Inside this swirling mass of energy, the inside of the isolation zone was much larger than it appeared from the outside, as the space stretched as far as the eye could see. How Zekongi got this as one of Lady Plum Blossom's signature moves. She can freely create a space perfectly isolated from the outside. He used to hear stories about the technique, and now he's experiencing it firsthand. His popularity is catching up to him. Lady Plum Blossom laughed at his reaction. She's sure the demon dragon will be enraged to find out what she's trying to do, but no one can stop her if she wants to give Theo a gift. By gift, it can only mean one thing. Slowly, she unsheathed her sword as she described how intense the sword art of the clan head is. It's like dragon fire coming down from the heavens and destroying everything in its path. Lady Plum Blossom's style is very different, as she prefers to embrace many variations in her swordsmanship. Theo looked around and saw that the snowy path that he'd been walking on just a minute ago had turned into a tranquil field of vibrant, blooming plum trees. Her steps are rhythmic, sending ripples across the surface of the still water with every stride. This is the form of the dragon she pursues, one that contains constant and infinite changes. As the sword dragon advanced slowly, she brandished her sword, making the plum blossoms bloom. Countless petals fell gently, and her blade grazed them delicately as they danced alongside her sword. She executed a peculiar flow of movement that seemed impossible. She slashed, stabbed, and thrust with a strange rhythm. Finishing her demonstration, she slowly lowered her sword, causing the petals to spiral alongside the blade, beautifully falling to the ground. It was a truly cinematic spectacle, a visual feast for Theo. The amazing thing that was that the entire sequence was performed in a single breath. What she displayed is the celestial rain of flowers, the initial technique of the full bloom of the plum blossoms. As she opened her eyes, the First Lady's intense gaze locked onto Theo. The young man was speechless as he felt his heart pound. He had just witnessed something truly breathtaking. In a single, continuous movement with 220 circles and variations, it gave credit to the claims that in pure swordsmanship, she surpasses even the clan head. If Theo could absorb and apply even a little of what he saw in that flash, his power would undoubtedly increase. He humbly asked her if he truly deserved such a gift. She laughed, softly, and assured him it was fine, as long as he enjoyed watching it. Finally, Lady Plum Blossom dissolved the isolation zone. The field of plum trees vanished, and the snowy forest returned. She said that if Theo wants to see what comes after the first technique, he can seek her out anytime after the awakening ceremony. Such a bold offer stunned the scouts. The First Lady only wishes for Theo to be a new wind in this desolate place. With that, her body transformed into a flurry of beautiful plum petals, floating away on the air. How? That knows better than anyone that he has just received something far too great. It would be difficult even for him to act shamelessly and show no gratitude to the First Lady. He's now in a complicated situation. He believed it would be too ambitious to be Lady Plum Blossom's disciple and join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry at the same time. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial began in full swing. The 87 eligible candidates gathered in the Winter Mountains near the Great Northern Wall, a place so treacherous, it's perfect for the challenge ahead. The Winter Mountains stretch over a great distance from their home in Winterfell to the Sea of Demons. Here the Ragnars have protected humanity with all their might. They have fought against the cursed land beyond the Great Wall for over 1,000 years. They have been clearing out the Sea of Demons, a place where countless demons wreak havoc. The high-ranking swordsman and supervisor of the second exam, Jackie Ragnar, warned everyone that the new generation would inherit that duty someday. This makes the Winter Mountain the perfect testing ground. But as swordsman apprentices, the examinees cannot go to the Sea of Demons, and the exam area is limited to the inner side of the Great Wall. Today, the exam is simple. They have 15 days to defeat the demonic monsters that roam the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells attached to their necks. There are 7 bells in the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet like the rainbow. Each bell increases in point value in that order. Naturally, more points mean facing a more powerful demon. Supervisor Jackie emphasized the danger of the violet one. Those abominations are on a level that no swordsman apprentice can reach, let alone defeat. However, they give a lot of points. The hunting method. It will be entirely up to the examinees. No matter what method they choose to use, all they have to do is bring the bells to be counted before the exam ends. Everyone caught what the supervisor implied. They can use any method they wish, even taking another's prey or bells. It's not encouraged. They are intentionally sowing seeds of discord among everyone, but that is just another. That reflection of the Ragnar clan's law of the jungle approach to things. As a final note, the supervisor explained about the demon-repelling totems installed in the mountains. Within these safe zones, there are supplies buried nearby, and everyone is encouraged to use them effectively. Finally, Supervisor Jackie announced the start of the second test. As soon as he dismissed them, several candidates hurried and scattered without hesitation. Most thought the same way as Sybil. Since the exam will last for 15 days, supplies are key. They must first secure those resources and then proceed with their strategies. It was just beginning, but Hulk Slanka was enjoying every second of the test. He's in his element. Action. Driven by revenge. He has entered this exam with a malicious goal. His uncle from the Sky Dragon clan firmly insisted that he must continue with the plan. He only needs to play his part, and Teo will fall. As Axian moved forward quickly, he didn't notice that someone was following him. It was none other than the ever-mysterious King Ragnar. Seeing that everyone was already on the move, Teo walked towards the forest to begin as well. Before he left, a familiar voice stopped him. Remy. He approached and asked if Teo remembered how he said they were friends. The Silver Lion has been reflecting a lot in the last 3 days before the trial, and it seems he sees Teo as both a friend and a rival. With that realization, a desire has taken root in him, the desire to truly surpass the young master. To surpass Teo in power. The young dragon was surprised at first, but in the end, he smiled with joy. He knows very well what Remy is feeling. The moment they first crossed swords on that training ground, a mutual respect blossomed between them. Teo felt the same as the Silver Lion. He also saw him as a dear friend and rival. Roman Remy laughed in relief, as he feared the feeling was one-sided. With renewed clarity, Remy proclaimed that he would try to defeat Teo during the second stage. Teo sincerely wished him good luck with that goal. Without wasting another precious second, Remy sped up and delved into the depths of the Winter Mountain. Teo took a second to process the feeling. Someone as incredible as Remington has set him as a target, someone to surpass. It made him feel something he had never felt before. He's finally becoming someone strong, and it's a wonderful feeling. Opening his inventory, Teo put his feelings aside for after the test. He retrieves the nest compass and officially begins the search for the dragon's nest. The compass needle pointed in a general direction, enough to start on one side of the deadly cliffs. The familiar blue light of the system shone through a hidden cavern. The nest compass led Teo to the treacherous outskirts of the Winter Mountain. Upon arriving at his supposed destination, but he was confused and saw absolutely nothing that caught his eye. The compass pointed to the ground. That has to mean something, right? Maybe he has to dig until he finds a prize. If so, he should have brought a shovel, since using the white moonlight blade to dig in the snow would be a misuse of a legendary sword. As he was thinking about what to do, Teo's spidey senses tingled again. He firmly unsheathed his sword and spun around quickly. His eyes locked onto the unwanted presence. Sometimes, if the wind won't do its job, then you have to take the oars. He sent out a sweeping attack, the force of the slash raising everything in its path. The trees were cleared in a line, and the ground was torn apart, spilling. Killing intent towards the presence that was secretly following him. He urged them to come out. A few unpleasant characters emerged from the forest, confused as to how Teo noticed their well-hidden presence. Seeing the man's face, Teo was surprised. It wasn't just one man, there were 3. In his past life, Teo knew these monsters as the 3 scoundrels of the mountain: Vuk, Hide, and Run. Aptly named, these scoundrels are the scum of the earth. They were known for slaughtering civilians and making it look like mission accidents. They're the cancer that grew as a side effect of the Ragnar's rule of the strong. He could never forget the massacre they committed in Book Village. While he was working for Black Snow, he was personally tasked with cleaning up after those bastards. He understands the terror these 3 will unleash on the world better than anyone. In the public records, the incident's death toll was 761, with 220 people missing. The shocking part was that none of the bodies could be identified. That's because their method of killing was to smash their targets' heads for fun. He already knew they're terrible. That nature would get in the way later on. He planned to confront them soon, but he didn't expect to run into them this quickly, since they were skillfully tailing him. Teo asked if Axian sent them for a hit or something. One of the scoundrels just laughed at his guess. He explained that they don't take orders from kids. Naturally, they were. Got employed by someone of such high rank that Teo couldn't even imagine who was behind the hit. The young dragon quickly narrowed down the culprit to one person with certainty, the head counselor. The scoundrel's reaction gave it away. Teo guessed who their employer was on the first try. It wasn't hard to guess, considering how much they talked about blood and heritage. A test supervisor is nowhere near that level, so they must have been in on the conspiracy too. Teo's sharpness was a problem, but the scoundrels were confident they'd get the job done no matter what. The leader of the scoundrels said he gets a special thrill from crushing a handsome face like Teo's. Bro, you're already getting carried away. The lightning tiger, that remained unfazed, keeping a close watch on the three of them. He didn't let the loud-mouthed scoundrel continue his childish chatter. Teo immediately launched a slash, invoking the avatar of an ancient dragon with his strength. They hadn't even had a chance to close the distance, and the scoundrels were already on the brink of death. Teo swung his sword 3 times in quick succession with perfect precision, executing his newly formulated technique, Triple Dragon Claw. Each strike aimed at one of the scoundrels. The young master never shies away from violence, but he doesn't want to become scum like them. He's executing them in retaliation for a crime they haven't yet committed. He will act contrary to those infamous villains. Only their heads will remain. The power of the Dragon Claw was so strong it disintegrated a human body into pulp, leaving only the head intact. He made an example of these criminals, giving them the punishment they deserved. Teo was surprised at how quickly these troublemakers fell to his blade. Perhaps it was because they were still young at this point. He owed this skill to the celestial rain of flowers that Lady Plum Blossom taught him. In short, he broke down and reconstructed the style in 3 days and figured out how to use 3 simple flashes in a row. Drawing curved slash lines with circles and arcs was complicated. A whole new world of different transformations and applications has opened up. Of course, completing those transformations 120 times in a row like the First Lady is still out of his reach. Teo quickly collected the severed heads. The scoundrels' faces, preserved in pain and surprise, were all that remained. He tossed the evidence over the cliff for the beast to feed on, while thinking about how to get underground. He heard a dull thud as the heads landed a few meters down. Upon further inspection, he saw an invisible staircase leading down the cliff, now stained with the scoundrel's blood. The mission to find the invisible stairs and explore the blue cave has begun for Teo. He excitedly leaped off the cliff towards his prize. Unbeknownst to him, a strange bird was watching him from afar. Back at the palace, the officials announced they were receiving the initial test results. In the early hours, Axian Ragnar is in the lead with 41 demon bells collected, advancing through the exam with 20 men. Ragnar is in second place. But everyone has been wondering something. Hello, how is Teo Ragnar doing? The messenger had to flip to the very last page of his report to find Teo's progress. Currently, the young man has collected 0 demon bells and is alone, without a team. It's likely he's either moving silently or lying in ambush somewhere. Those assumptions could be easily verified if there were supervisors to confirm. Everyone at the table noticed Lady Plum Blossom's impatience. The head counselor said there are no rules that a great performance in the first stage would lead to the same level in the second. He even suggested the boy's heart might not be ready for real battles, especially considering he's an illegitimate son and not a pure Ragnar. The head counselor thought his thugs must have dealt with the matter quickly, doing their job better than expected. Suddenly, the old counselor received a call from Ed Troyban, asking if he'd done something behind the scenes. The head counselor didn't even bother to deny the accusation. He's annoyed he couldn't inform everyone beforehand, but it seems things went well, so that's good. Even the Sky Dragon was surprised by the old man's brazen attitude towards an impure son of the throne. Ed was annoyed that some crazy, elitist old man was acting without permission or consultation, potentially hindering his plans after Camellia was taken from his family. The Sky Dragon campaigned for the chance to take control of the Rose Palace. He couldn't find the primordial dragon's relic. Ed Troyban believes that Teo might have a clue about the Rose Palace's relic. The Sky Dragon feels it in his bones. That boy, Teo, has clues about the relic. He has grown and is now a threat. Using telepathy again, Ed connected to a guard's mind with a message to hurry action along. Lady Plum Blossom can see that the head counselor and the director of Central Intelligence are plotting something, and they aren't as clever as they think. The Pro-Teo group might need to establish precautions and countermeasures. It was just a thought. Reasonable, but Julius Ragnar was firmly against it. The dragon demon thinks Teo wouldn't fall for a simple challenge. Julius trusts his intuition that Teo is safe, just caught in unknown circumstances. Besides, Julius still hasn't gotten over the fact that Lady Plum Blossom secretly met with Teo. The First Lady pretended not to know and just laughed playfully. Back on the Winter Mountain, Teo finally saw where the stairs led. Inside was a relatively simple cave structure, but there were many annoying skeletons lurking in the surrounding area, attacking constantly with a rather strong mental attack trap set up inside. Most people would have a breakdown if they got caught. However, those minor mental attacks were nothing after overcoming the harsh trial of the white moonlight sword. More importantly, Teo managed to follow the compass needle and find something to verify the situation. Teo expanded his senses outward, causing the fauna to flee for their lives. In moments like these, the divine ability is simply irresistible. He can even see what's hidden around every corner. Putting those thoughts aside, Teo arrived first and was put to the test. He finally found the fledgling's lair. In 3 years, things could be very different. Black Snow will end up killing the fledgling and discovering a priceless legendary item. Venturing deeper into the cavern, Teo silently apologized for Black Snow's future as he planned to take one of his historical records. Behind the door is the Grimoire of Aemon, a unique game-changer. As soon as Teo walked through the door, he froze, overwhelmed by the sight. There were mountains of gold, legendary weapons, gems, and trinkets everywhere. One thing was for sure. This place is definitely not a fledgling's nest. In the middle of the gigantic hall was a sleeping draconic beast, an ancient dragon using its sea of gold coins as the world's most expensive bed. Watching closely, he saw that it seemed to be in a deep sleep, oblivious to the world. Teo wasn't fooled. He knew that if this creature woke up and attacked, he could forget about the relic and all the riches here, and he would surely die. Could Black Snow's reports be false? Why is an adult dragon here instead of a fledgling? Perhaps he was a victim of misinformation, or maybe he just arrived 3 years too early. Either way, he needed to think about his next move in this unexpected situation. He seriously considered leaving without touching anything. It's a shame, but he can always come back before Black Snow arrives again in a few years. But that choice was taken out of his hands as soon as the dragon opened its eyes. When he turned around, Teo found himself in a staring contest with one of the most archaic beings in the world. To his surprise, the ancient dragon, Rodbrock, spoke in the human tongue, calling him the first selector who had come in a long time. The great beast was very calm, even introducing herself without showing any hostility. Rodbrock explained that the Ragnars call her the guardian dragon and the owner of the Winter Mountain. Everyone who grew up near the clan knew of Rodbrock. Trying not to be rude or disrespectful, Teo knelt and showed respect to his ancestor, Rodbrock. She was quite interested in the fact that the young human called her ancestor. According to what Teo had learned his whole life, the guardian dragon Rodbrock is the partner of the Ragnar clan's progenitor, Sigurd, and the mother of Friedrich. The beast said that Friedrich, that bastard, was probably spreading nonsense. While it's true that she and Sigurd were companions for a time, she saw it only as respect for the contractor who sold his soul to the dragons. There wasn't much emotional exchange between them. It's impossible for humans to mate with dragons. Perhaps the humans here aren't really monster tamers. This led Teo to ask if his family truly has dragon's blood, or if it's just propaganda to elevate the Ragnar name. Rodbrock clarified that the claim wasn't incorrect. Because of the long contract between her and Sigurd, they shared dragon's blood. When Teo was about to ask more about the family history, Rodbrock interrupted him. With the pleasantries over, she would now begin her duties as the guardian dragon for the selectors. From this moment on, Rodbrock would uphold the pact made at the clan's beginning and allow the selector who passes her test to ask 3 questions. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief and thank the gods, as it seems to be a peaceful situation. Since his goal is to reach the top of the clan, deepening his knowledge of the family history is crucial. With these 3 questions, he must obtain the maximum amount of information from the outside. The second phase of the awakening ceremony is still in full swing. Axian was leading the rankings and dominating the nearby beasts. His roar of 1,000 dragons is so potent it can defeat most enemies in a single blow. As a white tiger fell to the snowy ground, bloodied and lifeless, Axian approached the green bell that hung from the poor cat's neck. With another bell secured, that made 57 confirmed kills, racking up points fast. However, killing these monsters was secondary. Axian just wanted to find Teo, but his scouts kept reporting the same thing. Teo was nowhere to be seen. Over and over, one of Axian's lackeys, Orion Gardner, arrogantly commented that Teo must be scared now that he has to risk his life and face real monsters. Orion was determined to join Axian's entourage all along, no matter what he feared, and believed in the maniac's strength. But maybe he went a little too far by admitting that. Teo had gotten stronger, but he had lived like an idiot for too long. The next thing you know, Orion's eyes are filled with tears, and he's gasping for air Asmodel. Axian slowly crushes his trachea. He figured this insignificant follower must not know a simple fact, because he had never been strong in the clan. To have power means to fear nothing. The Dark Leopard is on the verge of a mental breakdown now, yet he remains as cruel and paranoid as ever. Orion. He tried to apologize between his desperate gasps. This outburst would have continued if not for another messenger who arrived with a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyban. The message simply reminded him to hurry up with the plan. Axian tossed the insignificant man aside like trash and told the messenger to reply to his uncle and tell him to stop bothering him. He doesn't need to be reminded of the objective, since nobody in this world wants to kill the brat Theo more than his psychotic half-brother. Meanwhile, Theo is relaxing in the dragon's lair, still trying to think of a suitable question that would give him as much information as possible. After a while, he came up with his first question. Rodbrok yawned, glad the young man had finally made up his mind, since boredom had nearly put her to sleep. The first question was, why is the guardian dragon still here? He kept it short and to the point. Rodbrok quickly understood his tactic of asking simple questions to reveal hidden knowledge and praised the boy for it. The reason she's still here is simple. There's a monster at the edge of the world. Its body stretches across the seas. They call this entity the Nameless Monarch. For the last 1,000 years, Rodbrok has been waiting in her lair because she was tasked with protecting the world. The Winter Mountain and this dragon's lair are just an outpost. Theo remained silent, processing the shocking revelation his ancestor had just made. He was sure he hadn't misunderstood. For an instant, he perceived what looked like fear in Rodbrok's eyes. Who would have imagined that a figure as powerful and almost divine as an ancient dragon could still feel terror? An entity that strikes fear into a deity who has reigned for over 1,000 years. The Nameless Monarch must be truly bizarre. Theo wants to ask more questions and delve deeper into the story, but there are more important things he needs to know first. So, for his second question, he asked, what exactly are these ancient dragon relics I've been hearing about? Rodbrok answered that there are about 3 relics in the world. Though she doesn't know much about them, she feels the young selector has been quite lucky. The 3 that Rodbrok knows of are the dungeon in the Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Sword. The last one is more complex. Rodbrok called it the relic of the ancient dragon, Fafnir. It's the result of a great ancient dragon's soul being split into 31 parts. These parts were given to humans in the hope of protecting humanity and resisting the Nameless Monarch. The ancient dragon relics have no fixed form. Some are objects, others are experiences, and a few have transformed into strange, intangible phenomena. Hearing that final part, the pieces in Theo's mind finally clicked into place. He realized he'd had the last relic inside him all along. Everything he experienced after traveling back in time flashed before his eyes. Living for 20 years only to return to the past on the verge of death is the strangest thing one could ever experience. His regression must have been another form of the ancient dragon's relic. This means Theo himself contains the relic. He must have received a fragment of Fafnir's soul. But something doesn't add up. There's always a dragon protecting the relics, but there was no such thing involved in his regression. Realizing something, Theo asked his third and final question. He looked Rodbrok in the eye and asked why he was chosen. Why would fate choose someone as untalented as Ragnar to face the Nameless Monarch? Rodbrok looked at him intensely and answered his question with another. She asked him why Theo. Did he believe he was the only chosen one? The simple answer made Theo realize he wasn't seeing the whole picture. He might not be the only one. Chosen by these powerful relics. Sky Dragonid, Troyban, Demon Craftsman Carson, and even the Black Dragon. They all knew about the relics. They even go out of their way to find and collect them. It's likely they were also chosen by a fragment of Fafnir's soul. If that's the case, do they see the same messages he's been seeing? Do they also travel back in time? Although these questions brought Theo closer to discovering the world's truth, they also made things considerably more complicated. To sum it up, there's a nameless monarch lurking at the edge of the planet that even the ancient dragon fears, and it's entirely possible there are other regressors besides Theo. Now that Rodbrok has answered his 3 questions, the quest is complete, and Theo is due his reward. The young man was so absorbed in the implications of his discovery that he almost forgot he came for Amon's grimoire. But now that his horizons have been broadened, he changed his mind. He needs something bigger, much bigger. As his quest reward, he wanted something incomparable to any other item in this treasury. He can choose and take anything from the ancient dragon's treasures. Rodbrok proudly boasted about the variety and quantity of her treasures from all over the world. There were gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, weapons, everything imaginable, she had it. Whatever Theo chooses, will be an invaluable fortune beyond his wildest imagination. Rodbrok urged him to choose well and promised to deliver. How shall he? Curled into a cunning smile as the ancient dragon prompted him. Expressing his wish, Ragnar proudly proclaimed that he wanted to have Lodbrok. That answer was beyond her expectations. Teo's comment seems like a joke to the ancient dragon queen, who responds accordingly. However, she's done joking and wants the descendant of Ragnar to state his real choice. Firm in his words, Teo says he already told her what he wanted. First, the dragon stops and asks if he's really serious. Upon receiving confirmation, the dragon unleashes its threatening aura, making the ground beneath Teo tremble. Using the dragon's fear attack, the ancient dragon considers his words disrespectful and lashes out for overstepping his bounds. Feeling the weight of the fear attack, Teo does his best to stand his ground. The dragon's roar is so powerful it makes blood burst from every orifice on his face. In response, he counters the roar with the fear of a lesser drake. Of course, it's a useless attack in every way. Even Lodbrok thinks he's an idiot for challenging an ancient dragon's roar with an incompetent one. Determined, Teo shouts his request, reminding the guardian dragon that he was told he could select any treasure from her hoard. According to her own words, there was no condition preventing him from selecting the guardian dragon, Lodbrok, as his desired treasure. He may speak with confidence, but even Teo believes he's taking a huge risk, one he's willing to stake his life on for this beast. The guardian dragon Lodbrok founded the Ragnar clan with the help of the progenitor, Sigurd. Becoming her partner will mean Teo has proven himself as a true warrior of the Ragnar clan. To avoid the atrocities of the dark past, he is ready to sacrifice his life for this opportunity. Teo asks that the dragon guardian surrender as she promised in her own words. The warrior makes his plea in a pained voice. At that moment, the guardian dragon sees a shadow of the legendary Sigurd. Seeing his image behind Teo, Lodbrok roars and accepts his request. To Teo's surprise, seconds later, the dragon takes on a smaller, human form. Her piercing golden eyes stare at him intently. Lodbrok is impressed, so she decides to give him a chance. She stands before him in her majestic beauty, leaving him speechless for a few seconds. Lodbrok reminds him that she is over 2,000 years old, so there's no point in thinking about those kinds of ideas. Addressing the guardian dragon, Teo points to her chest. He's not talking about the assets you perverts are probably thinking of. He's referring to the hole that was the result of a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her heart and has been waiting for her death ever since. She only has 3 years left before she dies. That's why she can't leave her nest, which means she won't be able to help him directly. So she extends her offer again. She wants to know if he really is willing to choose her as his desired treasure. This simpleton smiles and confirms that he hasn't changed his mind and wants to select her as his desired reward. You know, guys, in other circumstances, this would sound terrible. The system confirms that the guardian dragon is his reward. Lodbrok sees it as a foolish choice, but believes it's just one of his qualities as the chosen one. The system granted him the title of partner of the guardian dragon and descendant of the clan's progenitor, promising he will become stronger in reach, greater heights, and Teo vows that he will obtain the rest of the primordial dragon Fafnir's relics. A unique bond is established between the guardian dragon and the warrior, as Teo promises to find something that can replace Lodbrok's heart. After all, among the relics of the almighty primordial dragon, he believes there has to be something miraculous to help her. He also levels up after gaining the experience points. As a result, Teo, she considers it most fitting to claim the title of the guardian dragon's partner. You all understand, right? She flashes a mischievous smile and expects to be well taken care of by her new partner. Yep, this is going on Santa's naughty list. Lodbrok reminds her that she can't leave the domain yet, so he'll have to find a solution on his own until she and Vern can for now. Besides, she has something for him, which appears to be an ancient book. Lodbrok explains that for a true soul to synchronize with it, it's necessary for him to read the artifact and awaken the gate of the mind. She figures he'll get it done in a month. She suggests he take his time while he checks the system, which informs him about the extra reward he received. It's a grimoire called Amon. Upon checking its properties, Teo is impressed to see it holds magical principles dating back to the beginning of time. It's a special book with knowledge about everything in the universe. Teo is happy to have this item, but his real concern is the duration she mentioned. He asks Lodbrok what she means by a month. The guardian dragon says it normally takes that long to awaken someone's mental gate, and asks if he has something more important occupying him. Teo is disappointed, saying he has to face the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which is happening as they speak. The problem is the exam only lasts for 15 days, meaning he has less than half a month to sort things out. That's why Teo wants to wait for the exam to end before starting. Staring at him intently, Lodbrok regrets to confess that while it's possible, she won't let that happen, since she doesn't want him to escape so soon. That's why she wants him to open the gate of the mind before the second stage ends. Until then, Lodbrok will make sure he stays right here. That's a chilling threat. The time left for the exam to end is 13 days, or about 300 hours, so he has to figure it out by then. Let's rewind a bit. It was 3 days before the second stage was set to begin, when Axian's uncle explained how the totems generated anti-demon safe zones. The cause is the demon summoning sphere inside the totem. It's a small sphere with amplified demonic energy, ensuring that other demons are repelled. By breaking the sphere, he shows what would happen. A demonic monster is released right after the sphere is broken, allowing a summoning to occur at any time or place. Several demons surround the man, demonstrating the usefulness of the summoning spheres. He crushes them with his dragon spirit, mentioning that the objective of the second stage of the exam is to eliminate demons and collect points. That's why Teo's only option is to hunt demons to earn points. Axian starts to understand his uncle's strategy, which involves using the marbles to lure Teo into a trap. Although that's part of the plan, his uncle reminds him it's not that simple. They're not going to kill the guy with a simple bait strategy because they need more clues about the relics from the Rose Palace. Since Axian has an irrational hatred for Tai Guy, he wants to torture Teo and force the information out of him. However, his uncle has to put him in his place with a simple yet provocative reminder. He and Teo don't have a huge difference in strength, which means he won't get things done the way he naively believes. At the same time, Teo's actions show compassion, which means his followers could be used against him. Axian's uncle suggests using the dropouts from the 4th training camp. He thinks it will be simpler to take them hostage and then get information from Teo about the artifact. Since it's not a direct force approach, Axian is angry but agrees anyway. Fast forward to their plan and Axian in the present. The Dark Leopard internalizes how Teo surprised everyone by staying hidden until the final moments of the exam. After all, there are only 12 hours left for the second stage to end. The Ragnar prodigy secured first place with an impressive 860 points. Still, he thinks it's a shame their plan failed like this. One of his men wonders if the council members got to him first, which seems to be the only reasonable explanation for his disappearance. Felix Ragnar is in 7th place and shares his observation. However, Axian replies, saying that his observation is now bordering on stupidity. He provokes Felix by reminding him why Lady Plum Blossom preferred Teo over him. He's furious and reacts sharply. Even though he's just trying to help him catch Teo, Felix is furious about his offensive comment, but Axian couldn't care less about his feelings. He stands up and offers a declaration with his sinister smile. If Teo doesn't want to come out, he'll force him. He has the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace under his command, and it's time to lead the charge and eliminate the failure from the 4th training camp. This psychopath plans to keep killing until Teo comes out. Ragnar, who is in 3rd place in the exam, listens to the conversation from his hiding spot. The scene shifts to a frost lizard demon being taken down by the warriors. They celebrate having defeated a creature. The Yellow Bell Camp thinks this is a monumental achievement. These guys barely have points for themselves, and with only 12 hours left until the exam ends, they're worried about Teo, especially since they prepared a lot of supplies. Maybe he's doing something more important. That's what one of them thinks. In the end, surviving is just the minimum requirement for the exam, even though the rankings don't matter. They wanted to see him lead and be the valedictorian again. Meanwhile, as they're chatting, a bastard runs them through with a charge. Orion Garner killed Sibby in cold blood, while his friends question the actions of the Scaled Dragon Society. They're scared, knowing that they're now the day's targets to eliminate Theo. These guys will suffer just for existing. At the same time, we return to the nest of gold and treasures of Lothbrok, the guardian dragon. He's very impressed by Theo's ability to open the door to his mind. In less than half a month, the system confirms that he understands magical principles. This is thanks to what he heard in his previous life before regressing. The key factor for learning the Grimoire Eamon is the quantity and quality of magical power. Since Theo shares a mana spring and the dragon heart, the tasks come naturally to him, and he learns twice as fast as the average person. As a result, a minor rank skill called Brood Synchronization also manifests. It allows him to read the minds of objects with psychokinetic magic. Lothbrok believes he has proven himself worthy as his partner. With that, he masters the basics, and the rest will be completed with practice. He also tells him that when the time is right, at a higher level, he will begin to hear his voice. Finally, He will gain the greatest benefit by being able to wield Lothbrok's power, giving him the same ability as the clan's progenitor. But before that happens, the guardian dragon needs to recover, since he only has 3 years left. However, an optimistic Theo is prepared to impress her with his achievements. Satisfied, she declares the completion of the Primordial Pact. Lothbrok offers him an emotional farewell and hopes to see him again soon. At last, we see this guy finally get out. It's good that he got the package. He still has no points and only 12 hours left. He feels like he's playing on a very high difficulty. Theo evaluates his options because if you hunt demons the usual way, it'll be impossible to get first place in 12 hours. The only sensible strategy is to steal bells from other candidates. Remembering how Axian got first place in his past life, he believes the same thing will happen now. He just has to take care of his rival, Ragnar, and take first place. Of course, that's easier said than done. Behind him, a figure emerges from the forest. They barely arrived, covered in wounds, and caught the hero's attention. This is Ragnar, and she's in bad shape, which makes our boy wonder if she was attacked by a strong demon. Still, he can't understand how Ray could be defeated by a demon. However, Theo quickly spots a sword cut on her body. Realizing a person was responsible for this, he worriedly asks what happened. Ray can't speak and points him west. Before she can say more, she faints in Theo's arms. With his ability to read the minds of objects, Theo discovers the memories of the sword's owner. He sees that Ray was spying on the group that was hunting Theo's companions. The failures from the 4th training camp. They were held and brutally beaten. The final decision was whether to kill them or not. Someone asked Orion why he brought 9 of these clowns when only 2 or 3 would have been enough for a hostage situation. Before these lunatics could end the lives of the innocent, Ray bravely stepped forward, confronting Axian, the Dark Panther. He reminded her that it was a personal matter, so he wouldn't interfere. Ray refused to let this madness slide and prepared to face Axian. Axian, disappointed that Ray had been influenced by Theo, gets ready to defeat her. The fight started chaotically with a heavy exchange of blows. But in the end, Ray suffered a brutal slash. In addition, the memories are blocked due to his low skill level. Hell, he's furious and confused about Axian's motive for capturing his allies, while Ray is surprised that he figured out the truth without her saying anything. He desperately begs for answers, and in her nearly dying state, she reveals that Axian's goal was always to capture Theo from the very beginning. However, since he couldn't find him, he decided to kidnap his friends instead. This hits Theo hard, and he's furious. He realizes that his enemies from his past life aren't willing to back down now either. However, this time, he's much more capable of facing them. Theo demands to know Axian's location, as well as his intentions. Speaking of which, one of Axian's henchmen reveals Theo's location at the North Cliff. This information surprises him, but his men are sure that he is contacted the Ragnars, which means they'll be coming soon. Overjoyed at the prospect of defeating him, Axian anticipates their arrival with a malicious smile. However, he's clearly reminded that it's not necessary to face Theo in a one-on-one duel. Their main objective is to gather clues about the relics. His men will take care of Theo. Meanwhile, they want him to activate the summoning spheres to create a distraction in the surrounding area. Axian is confident in this plan and says he will carry it out. Returning to Ray, she begs him not to go. After all, even supervisors from Central Intelligence are part of this plan to take him down. It's a task that's beyond his current strength. She warns him about the state of the exam, which is more like a slaughterhouse, a trap designed just to kill him. That's why going alone is the riskiest thing to do, and it's better to ask the examiners for help. Still, Theo believes there's no time. Although he's grateful for what she did, he can't ignore the condition his friends are in. That's why he's ready to go as soon as she gives him Axian's location. At this point, the girl thinks he's gone insane. The stakes are high, and death is certain if he goes. She suggests playing it safe this time. In response, Theo explodes, stating that he has no desire to lose his loved ones a second time. After all, they promised to get out of the second stage together. Ray brings up the fate of the Ragnars, reminding him that sacrifices are inevitable. He responds by showing his determination to face Axian's cruelty, because not even she could bear to just sit by and watch the terror unfold. The scene brings back memories of his original life, where everything he knew crumbled in flames, all because he was weak, in a clan meant to foster the strongest. Theo is sick of always losing people and being manipulated. He emphasizes that he doesn't want to relive the mistakes of his past. Driven by his rage and determination, Theo demands to know Axian's location. The scene shifts to Remington Narcio's side, who has just found the supplies abandoned by Civil and his friends. There's blood, which indicates something is wrong. He turns to face the two warriors in the distance. Hulkus Lanka, who is ranked 5th, and then Erica Lanka, ranked 4th. Finally, it's revealed that Remington Narcio follows Axian as the second-ranked individual. Returning to Theo's side, he fights a snow demon, dodging the first few attacks and ending the fight in a single move, prioritizing other urgent matters. Theo rushes towards Axian, hoping that some of his friends are still alive and well. He knows that Ed is manipulating Axian's feelings and ensuring that Theo is eliminated without much protest from the clan. The examiners from the Intelligence Bureau support Axian, which is the ultimate proof. Theo cuts down the creatures with his triple dragon's claw strike, thinking that the supervisors who are supposed to kill him will probably control Axian, so he doesn't lash out. Still, he prioritizes his speed, knowing how easy it is to provoke Axian and how impulsive he is in his actions. Launching himself for an aerial attack against the demon, Theo thinks he could easily manipulate this nature of his to his advantage. The sword pierces through the creature's head, releasing a pool of blood. Let's see how Ree is doing. She gathers her thoughts, remembering that Theo is still the same as he was when he was a child. Despite his injured state, she wants to help him this time. The hostages are being brutally beaten under the heel of Axian, who is prepared to kill them for making the slightest noise. The examiners remind him not to act alone to avoid unnecessary conflict. Axian stops his sword and waits. He knows that 4 high-ranking swordsmen from the examiners are going to silently assassinate Theo. His uncle believes Axian doesn't have enough strength to defeat Theo, which he finds frustrating to accept since he sees Theo as a mere insect. To everyone's surprise, the devil himself decided to show his face. Axian watches him, covered in blood like a lethal war machine. Theo is armed with his determined gaze, observing the injured state of his comrades around him. He looks at the scoundrels who caused such a scene, and then turns his gaze back to Axian, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Finally, his eyes fall upon the corpses of his friends, which makes him tighten his grip on his weapon. Axian draws his sword, ready to fight, but again, he is reminded to stand down. So he lets go of his weapon to continue with the negotiations. Axian asks Theo to simply reveal information about the artifacts if he wants to see his friends alive. Surprisingly, Ragnar asks if he's scared. It's a calculated approach on his part, as he planned to use Axian's nature against him. Theo arrogantly taunts him for being a coward and taking extreme measures to avoid a crushing defeat. Axian's blood boils, but the provocations continue. He says that Axian only surrounds himself with thugs to protect his name. Then there's the hostage game underway. For Theo, he believes it's just a desperate attempt to avoid losing, like a man unworthy of the title of the Four Hounds. Axian is now furious, which is exactly what Theo wants as he continues, goading him, challenging him to a duel like a true Ragnar would, unless he wants to back down like the coward. He is, as Theo says, this is the final push for Axian, who can no longer hold back. Theo sets the conditions for the fight. If he loses, he'll hand over the information and his life. But if he wins, he'll leave with his friends. The Black Leopard has lost himself in his madness and arrogantly reminds the Ragnar fool of his place in the clan. He laughs before looking at him with a murderous glare, mocking his understanding of the situation. The CBI tries to intervene. They know he's provoking Axian with his words. They urge him to stick to the plan. This guy isn't playing anymore. He accepts Theo's challenge and steps forward to face him, just as our boy wanted. The supervisors notice the situation is going the opposite of what was expected, ready to act on the plan if Axian is close to losing. The brutal warrior reminds his group not to intervene, respecting the tradition of honor in a Ragnar duel. He also doesn't want anyone to harm the hostages for the time being. Their fight begins with Theo delivering the first slash and surprising his opponent. With that settled, it's time to get serious, as both swordsmen clash on equal footing. Axian underestimates his opponent and launches powerful attacks. He wants to show Theo the difference in their strength with a celestial dragon's roar. This roaring attack even makes Theo fear for his life. In response, he prepares a charged slash of his own and responds with a triple dragon's claw, cutting through Axian's attack and surprising him immensely. In front of him is a confident man who defies his best attacks. Theo responds to the taunts and wonders if his opponent is even on his level to be lecturing him. Watching this confrontation unfold, Orion sweats from the aftermath of Theo's recent attack. At first, he doubted the warrior's abilities, but now he's even starting to believe in the fool's real strength. The situation seems tense, and suddenly Axian might lose the fight. Worried for his own life, Orion wonders if he should switch sides while there's still time. He also believes that Axian greatly underestimated his opponent. Finally, Orion decides not to betray Axian, as the damn examiners from the intelligence office are watching closely. He thinks they'll take Teo down anyway. Orion orders his men to scatter and look for the remaining examiners. They want to avoid getting caught in their battle. The story explores Axian's past, who was expected to take the throne of his clan at a young age. Both his mother and his uncle sought his success for their prosperity. The name Ragnar is just a facade, as in reality. They saw the boy as a Trojan. Axian can't help but praise his rival's performance. He lunges forward to take Teo down. However, his attack is blocked without surprise. With a confident smile, he's acting just as Teo wanted him to act, moving away from the fight and back to the council. They talk about Teo's resurgence and his encounter with Axian. His followers are happy that he's okay, while his critics are surprised that the scoundrels didn't eliminate him. Axian's uncle is happy that he survived. And although no one knows what he's planning, his plans could advance by extracting information from him. He's just waiting for the information to come out, and then he'll send the high-ranking swordsman to destroy Teo. Suddenly, they receive new information about the fight between Teo and Axian. As you can imagine, the guy's terrified because this goes against what he had planned. Returning to the fight, Teo uses his secret technique, the jester's footwork, giving him an advantage in mobility and evasion. Axian tries his best, brandishing his sword, but nothing connects. Through their exchange, he's realized just how much stronger Teo has become. Axian, with a serious look, comments that he's not as fast as he seemed, upon catching an opening in his movements. He quickly throws his sword, aiming for the boy's head. This technique surprises him, as it reminds him of a previous experience with a sword-throwing technique. While he was lost in thought before, Teo was wounded by a sharp sword that pierced his side. Axian says he might be using a secret technique, but his movements are still predictable and could easily indicate where he will appear next. Blood runs down the body of the sword, and it seems that Teo survived the attack by catching the blade with his bare hands. Now he has also confirmed the identity of the aggressor who took him down in his first life, Axian. He was one of the traitors who brought about the fall of the Ragnar clan, filled with hatred. Teo is satisfied to confirm he's the bastard who took him down before. The very day he died was the day he couldn't even find out who caused the fall of the Rose Palace. He had no strength and was running blindly, but it's only thanks to Random removing his mask that he could understand what was happening. Evelyn's investigation concluded Random's connection to the Camellia Palace. The rest was just a logical conclusion. The ones who led the attack were from the Troyban clan. Among these bastards, the only person who could use the rare sword-throwing technique was the cunning traitor, Axian, the one who betrayed Ragnar. He was so arrogant that he risked losing his weapon. At first, he only suspected it, but now the truth of the situation is right before his eyes. He grips the sword tightly, and in his fury, shatters it with his bare grip. Teo is eager to know what drives them to such extremes, what makes them want to kill him so badly. Seeing his display of physical strength, Axian is left speechless. Unfortunately for his enemies, Teo is not the same man from his previous life. This time, he's determined to prioritize his own life as well as his comrades. Teo releases the blade, aiming at Axian, who easily dodges it, belittling his aim and the poor imitation of the throwing technique. Suddenly, Axian feels a surge of rage and thirst for blood from his opponent, a killing intent so monstrous it draws a huge amount of mana. Axian's eyes widen as he realizes that Teo has been hiding his abilities. Our hero disappears in an instant and appears right below Axian for a devastating blow. The force of the attack sends Axian flying back. Now he's on the defensive against Teo's attacks, who even manages to graze his face with a precise cut. Smiling smugly at the impulsive warrior, Teo wonders when Axian will decide to use his full strength, taunting him. Even more surprisingly, Teo's arm is caught as Axian returns the favor, cutting his face. They're fighting on equal footing. Teo chooses to disappear before his eyes again and unleashes a slash so strong it sends Axian's sword flying. Now he's completely exposed, defenseless. Teo questions his rival before preparing his sword to run through his damned stomach. He's about to deliver the finishing blow, and not even Axian can dodge it at this distance. Let's focus on Remington's side. He observes that the blood trails are caused by a wounded body being dragged. The only person who comes to mind is Axian, although it makes no sense for him to act so recklessly, especially with first place already secured. Remington shrewdly deduces his plan to hunt down Teo. During the second stage of the exam, Hulkus is annoyed that he took such measures and chose a coward's path. Erica isn't surprised, saying that such things are to be expected in the clan's awakening ceremony. Remington knows this and says that's why he despises the way the Ragnars do things. They blindly rely on brute force and cross lines. Provoked, Erica warns him to watch his tongue. Remington is unfazed and focuses on saving his friends, just as Teo would. He wants their help and Hulk is completely on board. Erica, however, doesn't care and turns away. She only wanted to meet Teo, and he's nowhere to be found. She has no interest in saving weak men, which leads her brother to ask Remington if he's really that much of an idiot. He understands his interest in getting to know Teo and advises that helping him now will pay off. Long-term benefits. The three warriors set out to find the location of the hostage, Remington. They hope he's safe and sound until they arrive. However, they're stopped by a group of men. Warriors from the Scale Dragon Society are suddenly confronting them, which points to a betrayal. Orion is pissed that the white-haired brat left with Teo and is now with these brutes. Hulkus is offended, while Remington advises his friend to take the easy way out and stand aside. But this idiot is apparently looking for a fight, so he refuses to move. With no other choice, he unsheathes his sword. The three of them charge forward to defeat the Scale Dragon Society. The scene cuts to the hostages, one of whom has grabbed the broken blade that Teo threw. The purpose of the blade wasn't to attack Axian, but to land right next to the hostage. It's a chance to escape using the blade, his only option. The man moves his knees, trying to cut the rope, focusing back on the battle. It turns out Axian's life was saved at the last second by one of the highest-ranking swordsmen. They finally decided to show up after recognizing the situation. This man is Liam Troyban, and he's ready to accept punishment for intervening. Liam interrupts the duel and suggests his men take care of Axian. He begins his fierce attack on Teo, while the other examiners praise the young master for his combat skills. They even return his sword to him. Axian doesn't seem furious, just disappointed. Liam's ferocious slashes are giving our boy a tough time. Still, Teo responds well in a nearly even exchange. Liam launches an attack that Teo skillfully blocks. From this brief encounter, the high-ranking swordsman is impressed by his defenses against Axian. And yet, it's clear he's no match for Liam's skill with the sword. There are no supervisors nearby to watch the fight, which makes this the perfect opportunity to kill the swordsman prodigy. For the good of the Troyban clan, he performs an aerial attack to finish off Teo Ragnar in this single strike. Liam. It's an unexpected twist. It's not Teo who gets run through, but Liam. Suddenly, the one who stabs him is Axian, who wants to remind his men of the clear warning he gave at the beginning, not to interfere in the fight. Things take a sudden turn with Axian's betrayal of his own men. The swordsmen confront the young master for attacking blindly. Axian turns to them, enraged that they thought he would lose. He sees it as a mockery of his skills as the heir. Teo notices that Axian has gone crazy. He finally recognizes the man's skill as a Ragnar. His uncle fed the boy delusions of grandeur from a young age, pushing him to reach the top and take Ragnar's throne. Axian says that while Teo is strong, he's still weaker than him. He proclaims himself the man destined to be the strongest warrior and take the throne, so there's no way he'll lose here. In this fight, Axian is ready to cut down anyone who gets in his way, and he lunges forward to slash. But this sword slash doesn't reach Teo, who uses his speed to soar into the sky, surprises Axian with an attack that also connects. Liam is still alive, though badly injured, and orders his men to help Axian. They must eliminate Teo at all costs while they still can. However, the high-ranking swordsmen oppose this. Seeing how this led to Liam's downfall, Liam doesn't care and orders them to go, since they will all die if the young master doesn't make out of the fight. Axian is at a disadvantage, bewildered that he's now being overpowered. He remembers his uncle's words, who told him that the Ragnar clan is a realm of uncertain outcomes, where anything could change impossible odds. Axian is in denial, just steps away from defeat. He always looked down on him, calling him a worm, an insect, and even a fool who didn't know his place. But his uncle was right about the difference in their skills. Still believing in the delusions of his own strength, Axian lashes out. Though gravely injured, he's now blind in his advances as he shouts maniacal beliefs about his destiny. However, Teo thinks very little of such things. He believes his ambitions led to the demise of those he cherished. That's why if Axian is unwilling to yield, he will subdue him by force. Saying that, Teo channels his power, summoning a blue dragon one last time. He roars, triple dragon claw, declaring that it will be strong enough to defeat anyone in his path. His attack cuts cleanly through Axian. We see his body being torn apart as the smoke clears. A corpse falls to the ground, its head severed from its body. Axian's head falls from the air and is smashed to a pulp. Blood drips, but there's nothing left to be done. The winner of this long fight is Ragnar. He stood firm after achieving his long-awaited revenge. Liam, completely stunned, watches the decapitated young master. A truly fitting death for an arrogant man who knew his inevitable fate. If news of this failure were to reach the Sky Dragon, Liam urged his men to kill Teo in retaliation. As high-ranking swordsmen, the protectors, Troyban, snapped out of their daze and charged. Teo stood his ground. A satisfied, ironic smile appeared on his face. He's in serious trouble. Even in peak condition, surviving a coordinated attack from 4 senior examiners would be highly unlikely. In his current state, it's even more hopeless. His stamina was at its limit and his mana was depleted after defeating Axian. All he could do was buy a little more time with what little he had left. According to his calculations, help should be arriving soon. The examiners finally closed in for one last attempt to avenge the young master. Fortunately, the brave Remington Narcio and the Lean brothers joined in, arriving just in time. They surrounded Teo, forming a strong defensive wall against the examiners. For Remington, it's only natural for comrades to support each other in times of need. Teo looked at the reliable Silver Lion and felt a sense of relief. Erica Lanka shot Teo a glance, pleased that the rising star she'd heard so much about was handsome. Hulkus Lanka, on the other hand, was happy to see someone capable of defeating Axian and standing up to strong swordsmen. Encouraged by the arrival of the civil cavalry, Dreyer stood up to offer his sword and help his young master, Remington. He turned his sword against the corrupt proctors and listed their crimes. He would gladly deliver judgment upon these wretches for directly interfering with a sacred tradition. Now that things have gotten more complicated, and with more witnesses to their misdeeds, the proctors turned to Liam Troyban for the next step. Realistically, they're doomed no matter which path they take. They didn't even manage to discover anything about the artifacts from the Rose Palace. That was their main objective. They failed to remove the biggest thorn in their side, and Teo and the young master died under their watch. With so many witnesses and traces of their mistake, it's basically a lost game. Still, the examiners believe that their lord, Liam, would find a way out of this desperate situation. When things get too complicated, that it's best to take the simplest path. Kill them all, Liam says. He still has the marbles in his back pocket. They could cover it up by faking an abnormal outbreak, leading to the extermination of all the candidates there, disguising their failed plan. Out of torture and murder as a freak accident. It would erase any trace of the Troyban family's involvement. Out of desperation, Liam dropped grade 25 monster marbles on the ground. If they prepared the site properly, they could pull it off, even in the face of imminent destruction. The proctors decided to prioritize the family's interests. Before the marbles could take their true forms, Liam felt a pain in his stomach. For the second time that night, the poor guy was attacked from behind. This time, the man holding the sword was the supervisor of the White Dragon clan, Selford Gardner, alongside another supervisor, Aaron Bacuse. In addition to the White Dragons, the Plum Blossom Palace and the Narcissus Palace also arrived with 2 supervisors, Natasha Koppel and Sally Gardner, respectively. Liam, the cunning son of a bitch, finally fell to the cold, hard ground. Supervisor Selford urged the remaining traitors to drop their weapons unless they wanted to die on the spot. The Troyban examiners were caught between a rock and a hard place. Behind them, the promising young talent, Ragnar, and in front, battle-tested veterans. When Teo saw that they were safe, the last embers of his strength faded away. Cushioning his fall was the woman who had warned him not to go just a few minutes ago, Ragnar. Before passing out, he thanked her for the warning. As the criminals were taken into custody, Remington dropped his heroic act and ran to his comrade in concern. The Blanca siblings intervened. Erica, want to make sure Thor remembered her, and Hulk just wanted to schedule another duel. Pushing them aside, the other 4 guys from the training camp swarmed in to express their sincere gratitude to the young master. They all cried their hearts out as they heard and felt the care and concern from their people. Ragnar smiled. This is the kind of strength he had wished for. King of all, he understood its true essence. As the last embers of his consciousness faded, Teo asked for some bells. Just enough to get first place would be fine. Shortly after the arrest of the traitorous proctors, news reached the Ragnar headquarters. Troyban couldn't believe what the messenger was saying. The round table of Ragnar's bigwigs fell silent as the messenger repeated the report, the death of Axian. Ragnar, disbelief washed over the entire room upon hearing that his nephew died in a test where he had planned the murder of another rookie. It almost made the Sky Dragon collapse as the uncle struggled not to go insane. The announcement for the second round of the blooming ceremony began. Gathered at the start, the survivors of the ordeal looked visibly exhausted. Stepping forward and capturing everyone's attention, an old man praised everyone for their hard work. Announcing the official conclusion of the ceremony was one of the 9 dragons, the Zenith Dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. The whole family knew who the Zenith Dragon was, so the new generation was starstruck. The old man rarely shows himself at formal events. Reviewing the results, old Pharaoh announced that 45 out of 87 candidates passed. It may not seem like much, but the success rate is above average this year. This indicates that this year's talent might be the best batch ever. Moreover, in such a competitive group, the candidate with the highest score stood out like never before. Can you guess who the top scorer is? Everyone was informed that passing the second round would result in an automatic promotion from apprentice to entry level. At this stage, those who pass can hold their heads high. They're now ready to become Ragnar inspectors in one of the various factions. To add to the excitement, Dragon Zenith announced the scores. In first place, as expected, was Theo Ragnar with 1,121 points. Who would have thought the kid with 0 points until the very end would come out on top? Of course, considering he led Axian, it makes sense. In second place was Remington Natio with 926 points. Eric Alangi came in third with 843 points. Ray Ragnar was fourth with 789 points, and Hulk secured fifth place, the old man announced. The results went down to the 45th place cutoff. These exceptional candidates have practically secured prestigious jobs. But the blossoming ceremony isn't over yet. There's a third round that only the very best would qualify for. When those who gathered enough bells for the secret ceremony were asked to raise their hands, the usual suspects proudly responded. Only the top 4. They were strong enough to enter the final test, that hidden part of the ceremony. It includes the quality breathing method. By collecting enough bells, one can learn from the inscriptions inside. It might seem simple, but gaining knowledge, reading, and understanding the inscriptions requires great insight. Those who master this knowledge can add their visions to their arsenal, qualifying them for one last evaluation. In his past life, Theo was lucky and got 1 bell. But he didn't understand any of the hidden message. Now he has. Breeding synchronization, a skill that lets him see the thoughts of things. It allowed him to see the essence of the words, encrypted as images and experiences in his mind. He saw scenes of ancient heroes and warriors perfecting their craft, infusing Theo with a deep and rapid understanding of the hidden truth. Normally, it's rare to see anyone qualify for the final test. However, they have for this year. As far as Theo remembered, Ray and Remington weren't supposed to understand the quality breathing method tonight. Perhaps his actions affected their progress as well. With the frozen ground opened up, the old blacksmith invited the top 4 to show him what they've got. As per the count, Theo Ragnar stepped onto the stage. With Axian gone, many things will change quickly. Instead of fearing the future, Theo felt calm and centered. He now has the tools to create a better future. Walking to the center of the clearing, sparks crackled at his feet. The sparks intensified, becoming thunder. After checking many bells, he attuned to his natural attribute. To demonstrate his understanding, he entered the first stage, giving his mana the attribute of thunder. The second stage of understanding involves expression, manifesting the mana into thunder. Seeing their boss like the god of thunder, the guys from the training camp were thrilled. Normally, outstanding candidates might stop here and be called geniuses, but Theo Ragnar is different. They haven't even invented a word yet that can encompass his talent. Using the dragon's heart beating in his chest, he demonstrated the third level, complete and absolute control. In the crowd, Erica Lange was watching the strongest man of her generation, while her brother looked like a kid watching Dragon Ball. Even Dragon Zenith admitted he never expected such a high level of understanding in such a short time. Everyone thought this would be the end of it. Control. That is pretty much the limit for most prodigies at this stage. But not Theo Ragnar. He wants all the attention for himself. After showing his perfect control, his thunderous mana leveled up. The entire field lit up with a golden light, as if a super scion was about to be unleashed. He snapped his eyes open and quickly drew his sword. As lightning crackled, he swung the blade and launched a bolt of lightning in the shape of a blade. Theo finally has a ranged attack. The attack seemingly took on a life of its own, manifesting the image of a voracious thunder dragon. Of the 5 stages of understanding, this is the 4th level, expansion. This time, the other candidates couldn't say a thing. Their jaws were wide open in amazement. Theo Ragnar aimed his new technique at the old blacksmith. Of course, the old man just laughed, amused. He was happy to see a generational talent at this level of expansion. Before the dragon, of thunder could reach him, the old man calmly raised his hand, summoning dewdrops from thin air. Those model. The drops compressed to their limit, blocking the thunder dragon. The Zenith dragon wasn't. offended that a candidate dared to challenge him. He was happy to find such an interesting gem in this year's ceremony. The audience couldn't believe it. Is that guy really their cheerful and more lively companion? Old. Ferruccio gave Teo 1,000 extra points for his bold display of mastery. Teo had already considered the old man's preference for truly exceptional candidates when he performed his latest feat after the demonstration. Teo reached 2,121 points. 1,000 points is something truly unattainable for the others, and this guy basically doubled it. Teo's performance was compared only to the infamous Lord Thorkel. With his spirits lifted by Teo's audacity, the Zenith Dragon invited the remaining 3 to come up on stage. Remington Narcio, attuned to the water element, reached the 3rd stage of comprehension control, earning 500 additional points. Ragnar reached the 2nd stage, expression, with another 300 points. His cold attitude goes perfectly with his ice attribute. Erika Lanka also reached the expression level, earning 300 points. With her fiery attitude, she masters the fire attribute. The old man was very pleased with this year's talent. Usually, surpassing 1,000 points would put you at the top. In other words, there are 4 candidates in this group who would have been the top contenders in any other year. Of course, the gap between 1st and 2nd place was enormous. Teo Ragnar can't be compared to ordinary geniuses, with the exception of the 3rd-round candidates. Everyone was dismissed to prepare for next week's nomination ceremony. The top 4 stayed behind to be briefed on the next step of their journey. From the top of the snowy mountain, an overwhelming killing intent covered the region. The top 4 almost fell to their knees from the hostile pressure weighing down on them. With a serious expression, the Zenith Dragon officially began the next stage of their lives. With all the information he has about the future, Teo had never heard anything like this before. To add to his confusion, he felt a familiar power at the top of the mountain. The force trying to wear them down was Lord Brock's energy. The last part of the blossoming ceremony is a secret that only a select few get to experience. A face-to-face with the head of the family himself. No one knows what happens in this meeting. It all depends on the patriarch's whim. In this meeting, a candidate can be chosen to fight for the throne. Now, the top 5 candidates to be the next head of the family were participating in the final test of the ceremony. Being chosen to fight for the head of the family shows a strong candidate. This means that Kyle Ragnar is waiting for this year's top contenders at the top of the mountain. Still, that doesn't explain how Teo felt Lord Brock's energy from so high up. Then, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the man who took the ancient dragon's heart was his father? Old. Ferruccio gave the signal for the top 4 to ascend, overcome their fear, and meet the Lord. But that's easier said than done when they couldn't even move forward. To help his companions, Teo suggested they forget about resisting the pressure with brute force, and instead just match the pressure's wavelength using mana. Remington quickly caught on to the idea. It'll be difficult, but creating an opposing wave to neutralize the pressure could work in theory. This test is a way to weed out those who don't have good control over their magical power. Erika was listening from the sidelines, confused about what the brainiac was saying. Remington enthusiastically explained the vibrational properties of mana. Erika just stared at him as if he were speaking an alien language. Basically, you just have to project mana with properties opposite to the pressure. Erika scolded Remington for using complicated terms when the solution was so simple. While the others were arguing, Teo, with his eyes closed, was already close to developing his countermeasure. A few seconds later, he exhibited a dense, rich aura and steadily neutralized the pressure that was keeping him from moving a muscle. When they asked how he solved the puzzle so quickly, he replied confidently that it was to be expected from the future head of the clan. His fellow candidates were shocked by his bold words, while the Zenith Dragon remained stoic. Leaving his companions behind, Teo ran straight into the snowy forest. Old. Ferruccio warned the others to hurry, as the points for this stage would be given based on the order of arrival at the summit. Those words certainly lit a fire under them. As the last one left the starting point, the dragon, Zenith grew thoughtful, chuckling to himself in his old age. Never before had he wanted so badly to make a young man his disciple. Back at the palace, Camellia, a certain elf, burst through the door with a booming laugh, eagerly looking for her daughter. The demon artisan Curson kicks open every door in the palace looking for Cecilia. The maid's reaction suggests she's been visiting the palace daily ever since the young Master Theo became a star in the family. Interrupting a crucial meeting, Curson opened the right door and celebrated upon seeing her daughter. Again, Cecilia warned her mother to maintain decorum in the palace. Curson doesn't care for unnecessary displays of courtesy. After all, she's about to become obscenely rich. She's already rich by all standards, but soon her coffers will be filled with treasure. I must remind you, she's also called the elf of capitalism incarnate ever since Theo became a star. Orders haven't stopped pouring into her workshop. Her business has finally reached mainstream popularity. Of course, Cecilia is happy for her mother. Moreover, she always thought her son would stand out. That's what she wanted before. But seeing her little one in dangerous situations, a mother couldn't help but worry. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and attention? Cecilia feels useless while doing nothing, unable to contain her frustration. She resorted to the only thing she could do for her son, making sure her son always looks impeccable. Meanwhile, Kirsten chats about her plans to expand her business. Besides weapons, her workshop will soon manufacture and sell accessories too. The profits from that expansion could multiply her income tenfold. As Cecilia thought about how to help her son more, she went to her mother with a proposal, an order for a special prosthetic arm. At the top of the snowy mountain, Ragnar laughs upon hearing his son's bold declaration of wanting the throne. The chief spoke to a little blackbird, assuring it that he's not the type of father to stand in the way of his son's dreams. Besides, it's important to curb youthful ambition. He was also like Theo in his youth. The peak of the mountain is filled with ownerless swords. The sword graveyard demonstrates that firm ambition. Ragnar only desires his family's prosperity. To achieve it, he's willing to take care of any obstacle. With a graveyard that stretches as far as the eye can see, what's one more victim? For some reason, the blackbird was worried about this year's contenders. Ragnar quickly said that his sword doesn't recognize blood ties when the bigger picture is at stake. He knows full well that his damn son is a regressor. That's right, the plot thickens. Finally, the time came for father and son to meet at the summit. Ragnar observed Theo's disheveled state. His smile vanished quickly. The air of the jovial, carefree father vanished. Now he looked like the guardian of death himself, surrounded by the swords of his fallen enemies. It took Theo 4 hours. To climb a steep mountain when it would normally take him only one. He was greatly hindered by that suffocating pressure. Called out to his son and asked if he knew what the sword graveyard means. Most Ragnar children have been told the legend of their father and the myth of this final place. This place that represents what it is to be head of the Ragnar clan. It's a position where the leader bears the heavy burden of endless threats and challenges with no one to rely on. The position follows the law of the strongest. A clan head must rise above all mortals. When asked if he has what it takes to assume such a position, Theo answered with a resounding and confident yes. His father warned him not to answer so definitively, so lightly. On Kyle's path to the top, he had to send thousands of souls to the afterlife. Not everyone can carry so much resentment here. Kyle remembers his bloody path of war. He still hears the curses of his victims and the threats of revenge from beyond the land of the living. Still, Theo's determination remains firm. The boy knows what he wants. His reason dates back to his past life and his thirst for revenge. If he manages to take the throne, he can end the damned bloodshed in the clan. Fulfilling that mission is his top priority. Of course, he can't give that answer to his father. So, in Ragnar style, he decided to answer the question with his sword. Ragnar smiled. His son knows what to say in situations like this. Given that he chose to answer with his sword, he will no longer be treated as a son, but as a challenger. Kyle is also eager to see what this brat learned from someone special. Theo was sure his father was talking about Lodbrok. This confirmed his suspicion that Ragnar took the old dragon's heart. He got on the defensive, but it was too late. It only took his father an instant to cut him in two. By the time he realized it, he could no longer feel the lower half of his body. Ragnar felt death approaching to claim him once again. Cut down like a piece of meat, he was losing control of his life. Ragnar wasn't playing around. This is one of his terrifying techniques, the heart sword. After striking down his son, the patriarch looked at the worried blackbird. He assured the feathered avatar that there was no need to worry about the young prodigy. Only those with a firm will and determination can break free from his heart sword. It's a cruel challenge for a novice in the awakening ceremony, but if Theo has what it takes, he should be able to return. But if he shows a weak resolve, it would be better for him to die here as a body with a lost soul. The patriarch doesn't need a regressor who might harm the clan. Theo's soul was pulled into an endless void between life and death. He felt the familiar sensation of death, wearing away his essence to nothing. He quickly accepted the cause of his death. Not just anyone survives an attack from a demigod. Theo thought about his achievements in this life, and tried to convince himself that he did everything he could. He stole the Camellia Palace from the Trojans, killed Rindon, and that rabid dog, Axian, the ones who cut his previous life short. Everything else, Aside from that, would just be a stroke of luck. Compared to his first time, he lived a happier, albeit shorter, life this time around. Maybe it would be okay to let go and rest in peace forever. As his will weakened, accepting his premature death, the last part of his soul evaporated like a dewdrop. Before the final drops of his being were erased from existence, the griffin within his sword intervened. The giant bird forced its way into the infinite void to scold its master. If the kid was going to give up that easily, the griffin would be furious, hearing the sarcastic voice speaking to him with disdain. Teo's soul was rekindled. That spark and the bird's words were enough to awaken him from his defeatist mindset. This would not be Teo Ragnar's final resting place. His soul regained its original form, drawing on his indomitable will. He had already given up once in his previous life. He couldn't let his story end so soon. After rebuilding his soul, Teo went a step further, creating a sword capable of cutting through the endless void. Teo remembered his solemn promise. His body, mind, and soul might break, but Teo Ragnar will not surrender in that void. He brandished his sword with a desperate refusal to pass on. His pure slash was sharp and strong enough to sever the possibility of fading into non-existence. The illusion of death shattered, letting in the light of life that bathed his soul. Teo opened his eyes and was back on the mountaintop. He had successfully cut through the effects of the heart sword's jinjitsu. Thanks to the griffin residing in his sword, he avoided becoming an empty, soulless vessel. Kyle. Ragnar stood before him with a sharp gaze. The ruthless demigod sneered and gave his son a passing grade. It was a life-or-death situation, and Teo won. A week passed quickly after the final round of the blooming ceremony. Today is nomination day at the clan headquarters. The Blanca siblings were there, waiting for their names to be called. Jalkos doesn't like being in such a crowded place, and Erica laughed at him, calling him a big, anxious baby. Well, you can't blame him. After all, the commanders of each unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan leader, and the current patriarch are all here. Erica told her brother to stop looking so scared, or no one would pick him for a faction. Besides, he didn't even manage to achieve elemental breathing after collecting so many bells. Hulkus is still upset about that. Plus, his sister won't talk about what she received from the clan head when she reached the mountaintop. The brutes said that. Teo would be a cool guy, and would have already shared the secret if he had asked. Olenka's life is dedicated to being the sword of Ragnar. That being the case, Hulkus has already pledged himself to the coolest and strongest man in their group. The man who has power, character, and ambition. Holy smokes, Hulkus is determined to bet his life on the young master, even though he's never actually spoken to him. He thought he could join Teo's camp directly by cleverly getting into the same unit as him. This is only possible because, for some unknown reason, the patriarch isn't taking Teo to the clan head's mansion. That means people like Hulkus and other admirers should be able to follow their idol into whichever faction he chooses. The roar of the sand and the crowd filled the air as the ceremonial drum was struck, signaling the start of the nominations. Without further ado, the top student of the graduating class, Teo Ragnar, was called to receive his honors. The crowd was filled with civilians and swordsmen alike, all of them cheering for someone who was once the target of the worst insults. Teo soaked it all in, smiling in front of Ragnar's high-ranking officials in the crowd. Evelyn Arrival was silently cheering for the young master she helped raise. If it were up to her, she'd want to see the young man join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Of course, that would just be his selfish dream. As the top of his class, he has proven his ability to excel in every category, surpassing each and every one of his peers. Just as he was about to be urged to choose a faction, an unexpected figure rose from the row of the 9 dragons. Ed Troyben, the Sky Dragon and head of the Central Intelligence Bureau, captured everyone's attention without a word. Tensions rose. Everyone thought the madman might try to avenge his nephew. Of course, that would be a foolish move considering the other big shots present. The announcer backed away and asked the Sky Dragon to be seated. Teo thought that this man was probably still in shock over Axian's death, but he didn't feel very threatened considering where he was. To everyone's surprise, Ed Troyben flashed a bright, fake smile and invited the young man to the Central Intelligence Bureau as the new deputy director. Teo killed the man's nephew and gets a job offer as a reward. Being the top student in the Ragnar clan holds a special meaning. Teo used to be in the lowest position on the succession ladder. Now, he had finally broken out of his shell to rise up and fly. The news of his achievements spread quickly through the clan. Everyone was talking about how he killed Axian and stood up to an examiner. His story of starting from the bottom and rising to the top resonated in the hearts of many trainees. Now, more people look up to him than before. The public's perception changed quickly. From disdain to admiration, the idiot of Ragnar no longer exists. In his place, there is a generational genius with monstrous potential standing on the stage. The system chimed in. The third scenario's mission was complete. As a reward, he received an ether core. Teo was pleasantly surprised. It had been so long since he'd heard from the system that he'd forgotten his mission. Given how long it took to complete, this ether core should be something really good. He couldn't even enjoy his reward without some hypocrite offering him a deputy director position in one of the family's most important factions. Observing it Troiban, he discerned that this hypocrite intends to take him under his wing to use him as a pawn in order to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon's relics. He already knew, but it's nice to have confirmation. The Sky Dragon probably suspects he already has one of the relics. Unfortunately for Ed, Teo would never bow down to a Troiban. His mission is to destroy that damned family with his own hands. The demon dragon, Julius, immediately protested Ed's barely disguised coercion. Julius didn't hesitate to accuse the snake of plotting his revenge. The Sky Dragon dismissed the accusations with a mocking laugh. He admitted he holds some personal resentment, but as the central director, he only wishes to recruit the best man for the job. Julius clicked his tongue. Ed Troiban is a slippery bastard. He's still focused on fulfilling his ulterior motives. The announcer interrupted the discussion before it could get any worse and asked the 9 dragons not to speak out of turn and to let the proceedings formally begin. When asked if he already has a faction in mind, Teo said he hasn't chosen yet. For now, he wants to hear what the various factions have to offer. He wants to start a bidding war for his services. The first to bite was the Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar Plunus, director of the Plum Blossom Palace. She vowed to take Teo as her direct disciple and young lord. The Plum Blossom Lady has no children, so being her disciple and young lord is a direct path to a valuable legacy. In essence, she's offering to accept Teo as her adopted son and successor to the title of Sword Dragon. 2 of the 9 dragons had made their offer, as expected for someone as coveted as Teo. With such lucrative proposals, most of the commanders and directors won't be able to compete. Despite the intense bidding war, another prominent figure wanted to join the fray. He made a flashy and thunderous entrance, like a bird descending from the sky, covered and masked with bandages. Robert Ragnar, leader of Black Snow and known as the Black Dragon, joined the bidding for Teo. The audience was shocked. Many had never seen this man appear in public before, but he had been observing the awakening ceremony from the start. Robert admitted that Kyle was right and that the boy was very interesting. If he agrees to join Black Snow, the Black Dragon will give him the rank of Null Snow. As a covert intelligence agency, the agents of Black Snow operate in the shadows. The exception are the Null Snows, the highest-ranking officers in the faction. They're allowed to have a public persona to gain fame and honor. In Teo's past life, there were only 8 in the faction. He had strived so hard to reach that rank, but it was almost out of his grasp. However, now it was being offered to him right from the start. Stealing the spotlight from the Black Dragon, the old Zenith Dragon intervened. Ragnar made a huge impression in the 3rd stage, which is why I wanted to say that the Zenith Academy would be happy to welcome the most promising talent the family has had in years. That makes 4 of the 9 dragons who have put their offers on the table. Of course, the Demon Dragon, Julius Ragnar, Commander-in-Chief of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, would also try to recruit Theo. Despite the tempting offers, Julius remained true to his principles and didn't give Theo any special treatment. His troops told him it was no time to cling to principles. Evelyn already expected this from Julius. Honor comes from proving oneself. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry lives and dies by that philosophy. Julius wants to be fair to the other recruits, but proudly guaranteed that Theo would receive full support for proper development and the pride of being a dragon. Theo understood the commander. In fact, he respected him, just as he was about to decide. A seductive, soft-lipped voice echoed in his mind. The former head of the clan, Hilda Ragnar. She asked him if he was a regressor. Judging by her tone, she already knew for sure. He was trying to maintain his composure. He responded telepathically, feigning ignorance. Hilda praised Theo's flawless acting skills, curious about what kind of life he had led in his previous cycle. Hearing about a cycle, Theo understood that regression might not be just a simple repetition as he faced an existential crisis. The others in the arena awaited his decision. He asked for more time to gather his thoughts. Hilda smiled at his confused expression and assured him that there was no need to hide anymore. After all, she is also a regressor like him, but the cycles she was allowed to repeat have already run out. This grandmother of his, who despite her age is still stunning, is basically admitting she's been through the regression cycle multiple times. This is too much information to process at once. Perhaps it would be better to ask Hilda for a clearer explanation. When he asked about the meaning of the cycles, Hilda was surprised that he didn't know something so basic. That son of hers, Kyle, didn't tell the poor boy anything. Of course, it's not surprising, considering Kyle hates regressors. It's rare that he let one live, even if the boy shares his blood. Perhaps that's why Theo faced such a brutal challenge at the top of the mountain. Hilda was pleased to see the boy's thirst for answers, but there was no time to go over everything now. If he wants to learn the secrets of the Ragnar clan and the world, he'd better find his grandmother later and finish this chat during the final round of the awakening ceremony. His father only gave him the ruthless heart sword. Now he knows he must be more cautious with Kyle Ragnar, given his hatred for regressors. Perhaps the patriarch took Lord Brock's heart because of the old dragon's welcoming attitude towards regressors. For a human to defeat such a powerful life form seems impossible. But his father is hailed as a demigod for a reason. Kyle Ragnar is always in demon mode. To uncover the secrets of regression, he must have a long and difficult conversation with his grandmother. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar finally decided which faction to join. He proudly announced his decision with firmness. We won't reveal our boy's choice just yet. Remington Narcio, the runner-up of this group, chose the Zenith Academy and became a disciple of the Zenith Dragon. It was a perfect match, as they both used the water stream breathing technique. In Theo's past life, Remington returned to the Narcio clan and grew up alone. Eventually, he would start a bloody rebellion against the Ragnar clan. Having a silver lion as an enemy never ends well. But this time, he chose not to leave the clan, a change brought about by Theo's influence. It's a temporary farewell for the rivals. For now, they will continue to improve themselves in different factions, with the promise to meet again when they are stronger. In a short time, they have become brothers in arms, as expected. Theo Ragnar returned to the Daffodil Palace, where his mother, the Ice Dragon, is the queen. There is no more fitting place for that lady. As expected, Sybil and the other misfits from training camp wanted to follow their young master, but their scores weren't enough to get into the faction he wanted. It was sad to part with friends, but it's a necessary change. Theo looks forward to seeing his new friends spread their wings on their own paths. After everyone said their goodbyes, the Lankes brothers approached Theo. Hulkus tried to pretend. It was a coincidence that they ended up in the same faction as Theo. Sure, he greeted them kindly and thanked them for their help in the second stage ceremony. Erica will remember that debt in the future. She likes strong guys, just like her sturdy brother. No, Didi is supervisor. Warn the new recruits to pay attention. The commander is coming, you know. Theo would choose the most honorable unit in Ragnar, the perfect place to boost your career and lead your campaign as the next clan chief. The Dragon Cavalry of white armor was led by the fierce demon dragon. Talking to Grandma, Hilda can wait. Now it's time to make their declarations as new recruits. Hulkus Slanka proclaimed loudly that he wants to be a great dragon. Some wished for fame, to be known by all. Erica wanted to be the strongest of her generation. That would be complicated. A lone child wanted to be recognized by the commander, which earned him some weird looks. Finally, it's the Golden Boy's turn to shout his declaration for the future, to prepare for the Great War. That will arrive in 5 years. He swore to be the commander of the white-armored Dragon Cavalry. To say that in front of the current commander requires a lot of courage. Julius didn't take the direct challenge to his position as an insult. In fact, he likes to hear the big dreams of the new recruits. Whatever the reason these young people have chosen the cavalry, they must remember one thing: every drop of blood and sweat they shed. Serving this unit will be immortalized in legends. Today's effort will be tomorrow's pride. The shield of the cavalry is firm. The swords will not yield. From now on, they are united by a creed and must always support each other. At the end of the road, forged in blood and sweat, a sweet glory awaits them. With that said, the demon dragon congratulated his rookies. To show power, his great mount made a shocking entrance. The commander's partner is a dragon, flyer named Gullah. This big boy symbolizes the dragons. After the arrival of Gullah, the draconic group covered the sun with their wings. Mounted on their backs were the veterans of the cavalry. The rookies receive their personal instructors for the day. The admission test is about to begin. This means the new recruits will look for their own partners. The spectacle and the sight of the dragons flying in formation was incredible. Every child of the clan, Ragnar, dreamed of having their flying dragon partner. Once again, the person in charge of Theo was Evelyn. He was surprised to see her outside of Training Ground 4 and back in the cavalry service. Curious, he asked if she had returned to service. She replied happily that she is taking up the mantle again with a new arm. prosthetic made by the demon craftsman, Evelyn can finally return to what she loves most. A few days ago, Mama Cecilia and Curson visited Evelyn to thank her. She was teaching the boys from a training ground when it happened. As always, Evelyn deflected the praise and thanks, attributing Theo's success to the young master's natural talent. Even so, Cecilia believes that Evelyn's recognition and support were key to her son's success. Knowing that Theo has someone very reliable in his life, Cecilia wanted to show her gratitude in some way. Evelyn continued to speak modestly of herself. Cecilia doesn't like that. Curson mentioned that the lights that guide in the darkness often don't know how bright they are. The elf saw it in this one-armed swordswoman, and wishes to help Evelyn stand out more in the world. Returning to the present, her life as an elite dragon rider for the cavalry has been revitalized. Cecilia gave the credit to Theo, telling Evelyn that her son asked for this great favor. Thanks to that, Evelyn can hold the reins of her beloved dragon again. Theo didn't know this was happening behind the scenes. Without him knowing, his mother is the best at returning this life-changing favor. Evelyn's arrival promised to be the young master's faithful sword. He accepted her vow as they flew. They were headed to the dangerous nest of the armored white dragon knights. The white dragon's nest isn't suitable for human settlement. Although its name is deceiving, it's home to flying wyverns. This is where the knights conduct their admission test. Failing to find a suitable partner would lead to failure in joining the knights, but failures are rare. Theo wasn't too worried about it, but he was a little concerned about the brutal Lancus brothers. Evelyn said that choosing a partner is based on vibes and a sixth sense. You know it when you see it. Their first observation point was the grounds of the Optrex, a large brown-scaled wyvern. It's a tyrannical predator. Then there was the lair of the poison aviary. With serpentine bodies, they can spray a violet poison mist and use their stingers as lethal weapons. There's also the Sigua leaf dragon. They're classified as docile herbivores that usually prefer to dig and nest underground. They rely on ambushing their enemies. In the skies are the speed dragons. They're small, fast, and intelligent velociraptors. They hunt in packs and breathe fire from their mouths. The Knights Wyverns are divided into 4 main groups. Unfortunately, Theo didn't get along with any of them. Remembering his first life, an infamous wyvern came to mind. 6 years after the start of the Great War, a massive, mutated wyvern would attack the White Dragon's nest. It would kill hundreds of mounts of the armored White Dragon Knights. They called it the malignant Shadow Dragon. That day 8 villages were left in ashes, and dozens of warriors fell, caught by surprise. The Ragnar clan would classify the Shadow Dragon as a Class 2 calamity, an evil demon. In the end, it was necessary to deploy the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon together to defeat the vile creature. It earned its name by hiding in the shadows. This is how you train your dragon with blood. Theo would love to pair up with that anomaly. As far as he remembered, the beast was characterized by something obvious, because after flying for a while, fortunately, he noticed a clear difference. While the rookies are struggling to find a partner, the commander is relaxing on the deadly cliffs with Gaia. Breaking his peace, the Sword Dragon invaded his territory today. He doesn't mind the interruptions. He just secured the clan's most talented prospect. An unexpected dragon has fallen into his hands. Well, that's exactly what brings OSA here. She knows that Commander Julius plans to establish Theo as a pillar of the Knights soon. Of course, he avoided denying or confirming what OSA said. Talking too much is the downfall of many. The Sword Dragon. Notice this man sees a bigger picture than she thought, even though he hasn't said anything incriminating. Well, OSA didn't come to cause trouble. She just wanted to make a proposal for the Golden Boy's sake. Julius was brief. He already has Theo in his faction. Switching to the Plum Blossom Palace is not an option. What proposal could this straightforward, robust woman have? She suggested a joint mentorship for the Rising Star. It's an unprecedented idea. The clan's factions don't mix or change traditions for a single prospect. Back to the action, Theo and Evelyn flew closer to the corner he had seen from afar. There, for rascals were attacking a single wyvern with bluish-white scales. Evelyn was informed that this wyvern was being bullied by its peers. The knights tried every remedy, but nothing worked. The others ostracized it for not being a pureblood. The poor thing is the child of a wyvern and a viper. You see, vipers are Class 1 demons from the demonic sea. It's a mystery how one could reproduce with a wyvern. Such a union, let alone a birth, seems impossible. Theo couldn't believe the story he was hearing. Class 1 demons are a plague on humanity. They are living calamities that seek to destroy. If one were to successfully cross the Great Wall, it would cause enormous chaos. Besides, they are horrible creatures. Vipers are phantom monsters that live in the shadows. Now I understand how the shadow dragon has unique abilities. It must be because of the viper blood. The birth of this white wyvern caused a huge stir among the knights. There were some objections, but they decided to accept it into the nest for observation. Then came the bullying and the other wyverns. Rejecting it, excluding a half-breed, won't be a viable solution. The knights don't know what else to do after hearing what the little one went through. Rejected for his different origins resonated with him. The cavalry called him Umbra, which means shadow in the ancient language. Teo smiled, feeling that his partner was finally here. Without warning, Evelyn, he stood up in his saddle and announced his decision. Instead of waiting for Evelyn to safely park her mount, the reckless man jumped from the flying beast without any preparations or a parachute. He was anxious to meet Umbra. Evelyn's heart stopped, as the young master, under her care, impulsively threw himself off. Teo was determined to help Umbra live a different life this time. He had gotten a second chance. So why shouldn't the wicked shadow dragon have the same opportunity for a new life? Channeling his mana, Teo landed like a bolt of lightning straight from the heavens. A shocked Evelyn had no time to stop the young master's recklessness. On the way down to the cliff, Teo drew several swords and threw them at varying speeds. His eyes glowed as kinship synchronization activated, controlling the blades with psychokinesis. With this clever trick, he halted his fall and used the blades as footholds in midair. It looked as if he were running downwards, defying gravity. Learning psychokinesis is one thing, but using it so ingeniously is another. Evelyn was astonished. The young monster's growth is unbelievable. On the cliff, the wyverns were ganging up on Umbra, hissing and screeching with hostility. The bullied beast didn't back down and met their snarls with its own. Seeing this injustice, Teo was reminded of his own days as the clan's fool. The times his peers mocked him for being useless. Before, he could only grit his teeth and endure the insults. But now, he was someone else entirely. The undisputed best of his generation. Sparks surrounded Teo as he activated Thunder Dragon's breath. Once in range, he put the swords to use, launching them at the bullies. Charged with immense energy, he unleashed his dragon's mark. If he had wanted to, he could have killed those wyverns. But he only scared them off with his attack. As the bullies fled with their tails between their legs, Teo Ragnar landed. He despised the wyverns for being cowards hiding behind their superior numbers. Upon seeing Umbra, his eyes softened with concern. Sensing a threat from the newcomer, the beast growled warily, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of antagonism as Teo approached. Umbra decided to fly off to an unknown destination. Evelyn caught up with the young master and explained that the beast was on edge and approaching it wouldn't be easy. When she suggested taking it slow, he disagreed. It's more important that Umbra has company right now. Why else would he stay near the nest despite being constantly rejected? Umbra is lonely. His emotional wounds are harder to bear than the physical ones. With his injuries, Umbra couldn't have flown far. Evelyn and Teo got back on their mounts and searched for the creature. As expected, Umbra soon ran out of energy and came to rest on a nearby rocky peak. Though he felt weak, he forced himself to stand upon sensing the human's arrival. Many riders from the cavalry had tried to tame him, but none had succeeded. He is wary of humans, and with his injuries, his distrust would be high. Teo asked Evelyn to bring something to feed the poor thing. Meanwhile, he would try to connect with Umbra himself. He walked slowly toward the beast, and it immediately unleashed the wyvern's fear. He reacted quickly, using the lesser dragon's fear. Umbra, the beast, and a man tried to overpower one another with pure aura. In the end, Teo's presence won out, overwhelming Umbra. The beast expected to be harmed, but was healed instead as Teo applied a healing potion to its wounds. Umbra noticed its injuries healing rapidly and recovered some of its stamina. After treating the serious wounds, Teo gently stroked the wyvern hybrid. Umbra was confused. His entire life had been pain, suffering, and alienation. Now a human was by his side, showing kindness to the dragon's heart. Teo felt Umbra's emotions as he got closer. He perceived Umbra's burning fury towards the pack that cast him out and the conflicting sadness of wanting to belong. What was clearest was the long, painful loneliness in the wyvern's solitary core. Moreover, Umbra's feelings towards Theo were also contradictory. He distrusted the man who suddenly appeared to offer warmth, yet he hoped that warmth would last a little longer. But the man wouldn't leave. Theo assured Umbra that he would never leave him alone. To formalize the agreement, Theo took out the gem from the previous mission and handed it to his new companion. Seeing the sparkling gem, Umbra was mesmerized. Still, the wyvern was at Sundara and tried to resist the temptation. There's not much you can do, though. When Theo places the gem on his scaly neck, Theo promised that if Umbra follows him from now on, they would get many more shiny things. It was an offer that was almost impossible to refuse. To sweeten the deal, Theo proposed making reins and saddles out of priceless gems. It would be very flashy and beautiful. They might need to rob someone's grandmother to do it, even if that grandmother is his own. Far away in his workshop, Kursumi had a bad feeling, sensing that he would lose a lot of money with all the promises of companionship and opulence. Umbra roared with joy. How that na has been successfully recognized as the master of the Viper Wyvern. With this, the taming would grant a superior master, based on his companion's trust, also offering a 10% increase in power to both the rider and the mount. Minutes later, Evelyn returned. She had dragged 2 bulls by their horns while her wyvern caught its breath. The beast that no dragon knight could tame was now snuggling with the young master. They gave the bulls to Umbra, and he happily feasted on a grand lunch. When a curious Evelyn asked how he did it, Theo explained that he cared for Umbra's wounded heart. Then, the gift sealed the deal. The once aggressive outcast now seemed like an adorable puppy, offering his master some bull meat. At this point, Evelyn has accepted that Theo is a charmer with people and beasts alike. Seeing Umbra offer his neck and back to Theo, as a sign of trust, Evelyn congratulated the young master for officially passing the test. Then she noticed that Theo wasn't just planning to ceremoniously mount his new ride. Evelyn got nervous. He hasn't received any flight training yet. Besides, riding a wyvern without reins or a saddle is just asking for a terrible accident. Theo smiled and assured Lady Evelyn that he would be fine. With wyvern training, he can compensate for his limited riding skills. And so, the companions took off. Evelyn watched from the ground, seeing Umbra so excited to fly. Pow! Thought he must be eager to show his new master something. For the first time in his miserable life, Umbra looked happy. Watching his companion fly with childlike wonder, he wondered how a pure-hearted creature like this became such a terrible being that it earned the name Malignant Shadow Dragon. After touring the entire nest, they arrived at the edge of a huge waterfall. Umbra crossed the strong torrent of water, heading straight for a hidden cave. Concealed by the flow, Theo thought he knew all the winter mountains well, given his experience in the black snow, but he never knew there was a crystal cave behind the waterfall. Given how bright it is in here, it makes sense why Umbra loves it. Looking around, Theo found out why. Umbra became the Malignant Shadow Dragon. He had been eating the phantom spirit flowers that grow around the crystal cave. They normally grow in the depths of the demon sea, by consuming pure demonic energy. Dragons and demons are supposed to have opposing energies, so it's a mystery how Umbra survived on that diet. Whatever the case, burning these flowers is essential. Umbra was against it, but Theo promised not to touch the crystals deep inside the cavern. Another surprising sight revealed a gaunt, decaying corpse chained to a wall. According to Theo, this man has been dead for at least 10 years with minimal decomposition. The cold of the cave played a part, but it also indicates great magical power. This man must have been an expert in the arts. High-level martial arts at their peak. Theo would have to return later to investigate properly. As he turned his back on the corpse, it apparently came to life. With a resentful gaze, it screamed the name of the clan leader. Kyle Umbra. Umbra reacted quickly, shoving the corpse against the wall. He roared at the enemy that showed hostility toward his master. The corpse continued to scream the name of Kyle, and Theo felt that his new friend was in grave danger. The corpse lord tried to bite Umbra's feet, but Theo sacrificed his arm to block the rotten teeth. It wouldn't let go of Theo's arm as it cursed Kyle and Robert Ragnar from beyond the grave. Theo's father and the Black Dragon must be connected to this randomly chained body. In that instant, Evelyn arrived to the rescue, using the technique of the white armored dragon cavalry, a flurry of slashes and thrusts. She took off the corpse's head, freeing Theo. He staggered, fell to his knees, and apologized for his mistake. From the bite, a terrible pain shot through his body. The bite was laced with a demonic energy poison. Without an antidote, Theo could die a very painful death. Evelyn, in a panic, tried to lift him to take him to the barracks. Umbra objected, pushing her aside. He kept pushing Evelyn away from the young master, trying to tell her something. Noticing this, Theo asked his companion if there was a solution. Without hesitation, he placed his complete trust in Umbra. Theo smiled and left his life in the hands of the Viper Wyvern. Evelyn immediately objected to such a ridiculous idea. A corpse poisoned with demonic energy is fatal if left untreated. According to Theo, there's less than a 30% chance of survival even with conventional treatment. He wanted to bet everything on Umbra's method. This beast became a Class 2 demon by consuming ghost spirit flowers. It must have dealt with the corpse before and learned how to control demonic energy and toxins. Before passing out, he asked Evelyn to follow Umbra. Looking toward the cave, the Viper, Wyvern hurried to collect ghost spirit flowers and shattered crystals. It handed the mixture to Evelyn, asking her to mix it and feed it to the young master. She gritted her teeth and followed Teo's request. Evelyn took the crystals and flowers, using her mana, to crush and forcefully mix them. The result was a dark purple mixture, which she dripped into Teo's mouth. The loyal soldier and the worried beast held their breath, hoping the concoction would work. When the mixture reached Teo's chest, his dragon heart beat powerfully along with his own heart. As Teo's core began to recover, his mana overflowed from his body, taking on his natural electrical affinity. Slowly, his lightning mixed with the extracted corpse poison. The color of his magic changed to black. Once the transformation was complete, the black lightning returned to his body, rebooting his system. The body purification was underway. The deal with the Shadow Dragon was struck. While our boy fights for his life, Commander Julius Ragnar is in his office receiving bad news. The Black Snow had already verified the facts, and the report was confirmed with 89% authenticity. His emotions got the better of him, and the Demon Dragon smashed his office desk. He had been riding high on a wave of success. He should have expected some bad news to ruin his party. Even so, this devastation was beyond his expectations. Captain Isbin of the 5th Platoon of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry and 15 of his men had fallen in combat. Body purification was an ancient secret technique that removed impurities from the body. It improves one's constitution to better cultivate magical power. Normally, the process requires several powerful experts to channel their energy for days. Even so, it had only ever been effective on children under 5 years old. For Teo, for him to undergo this invaluable process, it was necessary for several coincidences to align. The extreme corpse toxin in his veins held highly concentrated magical power infused with demonic essence from feeding on ghost spirit flowers. Then, Umbra's antidote served as a stabilizing agent. These unfortunate events ultimately created the perfect balance where, instead of being overcome or cured of the demonic shadow poison, he was able to absorb its power uninterrupted. Teo woke with a start, with Evelyn and Umbra by his side, feeling some fatigue from the process. He apologized for worrying them. The loyal soldier and the new companion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his status window, imagine Teo surprised to see that he is now the second iteration of the malignant shadow dragon. Just from the purification alone, he gained 85 extra stat points. It's a tremendous amount. Now he's certain that the crystals inside this cavern are a condensation of pure energy. That purity diluted the flower's toxicity, turning it into a potent medicine. He couldn't be happier to have entrusted his life to Umbra. Ragnar's body is already nearly perfect. Now that he's gone through the body-cleansing purification and become the malignant shadow dragon, he's on his way to reaching the absolute pinnacle. The big question now is, who was this corpse before it became a simple, vengeful spirit? Looking closer, Evelyn noticed something fascinating about the writing on the wall. Spread across the entire surface was a journal inscribed by a high-level martial master. It recounted the man's experience hiding in this cave after being defeated by Kyle and Robert Ragnar. He planned to wait for the right moment to get his revenge before his body gave out. His condition worsened because Robert Ragnar damaged his mana core. His death was hastened by the ghost spirit flowers he consumed to survive. As time went on, his sanity faded away, unable to fulfill his plan for revenge. He finally accepted that he would die with this eternal grievance. The man finally chose to leave everything behind, fusing his prized emerald serpent sword with the hope that someone would discover this place in the future and fulfill his last wish. He left his legacy. The next section detailed the Tempest God's a flying sword technique. This corpse must be the legendary swordsman who wielded the wind freely, a tragic hero who fell to Kyle Ragnar in the fight for the throne 40 years ago, the Wind Baron, Hector Ragnar. The stories of his legend ended in that final battle. In reality, he survived and died alone and miserable in a cave. Ever the loyal Sword of Ragnar, Evelyn Narybill knelt with great respect. Although the Wind Baron lost to the clan leader, he was still a Ragnar with the right to inherit in the past generation. As a vassal, Evelyn harmed a potential successor, a capital crime deserving of summary execution. Teo dismissed her extreme pleas. What she killed wasn't a Ragnar, but a madman. Besides, she did what was necessary to save the current successor. Using his authority, Teo commanded Evelyn to forget everything that happened in this cave. If she still wasn't satisfied, He suggested she take the Wind Baron's secret techniques for herself. Naturally, she said she wasn't worthy of the power, which rivaled even the techniques of the Nine Dragons. But Teo stood firm in his decision to make Evelyn the successor to Hector Ragnar. No one else deserves to carry on that legacy. Besides, it would let the Wind Baron finally rest in peace. And a disciple of the legacy cannot be questioned for a crime. As Teo's sword, this is the right path. Moved by the young master's words, Evelyn Narybil, a high-ranking swordwoman of Ragnar, bowed before Teo with reverence. She pledged eternal loyalty as a faithful vassal and humbly asked that they accept her oath. Teo smiled. This girl has always been strict and a stickler for the rules. Giving in to her desire for acceptance, Teo gracefully unsheathed his sword. He knighted Evelyn, accepting her oath of loyalty and engraving it in his heart. She is now the esteemed lord's first sword. With Umbra as a witness to this pact, the master-vassal relationship between the two has been solidified and formalized. As evening fell, most of the rookies had already returned to the barracks of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Hulkus is proud to see that he arrived before Theo. He and his frog-like mount were surprised to see the last rookie arrive. Theo Ragnar brought the most unique partner of all here. Some of the cavalry veterans immediately recognized Umbra, the rebellious brat, upon seeing that Theo had tamed the untamable. They chalked it up to him being the Millennium's greatest prodigy. Poor Hulkus, his confidence was shattered. Evelyn that handed in her report for the aptitude test and asked for the commander. Other dragoons that saw their boss rushing to his office after receiving an urgent message. Speak of the devil, the demon dragon and his intimidating partner reappeared on the field with a hard, serious landing. Julius Ragnar that apologized for bearing bad news right after the admission test. Everyone here, both veterans and rookies, will be dispatched to Fort Blanky immediately. This announcement caused confusion and concern at headquarters. Theo was the only one who knew what was about to happen. The Ceres Merchants Guild hostage incident at Fort Blanky is about to begin. They will interfere with a plan to obtain the dragon-slaying sword, Bomung, for the upcoming coup, a plan by the feared Sky Dragon. Ed Troyben, one of the dragoons, asked for more details. They can't send new recruits who haven't been properly trained yet. Julius was blunt. Toy trainer Isbin, leader of the 50th platoon, and his troops are missing. Everyone knows Captain Isbin. He's the most veteran knight in the white-armored dragon cavalry. He doesn't go down easily. This could be another butterfly effect. That Theo is directly responsible for. Black Snow set the certainty of their deaths at 89%. Even if they survived, they couldn't continue their mission. All available troops will temporarily take the name of the 51st platoon and complete the objective. Evelyn Naryville was assigned as captain. Deployment is in 3 days, so the rookies must learn the basics by then. Julius doesn't believe old Isbin would fall so easily. However, he's thirsty for revenge. With that said, he made a powerful exit. It all started with the Black Skull Bandits. Kidnapping a representative from the Cyrus Guild. It was supposed to end with 0 casualties with the cavalry's intervention. The true objective of the incident lay elsewhere. These smokescreens are to steal and move the dragon-slaying sword, Bomung. When Ed Troy Bond gets that sword, the coup d'etat will begin. It seems things are going down a different path. Compared to Theo's previous life. If it's his fault, he must face it head-on. The hidden mission to obtain the dragon-slaying sword has officially begun. 3 grueling days of basic training passed. The weather at the northern fortress was freezing. The lone bandit, watchdog guarding the tower, suddenly saw something obscuring the moon from a distance. Then he noticed it was a wyvern battalion from the white-armored dragon cavalry. But before the alarms could be sounded, the watchtower was destroyed by an explosion. Evelyn ordered bombs to be dropped on the fortress. The wyverns looked like World War II bombers. The coordinated attack destroyed the fortress with laser-like precision. The bandits tried to hide in the castle to avoid being blown up. They were too late. The dragoons dismounted to finish off the stragglers. Evelyn effortlessly led her troops to slaughter every bandit in sight. This is the prize for messing with the white-armored dragon cavalry. The man in charge of smuggling the legendary sword was thanking his lucky stars for getting out of the fortress before the attacks. If he delivers the sword, all that's left is to get paid, relax, and enjoy the rest of his life with his riches. Unfortunately, he was doomed from the start. His greed led to him being beheaded by a hooded figure. Bommond left the fortress. The hooded figures took control. With the main objective secured, the next phase of their plan could begin, deploying their long-range cannons. It's time to exterminate the wyvern-riding pests. The cavalry soon made short work of the bandits. eliminating and subjugating all the thugs in the fortress. The veterans laughed at how easy the operation turned out to be. Theo was uneasy. It was too easy. It's hard to believe the original 5th platoon was wiped out by such rookies. Tao checked the bandits' memories. He confirmed they stole Bomong, but none of them had seen it in person. That would be normal for the pawns, but even the bandit leaders were operating blind. A veteran asked Theo what's wrong. Another told him to calm down, thinking the Lightning Tiger just had first mission jitters. The veterans just wanted to wrap up the mission quickly. That's when Theo felt a grim premonition. He quickly moved away from his superiors, confusing them. Without a word, Theo swung his sword and struck an inconspicuous wall. Behind the thick bricks were barrels upon barrels of highly volatile explosives. This operation was a trap from the start. Theo took charge, urging everyone to flee and begin evacuations. Then, the sound of whistling cannonballs grew closer. Theo yelled to his comrades, but his warning was drowned out by the roaring explosions. The first round of explosions hit its mark. Time to reload. Those hooded figures continued to bombard the explosive-filled fortress with cannon fire from all angles. They had orders to exterminate the new 5th platoon. Not even an ant must be left alive. Meanwhile, the one who ordered the attack stood alone in a moonlit room. Lady Emile Ragnar, former mistress of the Camellia Palace, held the headless corpse of her son, Axian. The woman had lost her mind. She wants Theo Ragnar's head at any cost. Taking advantage of the chaos from the explosions, the bandits tried to break free and escape, but Evelyn wasn't about to let that happen, so she ordered a slaughter. The wyverns sided with the criminals as the fortress burned. Even Evelyn was suspicious of the original 5th platoon's fall, given how helpless these bandits were. Another explosive cannonball landed in her direction. Evelyn narrowly avoided being literally cooked alive. With the second round of bombardments underway, Evelyn prioritized her troops' safety and ordered retreat. After all, these bandits would die in the explosions if left alone anyway. Finally, the rookies joined up with Evelyn's battalion. With the 5th platoon consolidated, they had to find a way to escape this hell. Theo suggested moving towards the outer walls, away from the artillery fire. In a moment of great stress and anguish, he miraculously opened the door of his mind, unlocking the limits of his brain. With this, his thought speed and sensory perception improved dramatically. Looking around, the entire structure and layout of the buildings were clearly revealed. He was stunned by the amount of information flooding his mind. Evelyn had to bring him back to reality. She tried to lead him out of the bastion as planned, but Theo stopped her for a moment. With great determination, Theo stated that instead of running for the exits, they should head deeper into the bastion. Evelyn believed wholeheartedly in her master's decision and ordered the rest of the troops to follow him. There are 21 lives at stake here. All of them depend on the Golden Boy to lead them to safety. With his enhanced perception, he noticed that the exit was just more artillery and a coordinated ambush. That was the final trap. With his mind's gate open and the brood synchronizer, Theo read the memories of every building. He was seeing the damn matrix. The enemies. They thought surviving in the castle was impossible, but with his enhanced view of the fortress's layout, he can find a path. To the left, there are more hidden explosives. To the right, an artillery bombardment is closing in. The only safe path is the central stairs leading down. Theo led his comrades down them, all running for their lives. Evelyn stayed behind, to make sure none of her soldiers were left behind. Their hopes of survival vanished when they found a dead end. Everyone panicked and looked to Theo for some brilliant plan. They couldn't go back the way they came, and to make matters worse, the ceiling was collapsing from the explosions. From above, large chunks of debris began to fall, threatening to bury the new 5th Company. Outside, the hooded agents of Troyvan were enjoying their fiery handiwork. Finally, they had used up every last artillery shell in their arsenal. This would serve as revenge for their young master. Axian, with swords drawn, the Troyvan agents planned to enter the fortress. Even if they have to piece together Theo's corpse, they'll search the wreckage to prove his death. But that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Although the new 5th platoon narrowly avoided being crushed when the ceiling collapsed, the floor beneath them gave way as well. After a desperate slash from Theo at the last second, they fell into a secret underground hideout. There, they encountered more hostile bandits. Theo had led them here, having spotted an open space under the hallway, just past the bandits. He saw an underground prison with steel bars. Among the prisoners was Captain Trainer Aspen. Evelyn's troops easily eliminated the 2 remaining bandit jailers. Hellhulk did it all by himself. Evelyn then received a summary of what happened from the captain. Aspen, who would have thought that the Central Intelligence Office was behind this master plan? The 5th platoon was freed from their chains, but they weren't thrilled. They had all lost limbs, even the old man. Evelyn had suspected Ed Troyvan. That was behind this betrayal, but she never expected such a large-scale internal collusion. Those bastards are actually raising their swords against their own clansmen. This is treason. Treason must be punished severely. Captain Aspen understands the young ones, but he warned them to be careful in their response. The enemies aren't fools. They planned everything from the start. Facing them with limited resources would be tricky. For now, they must find a way to alert the nearby black snow. Teo suggested that the fact no one has come to help them yet indicates the enemy has already eliminated the nearby black snow agents. It might seem hopeless, but the Rising Star has a plan. The Troyvan agents tried to bury even their own disposable pawns in the bombardment. They're looking for a perfect cover-up. That means they'll come to confirm the deaths of their key targets. They'll be celebrating their victory while they search through the bodies. The cavalry can take advantage of this by planning an ambush and hiding among the rubble above. Only then will they have a chance to turn the tables. Captain Aspen evaluated the young man carefully. He noticed that Teo had recently opened his mental gate, an incredible achievement at such a young age. He lamented that he was getting old. He had given up prematurely in the face of small crisis. It's a good thing the new generation that has their head on straight. As if the fire within him had been reignited, Captain Aspen stood up on his one remaining leg and rallied his troops with sheer willpower. The original and new 5th platoons of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry will move forward with a plan, while Teo organized an all-out deathmatch. Not between two of Ragnar's factions, the agents of Troyvan, that invaded the fortress in search of corpses. They had to turn over every stone and piece of rubble to identify their victims. Those who were still alive were treated cruelly. Some time has passed since they started, and they haven't found any trace of the cavalry. The east side had no bodies, and the west wasn't looking good either. The ambush team reported that they hadn't seen any dragons leaving through the exit. All they could see scattered throughout the burning, destroyed fortress were the remains of the Black Skull bandits. Sensing something was wrong, the operations leader stopped his men from their useless search. Then, blood was shed as the hidden cavalry revealed themselves for their ambush. The traitorous leader that almost lost his head to Evelyn's sword. Two captains from rival factions are about to face off. Troyvan that attempted to play dirty to take her down, but Evelyn is too skilled to fall for such tricks. She nimbly dodged to reset the fight. Captain, Troyvan shouted, warning his men about the ambush, but it was too late. He ordered a change in formation, but his men were no longer breathing, cut down by the skilled dragon riders. With this betrayal revealed, Evelyn became the arbiter of Ragnar's law, sentencing him to death. Captain Troyvan refused to go down without a fight. He exchanged blows with Evelyn, keeping her at a distance and even, launching solid counterattacks. He didn't understand how those wyvern riders survived the all-out bombardment. His confusion distracted him for a moment, giving Evelyn just enough of an opening to take advantage. She went for the killing blow and nearly decapitated the traitor. Evelyn continued to harass the rat, piercing his flesh slowly, making him bleed. She warned the remnants of the Central Intelligence Bureau to surrender. Resistance was now pointless. Since the ambush worked, it's checkmate. Those who surrender will live to see a fair trial. Before his men could be tempted by survival, Captain Troyvan loudly authorized the use of their secret technique. All the dragon riders were shocked. It seems the Troyvans have one last play hidden up their sleeve. One of Troyvan's agents went berserk and attacked Teo. He felt a significant and unnatural jump. In their offensive power, these madmen actually used the blood flow reversal technique, a forbidden power that rapidly drains the user's life force. Although Teo was strong, he still had trouble matching an agent under the influence of this forbidden technique. One was bad enough, but the other bastards had gathered around him, eager to take his head. Seeing him in danger, a wounded officer from the old 5th platoon blocked the swords with his body. Before dying, the officer begged Teo to run. Seeing a good man risk his life for him awakened something primal and wrathful in Teo. He cut down the lunatics with his strongest triple dragon claw. Pushing himself further, the young master accessed his mind gate. He perceived the world in slow motion and quickly noted the positions of dozens of hyper-powered lunatics, unleashing a triple dragon claw more powerful than before. His blade moved in complex directions, avoiding his comrades while destroying his enemies. It was a display of power and skill that shocked even the veterans. As the dust settled, the fortress floor was left with terrifying marks of destruction. The only traitor who survived was Captain Troyvan. Seeing that the thorn in the family's side had become so powerful, the captain decided to take Teo to the grave with him, even if it cost him his life. Using the blood flow reversal technique, the captain shot forward like an arrow, while the superiors of Teo's platoon just stood there, watching the rookie. Teo is here, struggling not to pass out after overloading his mind gate. Unleashing this level of power and intricacy is still too much for him to handle properly. To make matters worse, the lunatic. The rest is about to descend like a furious meteor, consuming his life force with every moment. Like a loyal Trojan vassal, he will drag the young man to hell if necessary. Teo tried to defend himself, but his mana rune became twisted after his last attack. This loyal vassal shows signs of detonating his mana rune. He's about to sacrifice himself and blow everything up. Fortunately, Theo's first sword is here to protect him. For the first time, Evelyn used the Tempest God's technique, launching the suicide bomber into the stratosphere with Squall. After launching the rat into the air, Evelyn followed, gathering the power of the wind in her fingers and pushing it to create a whirlwind. Jet! In amazement, as Evelyn's power surrounded the traitor's mana hall to stop the suicide explosion. From there, throwing Captain Troyban to the ground was simple. With the last rat dealt with, Theo finally felt exhaustion catching up to him. Hulkus, Erica, and their seniors rushed to his side, ever grateful to the young master for saving everyone. In the end, the sun rose with its glorious rays. Illuminating the standouts in this operation were undoubtedly Theo and Evelyn. They led everyone to victory with their skills. Finally, everyone relaxed as the atmosphere turned festive. The long night passed, and a bright dawn, guided by a brilliant leader of the new generation, arrived. Inside the miserable walls of the Rose Palace, Lady Emile. Ragnar is losing control like a madwoman. Troyban has her in a death grip as he hurls curses at her. It seems she acted on her own and orchestrated some unnecessary moves in that fortress operation. She stole the Sky Dragon's seal to forge orders. The slaughter of the entire White Armor Dragon Knight cavalry and of Ragnar's illegitimate son wasn't supposed to happen so soon. Now the Troybans are facing a mess. A lunatic ruined years of plans by Troyban. Lady Emile growled that she wanted revenge for her little Axian. She wants to destroy that bastard Theo and everyone connected to him, so her son can rest in peace. Ed found it unforgivable that this woman would forget her family duty just for the death of an insignificant child. With fury, he stomped on Axian's rotting, decapitated corpse. They lost the Dragon Slayer sword, the most crucial part of the plan. From now on, Emile will be cast out as a daughter of the Troybans. Looking her brother in the eye made her feel belittled by her haughty father. Before leaving, the Sky Dragon ordered the palace attendants to lock Emile away so she would never be seen again. They can't afford any leaks, so pests must be eliminated. Realizing she was about to be sealed away and forgotten, Emile came to her senses and begged for mercy. Troyban eliminated all the palace attendants to vent his frustration. Now the coup he meticulously planned has been ruined. When you think about it, the root cause of his recent failures is a single bastard, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon is eager to get his hands dirty with that boy's organs. With his first successful mission, Theo finally has some free time to check his spoils. In the chaos, he picked up the Dragon Slayer's sword, Balmung, and discovered it sealed. He tried to hold and feel the blade, but it immediately rejected his hands. Pow! Was forced to let go when he felt a strong shock. It's not called the Dragon Slayer for nothing. Its properties are opposite to Ragnar's blood. If he could unravel the secrets of the mystics, he could wield them. Mystics are legacies from the mythical era. They're like mirages, rarely falling into anyone's hands. By obtaining and unlocking them, the wielder literally obtains mystical power, like the heroes of old. They're legendary items that could change history. In Theo's past life, Ed Troyban would discover the secrets of the mystic, Balmung. Reflecting on his movements back then, Theo has a clear idea of where the Sky Dragon ascended. Until he can go there to solve the mystery, Balmung will have to stay in his inventory. A knock on the door interrupted Theo's thoughts. It was Evelyn. It's late, but she brings an urgent request. The commander wants to see Theo as soon as possible. In Julius Ragnar's office, the atmosphere was tense despite the pleasantries. In front of him, training Captain Isfin was bringing up the idea of retiring. The old man feels ashamed to say it, but losing his leg and his wyvern, Rocinante, in the last mission seemed like a solid reason to leave the cavalry. He's grown old and is no longer as strong. With the years he has left, he wishes to return to his hometown and mourn the many comrades he outlived. Julius knew there was no way to change the old man's stubborn mind, so he approved Captain Isfin's retirement. While drinking his tea, the old man mentions the brilliant rookie, Theo Ragnar. He recounted how the boy had already opened his mind gate. Julius was clearly pleased to know that his rising star had overcome the barrier between normal humans and superhumans. He is certain that the boy wasn't one of those geniuses born with an open mind gate. There are strong indications that Teo forced that bottleneck open through his own efforts. That means his power is about to expand greatly, perhaps more than he can imagine. Julius is excited to fill that larger vessel. To keep up with Teo's rapid development. That's all for Ispen's final report. A word from an old man to his junior. The future of the cavalry and the clan. That is now in Julius's hands to polish and mold. Tonight, the demon dragon met with Teo at the headquarters training ground. Commander Julius praised the boy for his achievements during the last deployment, and Teo humbly attributed his success to his comrades. Then, the commander asked him about his martial theory. Teo confused it with combat skills. An answer based on that, but Julius stopped him right away. He's not just referring to the level of combat techniques. That's superficial. Martial theory is about what kind of world. That your sword paints. When it was put to him like that, Teo was no longer sure how to answer. He had only focused on striving to reach the clan head's swordsmanship, which he had seen firsthand. Julius expected as much. Everyone is like that at the beginning. To broaden the boy's horizons. The demon dragon unsheathed his sword and showed Teo another way of looking at the art of the sword. As soon as he willed it, Julius Ragnar transformed the entire arena into the demon dragon's isolation zone, a hellscape of his own creation. It is far from the sword dragon's isolation zone. This is the world created by the commander's martial theory. It's basically a domain expansion. Julius Ragnar said that his sword has a demonic nature. Just seeing it and feeling its pressure was suffocating Teo. Then, the commander took his stance and began to execute. The heavy movements of his attacks sequenced fluidly. It consisted of heavy slashes, deadly spins of the sword, powerful thrusts, and various lethal strikes. Teo felt both awe and fear watching the commander's skill and power. After building up momentum, Julius Ragnar shattered his world and raised a crimson wave. This wave enveloped Teo, making him feel trapped and helpless. Consumed by something incomprehensible, Julius Ragnar finished his sequence, letting the tidal wave dissipate, and asked Teo what he had learned from the demonic dragon's martial theory. The only words Teo could use to describe that experience were strength and destruction. He wasn't far off. In fact, he was right. Strength and destruction are the essence of the demonic. The concepts are clear and simple, even if it means breaking the straight, short blade, wishing to pierce through everything in its path. An explosion of destructive force is the foundation of the commander's swordsmanship. He represents death. In contrast, Julius asked Teo what he learned from the Plum Blossom sword. He defined it as flashy and beautiful. Julius found the answer satisfactory. Lady Plum Blossom's sword contains the essence of life. After all, it goes from seed to flower. The pure representation of life. It is slow, and gentle, full of infinite variations. It turns, bends, and adapts to the situation. It never stops expanding until it blooms. 2 of the 9 dragons showed Teo such different interpretations of martial theory. Seeing a thoughtful Teo, Julius asked if life and death are separate interpretations with opposite definitions. One would assume so, but the commander hinted that perhaps they aren't. It wouldn't be fun if he just handed Teo the answer on a silver platter. He dispelled his isolation barrier and walked away. Before leaving, he tossed a book to Teo. Within its pages was a long debate between Commander Julius and Lady Osa about the principles of the sword. It's a rare thing, but it seems Teo ended up becoming a disciple of both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. Of course, the debate occurred, and the book was written on that fateful day in the white dragon's nest. As he closed the pages after writing the final word, Julius pouted, realizing he couldn't monopolize Teo's potential. The Plum Blossom Lady only wants the best for the boy, and the commander is not one to deny that Teo Ragnar has generated expectations that rival those of other successor candidates. His talent is enormous and growing fast. That means he'll hit a wall soon. This book will help the boy overcome that hurdle quickly. Still, Julius fears that Teo might become an enemy of the clan. The ones at the top know that prodigies who grow too fast often meet an unfortunate in one way or another. If history repeats itself, his teachings could come back to haunt the Ragnars. Hearing his fears, Lady Osa became convinced of one thing. Commander Julius is undoubtedly the person ideal to safeguard the book and keep an eye on Teo. When the day comes that he is certain the boy is free from greed, he can pass the teachings on to the young dragon. That day came sooner than expected. The knowledge of the 2 dragons considered the greatest with the sword, are now in Teo's hands. He wondered if he truly deserved something so valuable. Julius had already judged his worth, and he'd passed the test, so he accepted it with gratitude. As he recalled, his meteoric rise had only been possible thanks to a few people. They continued to help him unconditionally, leading him to the top. Ever since the Ran 1 incident. Up until now, Commander Julius had always been partial to him. That's why he promised to repay the debt someday. Actually, there's a way for Teo to repay the favor now, but it won't be pleasant. The demon dragon wants a new gem. It's been a while since he found a fun new toy. The book will help, but the painful lesson begins now. Evelyn averted her gaze from the barrier. Feeling sorry for her dear master, she closed off the arena before leaving and chained the door. From the outside, apologizing repeatedly. The torture didn't stop until the sun came up. When the chains fell and the door opened, Evelyn saw the aftermath. Her young and lively master looked as if he had experienced an entire war overnight. The commander overdid it this time. More importantly, Evelyn completed an assigned task. She locked a key piece of the puzzle in the underground cell. They had incapacitated and locked up the defeated Troy Band squad captain, but he's not the type to talk, no matter the torture method used. So they left him there to rot while Teo thought of another approach. He whispered to Evelyn about the events that would happen in the coming days. Days later, Teo visited the Plum Blossom Palace's training grounds. He politely greeted the Lady of the Plum Blossoms, OSA. Ragnar Plunus was waiting for him. After receiving the generous gift of insight, the book has already benefited the young man greatly. To test it, Lady Plum Blossom summoned a training sword into her hand. Just by holding a blade, the entire training ground was filled with the manifestation of her martial intent. She wants to continue teaching them about the fundamentals of her technique that one might easily overlook, the very root of swordsmanship. At the end of the session, she wanted to talk about how to make life bloom with a sword with a young man for a second time. She formally asked Theo to be her official disciple. Before answering, he wanted to ask something. He wanted to know if she was speaking as the master of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Lady OSA was surprised. Few people know her secret title. The Heavenly Dragon Sword is a school that passes down its teachings to a single disciple. Right now, she is the sole heir to this legacy. Lady Plum Blossom saw that the boy wanted to know her true intentions. She sincerely confessed that the offer had no hidden motives. From the Plum Blossoms to the Heavenly Dragon Sword, she wishes to pass down her entire arsenal to Theo. Minutes later, Theo left the training ground after making his decision. As he walked through the beautiful halls of the Plum Blossom Palace, he was surrounded by a faction of idiots. Theo couldn't stand disrespect and not do anything about it. These idiots were quickly offended by his direct response. They thought Theo had just been accepted as Lady Plum Blossom's new disciple and demanded respect as his seniors. He wondered what these dogs were yapping about, but it was just an immature attempt to protect their fragile egos. Nothing new. They aren't even his direct superiors, so ranks don't matter. However, these little puppies wanted to assert themselves over the clan star to gain prestige, but they were gravely mistaken about something. He was offered to be Lady Plum Blossom's direct disciple, but he turned it down. When presented with the option to accept two incredibly valuable legacies, he was naturally tempted to accept. But he wasn't sure why Lady OSA appreciated him so much when he hadn't done anything to benefit her. She confessed that there was no grand reason or cunning plan. Lady OSA wanted to help him because Theo reminds her of a young Kyle. He looks and acts just like Kyle did in his youth. He also relentlessly pursued his dreams and ideals. Perhaps that man still dreams and pursues them today. He couldn't despair. He worked hard to overcome every trial and challenge on his own. Every day was an endless hardship. Despite that, Ragnar never gave in or bent his principles. When Lady OSA sees Theo, she's reminded of the Kyle she fell in love with. How could she just stand by and do nothing? The stepmom's got her charms here. Since she sincerely explained her reasons, it was time for Theo to choose. Although it's a tempting offer, he chose to refuse it. He now has many masters guiding him, including Lady Plum Blossom herself. Many people have looked out for him in various ways. The demon dragon has taken him under his wing. His superior dragons, Evelyn Selford and Aaron, guide him every day. His friends and comrades, Remington Hulkus, Erica, and the guys from Training Camp 4, made him who he is today. He would even add Axian and Ed Troyban to his list of teachers. Lady OSA didn't expect that detail. Everyone knows about Theo's conflict with the Troy bands, but the hardships that those villains created shaped him and pushed him to become who he is today. His sword has learned and changed because of everyone who loved or harmed him. That's why he's not sure if he can uphold the tradition of one school and pass it on to the next generation. Lady Plumblossom understood what he was trying to say. Theo's sword is constantly changing and is untamable. That's both endearing and sad to hear. But even if he can't be her direct disciple, he would gladly be her son. Lady Plumblossom was moved by that sentiment. After he left OSA, Ragnar Plunus retreated to her quiet wine time. She looked happier than ever. Her assistant noticed the great improvement in her mood. The heavens decided she would never have a child of her own, and yet, a boy like Theo promised to be her son. How could she not be delighted? Her assistant is happy, just knowing that her master is happy. The goddess wants to thank Theo for making her a mother, so she plans to send a letter to her husband. She wants to move up Theo's exam soon. Hearing this, the attendant suggested he slow down a bit. Theo is a rookie who just finished his awakening ceremony. Drawing more attention at such a young age could expose him to more dangers than he already faces. That's precisely why Lady Ursa wants to push him forward quickly. They need to help Theo ascend before the great winds of Ragnarok consume everything. That way, she can give her new son as much as possible. Meanwhile, in the cavalry's underground cell, their only prisoner opened his eyes when the help he was waiting for finally arrived. This help being an assassin sent by the Troy bands to tie up loose ends. The captain offered his neck, ready to die as his final service to the family. Before the assassin's blades could deal the final blow, a powerful sword wind interrupted. It was Evelyn, and she broke through the ceiling to stop him. She had been waiting for this for a while. This was the trap the young master had prepared. From the very beginning, with Evelyn's skill with the sword, an assassin, acting alone without the element of surprise, was no match. The Troy bands never saw her as a threat, and they will pay for it. It's a shame that Captain Cedric can't be eliminated. Things will get worse if they catch the cleaner. The assassin thought of an escape plan, but Evelyn wasn't going to let him get away easily. From this dungeon, using the secret technique of the Tempest God, she summoned a whirlwind, trapping the attacker within the dungeon walls. There wasn't much room to move or escape. Desperate, the assassin decided to get rid of the evidence by detonating his mana hall as a last resort. Evelyn continued to be a nuisance, not letting him execute his cunning technique. She had seen this trick before. It didn't work then, and it wouldn't work now. She skillfully subdued the Troy band family's cleaner. In an unknown forest, there was an isolated black site. Inside, operatives were discussing Evelyn's capture of the assassin who infiltrated the underground dungeon. They confirmed his affiliation with Serpent Season, a sub-organization of the Troy band family's elite Eastern clan. Present at this discussion were Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and an operative from Black Snow. This incident confirms their suspicion of an infiltrator within the cavalry. They are holding this important meeting in a remote location to prevent further leaks. According to Black Snow, Serpent Season is currently in an old castle in the Calhelm region. In 3 hours, they will consider the mission a failure, burn all evidence, and escape. They must ambush that base, round up all its members, and obtain information and evidence. The Black Snow operative giving the briefing is Cliff, an agent from Null Snow. Theo couldn't believe he was meeting such a high-ranking operative so soon. Before finishing the report and planning the ambush, Commander Julius added something else to the agenda. This mission will also serve as a promotion exam for Theo Ragnar. Theo thought he had misheard. He doesn't believe he qualifies for a promotion exam so soon. The commander agrees, which is why the difficulty of his exam has been raised. As you rise through the ranks, it's normal for the promotion difficulty to increase. This time, the higher-ups are assigning a mission that could lead to an all-out civil war for a promotion exam to a mid-rank swordsman. The Demon Dragon found out that Theo organized Evelyn's surveillance and capture operation. It's only natural that he sees what he started through to the end. Even if he is an heir, it's disrespectful to plan without consulting the commander. He must complete this mission flawlessly to achieve his promotion. Julius explained to Theo that being a mid-rank swordsman would grant him privileges for solo missions. With the way things are going, this young man is becoming the center of attention in the story. To motivate him further, the system initiated the 4th scenario mission, a chance to cleanse the dark ties from his past life. Theo is excited to uncover what's really happening beneath the surface of this decaying clan. With conviction, he swore to complete this mission no matter what. That being said, Operation Serpent Cleanup has officially begun. Due to the possibility of an infiltrator within the cavalry, the mission was limited to just 3 people: Cliff, Theo, and Evelyn. As swordsmen, they should have an advantage in a direct confrontation against these viper-like assassins, but they are outnumbered. Regardless, they must adapt and complete this mission. Inside the Serpent Season headquarters, the assassins had just gathered all the documents connecting them to the Troy banks. As they were preparing for potential failure, a small orb rolled inside. It was a smokescreen, a prelude to an ambush. Before they could react, heads flew and rolled. Cliff is an operative of Null Snow for a reason. One assassin survived, but he was badly injured, bleeding from a neck wound. Cliff wouldn't let wounded prey escape. So she went back. With that, her area was clear. She and Evelyn would confiscate the documents while Theo handles the basement. He was impressed to see someone of such a high level in action. If the briefing blueprints are accurate, the stairs to the basement should be nearby. Hal was careless. He was so focused on speed that he triggered a tripwire. This activated a trap that nearly pierced his eyes. If he hadn't had the reflexes to dodge it in time, he drew his sword and deflected the hidden barrage of stingers. Using hatchling synchro to read the area's information, the multitude of tripwires and hidden traps were revealed before his eyes. Besides the fixed traps, there are many men waiting to ambush and eliminate any nuisances. In one motion, he retrieved several swords and charged them with his black lightning, his mark of the dragons. Breath of thunder, enhanced to be even more lethal than before. The unsuspecting ambushers were eliminated in an instant, stabbed and fried simultaneously. With that dealt with, Theo easily dodged the traps and wires. Besides, security was very tight in this area. That indicates something important is hidden in the basement. Upon reaching the lowest level of the old castle, he was assaulted by the smell and sight of blood and carnage. Alone, man in a red robe and hat was preaching about a sacred time of prayer. The blood priest does not appreciate the interruption of his crimson ceremony. Theo instantly recognized this man as a priest from the Church of the Holy Demon. This corrupt church preaches a doctrine of an apocalypse that will soon engulf the world. They promise their followers that a savior will descend from the heavens. They are a cult that has captured the ignorant masses with the promise of salvation. In a few years, they will cause the great war that will mark the collapse of the empire. With his guard up, Theo used hatchling synchro on the unsettling priest. He saw a bloody aura fueled by a mysterious mana that doesn't follow the world's rules, flowing through a broken mental gate. This could be the grace the blood priests refer to. Theo is seen as a non-believer, and for that, he will be given the honor of being a sacrifice to the one God. The blood priest closed the distance, trying to trap Theo with his blood-soaked hands. He managed to deflect the grab, but the incredible toughness of the priest's flesh was out of the ordinary. They exchanged more blows. But every one of Theo's attacks proved useless. He felt the weight behind every move. One successful grab, and he'd be finished. Finally, his sword was caught by the blood priest's bare hand. A blow, with all his strength, was stopped so easily. Without his sword, the priest threw him against the basement walls. The blood priests are supposed to be the lowest level of the Church of the Holy Demon, and yet they're already this strong. Theo's options are few. If he uses the triple dragon claw here, he'd be buried alive, but his mana attacks don't work. What can he do with his sword now? Time slowed down, and he remembered what the demon dragon taught him, an explosive force that symbolizes death. On the other hand, the sword dragon showed him the essence of the art of the sword. Life and death are not opposites. The mad priest charged again, ready to bash his head in and spill his blood. Theo clumsily dodged at the last second. He persisted, avoiding death blow after death blow, irritating the priest. It was then that he had a breakthrough in his martial theory. Life and death are not opposites. They're a natural cycle. Death awaits the end of life, and life flourishes using death as a catalyst. They might seem like two distinct powers, but they are one. Theo was so focused on using his power broadly when attacking, that focusing it into a single flash of light would be more precise and devastating. Trusting his invulnerable skin, the priest faced Theo's attack without fear. Theo put his theory to the test, and thus learned the dragon's flash. The priest laughed, unconcerned by the sound of the blade. Then he panicked as his reliable skin was torn to shreds. The technique moved as if it had a life of its own as it tore through the priest. Now it's Theo's turn to slam the pale bastard against the walls. The priest called him a seed of evil for advancing during the massacre, an existence that cannot be allowed. Theo doesn't care about his ominous ramblings. He wants to throw hands. With his hands firm on the blood priest's face, he used hatchling synchro to scour the lunatic's memories. This is his chance to discover the source of this strange power wielded by the Church of the Holy Demon. Theo felt his world spin as his consciousness was pulled into another dimension. It was a familiar sensation. His soul floated through a vast, infinite space. This experience is very different from the other times he tried to read memories. Then his system sent him an error message, a jumble of characters, as if it were overloaded. It warned him that he would face a higher-level enemy. It advised him to run for his life. But where would he go? There's only darkness everywhere. Then he heard an ancient voice that shook him to his core. The voice demanded to know who and what he was. Zooming out, the darkness surrounding him was just part of an eye, belonging to a being beyond human comprehension. Theo is in trouble. He disturbed the sweet slumber of this universe's final boss. The god that the Church of the Holy Demon worships finally knows of his existence. Irritated by his silence, the god demanded an answer. Forced to face the grace that the cultists always talk about, Theo was completely paralyzed. It was as if, by seeing through his very being, the god had spoken his name, Theo Ragnar. This entity has been searching for him, as he is perceived as a calamity, for this plane of existence. The being's endless body contorted and reformed around Theo's soul. It bent, twisted, and warped into incomprehensible shapes. As Theo's soul was being consumed, a golden light shone to protect him. An avatar of the old dragon, Lodbrok. It shattered the primordial god's form to free him. How end I? Watching two far superior beings clash, Lodbrok called to him softly, her partner, and warned him seriously that this entity is not something he can face yet. Even if he reaches the level of Sigurd Ragnar, victory is not guaranteed. For now, Lodbrok will handle this cosmic disturbance. With a flick of her tail, she knocked Theo's soul back to reality. He has so many unanswered questions. But Theo was forced back to the blood-soaked basement. The young man still trembles from the ancient terror that tried to consume him. Lodbrok has been facing something like this for eons, all by herself. As he tried to process what he just witnessed, the blood priest was falling apart. How can a non-believer like Theo be blessed with the Lord's presence, when he, who dedicated his life to devotion, never received any recognition? Theo finished the job and decapitated the bald bastard. The thing might be called a god, but it wasn't his god. More importantly, he was now certain that the Church of the Holy Demon worships the nameless sovereign, the one Lodbrok hinted was protecting the world. That presence had been his duty for a long time. Without his heart, Lodbrok won't last more than 3 years. And in 5 years, the Great War will break out. The death of the guardian dragon will mark the beginning of the end, the rise of the cult of the sacred demon, led by the rebellion of Edtroiban. It's all connected. It all makes sense now. Cliff. Dot stumbled, his mind still reeling from the out-of-body experience. Luckily, Evelyn was there to offer him her shoulder. Cliff was deeply impressed, seeing that the young master defeated a blood priest all by himself. With that achievement, he proved himself capable of passing the promotion exam after eliminating all threats in the castle. The trio was then able to investigate the incriminating documents. Unfortunately, everything written was only circumstantial evidence. Nothing was conclusive proof for prosecution. Then, Theo brought out a familiar box he supposedly found hidden in the basement. Evelyn instantly recognized it as the item that she and Remington were supposed to retrieve before the awakening ceremony. Inside were secret trade records between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Troibans. She was impressed by her master's foresight, seeing so far ahead and revealing his cards at the perfect moment. Cliff reviewed the records and found formal exchanges with Ed Troiban, complete with official seals. With this, they could prove the treacherous machinations of the Sky Dragon and the involvement of the Church of the Holy Demon. Now, they have enough evidence to move against that bastard Ed. First, they'll strike the Ceres Guild. It's time to correct history and defeat Ed Troiban. When the Demon Dragon learned of the Sky Dragon's corrupt plans, he was enraged. Although they only have not enough to mark him as a suspect, a more thorough investigation is needed. Julius received the report from the powerful Black Dragon in person. When Robert Ragnar is involved, this case is no longer just a suspicion. With his influence, Robert must have known about this undercurrent long before. However, he let it slide, deflecting the topic. The Black Dragon singled out Theo Ragnar for eliminating a blood priest on his own. Robert said the boy's talent is better suited for Black Snow, and that he should go where he belongs. He has great perception and deduction, sees the big picture with few clues. His methods are like those of a Black Snow operative. It seems he was destined for it. Julius wouldn't allow his star rookie to be recruited by the Black Dragon. OSA already tried, and now Robert is sniffing around. Hearing Julius call him brother, that made the Black Dragon nostalgic, remembering how they were before they became who they are today. Kyle, OSA, Robert, and Julius were sworn brothers. Julius knew this sly fox just wanted to play on his heartstrings to snatch Theo. Still, Robert insisted he was just an older brother looking out for a younger one. Before leaving, he took a few bottles of the commander's wine and asked for something more expensive to steal next time. Julius cursed Robert Ragnar helplessly, as he cheerfully slipped into the shadows. The Black Dragon came to see if there was a mole in the cavalry. He's relieved to see this place has remained free from the Sky Dragon's control. As he walked toward the door, Robert's body disintegrated, turning to dust in the wind. He's eager to see the series guild fall. Today, this very day, the corrupt family is celebrating a wedding. All the top brass are gathered at the Central Branch's wedding chapel. The groom, Nathan Baku's, that was formally introduced as the second son of the Baku's clan. Quadra, Sarah's master of the series merchant guild, requested the engagement between the two families. His youngest daughter, Lily Ceres, will be the link between two powerful factions. With this marriage, the Ceres family and the Baku's clan will now be united by blood. Quadrax, Ceres could barely contain his greedy joy. With this marriage, finally, he might be securing the name of an elite noble. But this is just the beginning of his plans. He plans to make the Ragnars pay for looking down on him, and soon, he will carry out a grand and bloody revenge. While that pig Quadra is euphoric, the patriarch of the Baku's clan is boiling with rage. As one of Ragnar's 6 pillar clans, this is a humiliating union for them. However, they need the dowry from this marriage to save the family from a severe financial crisis. So the patriarch resentfully sent Nabin, an illegitimate son. The bastard could barely contain his amusement, noticing the elders of his clan seething with rage. However, he doubts these calculating merchants truly want to help his clan. But the Ceres shop is in danger. As a guarantee, Nabin has a plan. He's going to make his fortune in blood. He only came to witness the fall of a cursed family. With very convincing acting skills, Nabin promised to treat his future wife with the utmost care and love. To his surprise, Lily Ceres asked him to prove he would keep his word, sensing she had a request in mind. He listened attentively. He would love to help, as long as it didn't involve money. Just despite the bald patriarch, Nabin promised to give her the Baku's family seal. But Lily Ceres doesn't care about any old family seal. She wants the head of Teo Ragnar, the man who left her with a horrible scar from an amputated arm. Nabin thought the crazy woman was out of her mind. She was asking him to publicly kill a family heir. Quadra quickly intervened to shut his daughter up, but what Nabin said next was even crazier. He agreed to give his young bride what she desires. He would be delighted to behead Teo Ragnar to seal this marriage. Outside the chapel, the citizens of the Central Branch watched as wyverns filled the skies upon their arrival. Teo, Evelyn, and Cliff disembarked from their transport, making a flashy landing. Unlike their last covert operation, this one is bold and public, flying the banner of the Ragnar clan. From now on, they will enforce the clan's justice. Cleaver announced the transgressions of the merchant group, series against the Ragnars, showing the warrant to search and analyze any trace of treason. Anyone who interferes will be killed instantly. No exceptions. She proposed that the guilty parties surrender peacefully and allow a full investigation. Quadra is well aware of his crimes, but he chose to put on a brave face. Cleaver gave the criminals a deadline to come out peacefully from the chapel. However, Quadra said that a little piece of paper can be easily forged and that his family would not yield, alleging that this was all just a setup by the authorities playing dirty. Quadra maintained his firm stance that his family has unwavering loyalty to Ragnar, and to fight these unreasonable accusations, he sent his soldiers to exterminate the law enforcement agents. Now he looks innocent, trapped and associated with criminals. The Baku's patriarch tried to wash his hands of the matter. Seeing that things were about to get worse, he tried to dissolve the marriage agreement. But the pig won't accept that after coming this far. It's too late. The enforcers already think that the two families are united by marriage and are collaborating. Quadra said that if the cavalry had concrete proof, they wouldn't have sent just 3 people, but an army that would cover the sky. Based on that idea, the pig wants to use the Baku's clan's swords to escape. Interrupting the talk between the heads, Nabin calmly joined the fun. He sees this development as a mere opportunity to deliver his wedding gift to his bride. Despite the patriarch's disapproval, Nabin drew his sword, moved with agility through the city, and set out to cause trouble for the law enforcement. By drawing his sword, House Baku's was already an accomplice of Ceres. With the cards he held, the bald patriarch ordered his men to follow and help Nabin. Meanwhile, the trio was surrounded by guards, hemmed in by spears. Cliff gave one last warning to the civilians to get away before he was forced to execute everyone for treason. He jumped into the middle of the trio, stealing the spotlight, and muttered that Ragnar's people always run away at the threat of execution as soon as they get the chance. Theo and Evelyn were stunned. This guy's trouble. With a circular slash, he made the 3 of them scatter and jump, forcing them onto the defensive. This is Nabin's greeting to Ragnar's entourage, especially to young Master Theo. Our boy was paralyzed. He knew Nathan Baku's. In the future, everyone will know him. During the Great War, he was a force that brought chaos to Ragnar. He joined the series merchant group and worked with Ed Troyban on the front lines. He was known as the Ghost Blade. And Naven wants to kill Theo for some reason. Ignoring the ladies, the Ghost Blade focused only on killing Ragnar's heir, and Theo's mind was working at full capacity. If he can use the information from his past life, this encounter could be an opportunity to gain a huge power boost. So he told the ladies to carry on with the mission while he handled the eccentric swordsman alone. Evelyn hesitated to agree, but Cliff agreed with Theo. Those series criminals must be destroying evidence by now. They trusted that Theo could hold off a monster like Naven. He warned the young master that although he doesn't look it, he's very strong. An amused Theo matched his weirdness. Before resuming their clash of swords, the young master wanted to ask a question, and Naven accepted. He asked if Naven was betraying the Baku's family to avenge his mother. The Ghost Blade tightened his grip. How? Had mentioned a painful memory he'd rather forget. Now, he had more reason to take the young man's head off. Instead of being hostile, Theo asked Naven to listen to his proposal. He wanted to offer his help to bring about the fall of the corrupt Baku's family. The system activated a hidden recruitment mission, turned the Ghost Blade, Naven, into an ally. He really needs Naruto's talk no jutsu. Naven Baku's was an anomaly. He was the unofficial strongest sword in his family. He didn't receive proper recognition from his own family, despite having skills comparable to the legendary Torkel Ragnar, all because he was an illegitimate son born in a brothel. Instead of pride, his exceptional talent brought his mother a sorrow she couldn't bear. As a young boy, Naven saw his mother take her own life. Ever since then, he lived with an intense hatred for his family. Theo could use this to attract a valuable ally. Unfortunen, Tao underestimated Naven's displeasure at the mention of his mother. He was forced to take another lethal attack from the Ghost Blade, which almost left him breathless. Naven sees no reason to accept such an offer from a stranger. He believes the Baku's family is already going downhill, even without collaborating with some young prodigy. That might be true, but doing nothing will cause Naven to fall with the family he despises so much. Well, it's a useless concern. Naven has no regrets or prospects in life. But Theo knows this man is only speaking pessimistically because of his ether fever. Naven is sick. His young and weak body couldn't bear the weight of his talent. Ether fever could be cured with intensive treatment early on, but Naven already missed that critical window and is living on borrowed time. His stupid family has treated him poorly from day one. Right now, he only has about 5 years left of his miserable existence. Frankly, he's impressed that a young noble has dug so deep into his past. That said, Naven remains unconvinced. The end of the Bakus is near, and Naven will sink with them. Smiling smugly, Theo asked if he would change his mind if he had the cure. For the first time, Naven was bewildered, replying that there was no possible cure for ether fever. Naven wasn't wrong, but in the past life, the cure was found and revealed like a cruel joke. It was discovered days after the Ghost Blade's death. For now, Theo might be the only one who knows the cure exists. With utmost confidence, he assured Naven that they could get rid of that pesky ether fever 100%. As has been said, the corrupt family will burn to the ground no matter what. But if Naven accepts Theo's hand, he'll be able to live as someone important and leave a positive impact on the world. As a hero who assisted the Ragnar family, he just needs to trust and take a leap of faith. Near the chapel, the city guards have set up defensive measures to stop Evelyn and Cliff's people. Of course, these deadly ploys were useless against fighters of their level. Deflecting arrows was just a bothersome task. From a distance, they saw that Theo and Naven had stopped fighting and were talking about something. Cliff grew impatient. She wants to end this and eliminate all hostile presence nearby. The only thing holding her back is her boss's order to prioritize analyzing the recruitment potential of Theo Ragnar. The Black Dragon wanted more data on the boy's actual capabilities. A key mission for Black Snow is to accurately assess those who will lead Ragnar's future. A null, like Cliff, must consider that in this mission. Before leaving, she wanted to know when she could lift the limit, given that the demonic cult has joined the mix. Cliff will be unleashed if someone at the bishop level or higher appears. Like a good soldier, Cliff behaved and limited her participation, albeit reluctantly. Her only concern about this arrangement is the delay. If the mission drags on for too long, she'll be forced to work unpaid overtime. While she was lost in thought, Naven and Baku surprisingly joined their side. Evelyn looked around, worried that the young Master Theo had fallen. She was mistaken, of course. Naven and Theo are friends now. After that brief conversation in the midst of clashing blades, Naven Baku's switched sides. It's much more comforting to have him as a friend rather than a foe. Hell, he even apologized to the ladies for his previous rudeness. After all, they'll be advancing on the same side and shouldn't hold grudges against each other. Theo's secret mission was successfully completed. Navin proved to be useful to the cause. By entering demon mode, untouchable by common defenses, he launched himself into the sky with a single leap. And the soldiers thought he would be vulnerable in the air, annoyed by their foolish wooden contraptions. Navin cut through rows of anti-siege equipment effortlessly. Those who dared to get close to the structures also suffered a gruesome death. While Navin was on his rampage, the bald patriarch scolded the illegitimate sword for attacking his family. Navin scoffed at the word family, hearing that from this imbecile made his blood boil. He finally did what he had wanted to for years, and split the talkative patriarch in two, cracking that bald head open like a fresh fruit. Evelyn was astonished. That man truly lives up to his reputation of being an equal to the young Lord Thorkel. Pow urged the ladies to take advantage of Navin's rampage and advance. They now have a clear path to catch that pig, Quadrak series. Speak of the devil, Quadrak is extremely stressed upon hearing that his defenses have been rendered useless. He's finally thinking about getting rid of documents that could be evidence against his guild. An assistant suggested he start by burning papers from the Troy banks. The pig fiercely opposed the idea. No one touches those documents but him. The assistant, frightened, is just trying to think logically and reduce unnecessary casualties in the future. Quadrak won't listen to reason. If the link with the Troy banks is burned, how will he recover the money he invested? He's not one to give up on a single cent he can squeeze out, even with the law closing in. Another figure in the room insulted Quadrak for being a pathetic and greedy human. The pig's eyes lit up. The one man who could help him, the cavalry, had arrived just in time. Outside, the momentum of the four-person group was unstoppable, leaving corpses in their wake. Theo stopped his charge when he saw the crowd emerging. Led by a representative of the Church of the Holy Demon, hundreds of cloaked believers lined up outside the chapel to put into practice what they've learned from their god. He thanks the demons for sending him a bishop from the demonic cult. Since these monsters are linked to the Troy bands, perhaps they can help. The bishop agreed to help, since the pig might be useful on Judgment Day. When they asked for the Troy band documents, Quadrak fell back on his obsession with riches, putting the bigger picture at risk. Some violence was necessary to correct that. The bishop has no patience for appeasing an arrogant and foolish man, and a miserable unbeliever to boot, so he ordered Quadrak's death. They don't need his money anymore, anyway. While they were twisting his neck, the pig managed to utter a sincere apology. He admitted he had been too rude before. He said his death would only complicate the connection with the Troy bands. Quadrak is a greedy pig, but he knows how to stay alive. The bishop gave him another chance to burn the evidence, and warned him that running is not an option. His lord watches everything. Quadrak staggered towards a basement door, afraid the bishop would change his mind. Outside, Teo's group is about to experience a welcome courtesy of the Blood Bishop. The believers scattered as the holy war arrived. The sickly bishop of the demonic cult preached about the descent of his blood-soaked god, and brainwashed fanatics repeated his ravings. There were only 4 fighters, including Teo. He is facing an army of cultists. They were already expecting some involvement from the demonic cult in this, but it's surprising to see a bishop so soon. Seeing the dead, emotionless eyes of the cultists under their red hoods, Teo didn't hesitate to cut them down and carve a path through the crowd. These lunatics had no concern for their own well-being, attacking decisively at the cost of their own lives. Even Evelyn and Navin, 2 experienced fighters in their own right, were scared by the stampede of cultists. Cleve, on the other hand, stayed on the flank, thanking her lucky stars for the appearance of a bishop. It'll be more complicated, but at least she can go all out. She drew her swords, ready to slice through hordes of demonic cultists. When Teo felt trapped and his momentum stalled, Cleve joined the fight with a bloody dance of swords. From now on, she's done analyzing. She will take the lead to punish those who stand in Ragnar's way. She's ready to destroy this entire city with her own hands. Before unleashing her destructive frenzy, Teo reminds the Null Snow operative that they came to gather evidence before it's destroyed. Cleve scoffs at his narrow view. Now that the demonic cult has shown itself, no more proof is needed. Teo disagreed. He said that now, more than ever, they need something concrete. If the demonic cult cares enough to send a bishop, then there must be something in the chapel they can't afford to lose. Cleve gave in and asked what Teo's next step was. Right now, the only thing they need to prioritize is breaking through the red masses, speedrun style. Teo's plan is to link his lightning gate with a brood synchronizer to extend its range. At the same time, he pushed his mental gate to the limit and mapped the terrain. Cleve was intrigued by Teo's actions, so she stopped. Seeing her slow down, a blood priest tried a surprise attack. Cleve quickly turned the muscular preacher into mincemeat. Teo will secure the evidence while the group deals with the cultists. After mapping the terrain, Teo, the young master, found the best route to the chapel. He tried to break through the crowd of fanatics and felt their numbers were endless. A wave of indoctrinated believers awaits him, helping him directly and clearing the optimal path. Evelyn and Naven. They worked together to clear the path. Hearing Naven egg her on, Evelyn's competitive spirit ignited. Theo didn't slow his advance. Now, he uses the lightning daggers as support. Through expert use of psychokinesis, he called upon the technique. Rapid protection, lightning dragon gate. Theo figured that destroying evidence must have been High Commander Quadraxurus's task. After a quick scan of the chapel walls, he easily found the pig. The fourth stage mission continues. Back on the front lines, Evelyn and Naben have formed a lethal duo. As arrogant as ever, the Ghost Sword introduced himself as Lord Theo's new first sword. From her reaction, he noticed that Evelyn was annoyed by him taking that title. She would only be the second sword if that null snow girl were competing against Evelyn. Naben thinks he's much better than her. To prove it, he eliminated several cultists who were trying to approach the distracted Evelyn. Now that they're on the same side, there's no reason to fight. They could find out who Theo's first sword is based on who eliminates more believers. Evelyn is a girl who follows the rules to the letter, so she refused to participate in trivial competitions. When Naben called her a coward, afraid of losing, she nearly exploded. In response to Naben's challenge, the wicked, Evelyn stole a kill right from under the Ghost Sword's nose. Evelyn's method was brutal and decisive. Naben realized he might have bitten off more than he could chew. With Tempest, the legacy of God, Evelyn is determined to prove her worth as Theo's first sword. Naben was quite excited to have found a worthy competitor in the middle of a bloody battlefield. Inside the chapel, the pig limps further and further toward the lowest underground floor. He took torches and broke locks before reaching the most secure room. In the center was a chest with documents that could bring down empires. Quadra only sees them as paperwork to make more money. Troyban, if he burns them, he could avoid being accused of treason to some extent. Still, his greed wouldn't let him drop the torch on his supposed payday. He had already invested so much in the Sky Dragon's plans that he couldn't bear the loss of income that burning the documents would bring. Then he remembered the bishop's threats. He knows that madman wasn't joking. Money is good, but he'd rather live. Quadraxurus dropped the torch. Moving like a dark bolt of lightning, Theo arrived just in time to prevent the destruction of valuable evidence. Quadraxurus saw Theo, Ragnar, and experienced the entire spectrum of emotions. Looking like a herald of death, Theo came to take more than just the pig's daughter's arms. Naturally, the corrupt but resilient businessman understood his situation and begged for mercy. Theo didn't want to hear his empty words. His electrical energy filled the room. Quadraxurus was sentenced to death for rebelling against the Ragnar clan. With the fat man out of the way, Theo's fourth scenario mission, Bonds of Evil from a Past Life, was marked as complete. Reviewing the documentation, he didn't understand how these papers justified mobilizing the demonic cult and a bishop. The secret ledger he gave to Cliff is enough to condemn Ed Troyban. Still, he thinks the Sky Dragon is just a myth that the Troyban clan would want to erase to survive. Theo wants a complete victory over that traitorous clan. With an entire library of evidence, the whole Troyban clan can be implicated. For some reason, it's hard to determine which of these thousands of pages is more important than the others. Call it intuition, but one book caught his eye. It was marked as Rose Palace Investigation Report. On those pages were detailed accounts of primordial dragon relics, handwritten by Ed Troyban. Theo read that the Sky Dragon had acquired 2 relics so far, and deduced that another was in the Rose Palace, Theo's former home. He finally understood. The discrimination, the false accusations, and his sad end all happened for a reason in his past life. In this book, the order was given to eliminate Cecilia and Theo Ragnar from the equation, all for a relic that might not even exist. The young dragon's hatred for Ed Troyban had never been greater. He tore out the pages that mentioned his name and his mother from the disturbing book. Theo had to force himself to calm down and focus, refocusing on the mission at hand to carry out his final revenge. 2 things in this hideout would cause the Troybans a great deal of pain. They were so foolish by hiding the hard-won relics in the same place as 2 others. 2 cube-shaped reliquaries of the primordial dragon are now in Theo's hands. As Naven and Evelyn fiercely resist the horde of blood cult fanatics, one of them chose this moment to reminisce about the past. 7 years ago, he watched as Nathan placed second in the blossoming ceremony and then disappeared into the darkness. He was honored to be remembered. But now is not the time to dwell on that. After all, with his current kill count, he's got in the lead to earn the title of Lord Theo's first sword. To wipe that smug grin off his face, Evelyn summoned gusts of wind using the Wind Thunder God technique. With one powerful attack, she brought the competition back to a fever pitch. Interrupting their friendly competition, the bishop's right-hand man snuck up on Naven. He was almost pulverized, but managed to stagger away at the last second. Wielding a powerful axe, the cultist wouldn't allow his great god's plan to be disturbed. Naven and Evelyn agreed that the winner of their competition would be whoever kills this monster. Evelyn, with the legacy of the Wind Baron, and Naven, the Forgotten Genius, launched their final attack. Before there could be a winner, Self-Ford and his wyvern burst in, crushing the enemy under the grip of a massive wyvern. The right-hand man groaned in pain. Self-Ford was quite pleased with his entrance, but instead of receiving praise, he only got hostile glares from Evelyn and Naven. With their kills stolen, the two were furious. Following Self-Ford, the rest of the 5th platoon of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry arrived. Informed of the collaboration between the Demon Cult and the Ceres Merchant Guild, they were deployed quickly. The central square of Ceres turned into a war zone between dragons and cultists. With wyverns thirsty for blood, the fanatics' numerical advantage became useless. As his people died by the dozens, the bishop prayed for a new sun in the red sky and the end of times. The fanatic preached his twisted gospel while Cliff sat nearby to catch his breath. He deserved a break after giving it his all for once. The snow operative nullified the bishop's powers while no one was looking, driving the fool to madness. With the cavalry's arrival, it only took a few hours to clean up the mess and restore peace to the region. Now, everyone, including Evelyn, was relegated to doing paperwork for the citizens affected by the brief war. The dragons, that were just heroically wiping out cultists, would rather go back to killing than do this mind-numbing office work. Everyone felt tortured, except for Erica Lanka. Although she seems wild, she's very organized. Her brother, Holkaz, also enjoyed compensating those whose property was damaged. Evelyn, on the other hand, was on the verge. Everyone kept coming to her for help with their tasks. It was driving her mad. When she finally snapped, she sent her subordinates flying, creating a swirling storm. Meanwhile, while the cavalry was stuck with administrative duties, Cliff and Theo teamed up to compile the mountain of evidence they gathered. From traces of the relics of Ragnar to detailed plans of treason, everything was recorded. For his indispensable work in this operation, Cliff was the first to congratulate Theo on reaching the intermediate rank. He also considered him someone who would thrive in black snow. Pow! Awkwardly tried to dodge the subject of being recruited by the Black Dragon. Cliff had more good news. The operation to capture the Sky Dragon had begun. The account book from last time. That was proof enough to start the hunt. So, Black Snow's elite arrest team has stepped up their efforts and is heading to the capital. Before they could celebrate the good news, a messenger arrived at the camp with an urgent update. The elite arrest team was in for a rude awakening. Ed Troyban has been hiding his true power. Now, with no reason to hide, the Sky Dragon is unleashing it all. He knows that showing all his cards now wasn't the smartest move. But piling up bodies on his path could greatly weaken Black Snow. Ed Troyban congratulated Theo Ragnar for driving him into a desperate position. The Camellia Palace, the Dragon Slayer's sword. And now the Ceres Guild. Everything Ed meticulously prepared was lost thanks to that idiot. Troyban finally strikes that crazy anime pose, his sanity slipping after so many defeats. But deep down, he's just playing along. He'll let Theo celebrate for a bit. The Troyban plan is still in motion. The Dragon Slayer's sword. That was lost, but Ed secured an alternative replacement. Now, he returns to his father. To resort to something that could turn the situation in his favor. With the Ceres matter resolved, Theo finally returns to the Camellia Palace. The palace was bustling with nobles trying on outfits. Curson looked around, astonished by the chaos. A walk through the palace was like crossing a battlefield. She would have gotten lost if her daughter hadn't found her. Amidst all the fabric cutters was Cecilia. She excitedly explained that she's launching a new high-end brand that uses luxurious fabrics and jewels. She went on about the complexities of the business, and Curson listened distractedly. The elven mother was so absorbed in her daughter's smile and enthusiasm that she didn't catch any of the relevant details. Her happiness makes Cecilia even more beautiful than any jewel here. Curson came to deliver some news in person. Some rumors about the Rose Palace that had reached her ears. Cecilia's anxious mind jumped to the worst-case scenario. She asked if her son was okay. Seeing her daughter go from cheerful to a bundle of nerves broke Kirsten's heart. She assured Cecilia that she brought good news. Emil, that vile woman, was found dead near her camp. Their heads were adorning the walls of the Rose Palace. Cecilia felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders. She is so relieved to know it's finally over. All this time, she never showed it. But every waking moment felt like walking on knives. She was framed, blamed, threatened, and suffered assassination attempts because of that vile Emil. She couldn't turn to anyone for fear her son would be implicated in the death of that despicable mistress. Her suffering is finally over. Meanwhile, Ragnar was in recovery. The world's political landscape had undergone a drastic change. It was a change forged by blood and death. Heads rolled, and fortresses were stained red. The Troyban family did not respond to the summons and call from the Draker family within the set time. It was a declaration of war. Tonight, the Council of the Nine Dragons held an emergency meeting. They underestimated Ed Troyban's cunning. That man has been working on his master plan for quite some time. They believe the suspicious movements of the Northern Continent's warlords are connected. Some more traditional members of the council don't want to get involved in the Troyban affair. They think the meeting of the Northern warlords is not a concern. They were more worried about filling the empty seat left by the Sky Dragon. Although the head of the family is silent for now, some elders are eager to discuss the succession, which has been delayed for too long. Surprisingly, the Black Dragon said that this is the ideal time to seriously consider who their next leader will be. If a conflict arises between the heirs before an all-out war, it would be a disaster. He's trying to reduce the variables that could arise with the war, but the elders called him a blasphemer. Luckily, one of the 9 dragons ordered the room to calm down. He believes it's necessary to properly gather all interested parties and will work on it immediately. He already has a suitable upcoming event to explore this idea a bit. They can decide which problem to focus on after seeing it. Meanwhile, Theo was holed up in Lord Brock's lair, recovering from being taken away by his father. Fortunately, with no outside influences, he sharpens his sword. The scars from the Patriarch's wrath were still fresh and visible, but he's in the best shape he's ever been. His movements were precise and swift. With accurate strikes, he extinguished the orderly formation of candelabras. Physically, he was as sharp as his relic sword. Mentally, he was struggling. Voices that drove his grandfather mad kept maliciously invading his mind, filling his head with thoughts of killing everyone and taking it all. The voices push him to go on. His most basic desires and to cut down anyone who gets in his way. This guy is unhinged. He had the audacity to show off his perfect physique. He's built like a dragon-slaying supermodel. After setting down his sword, a familiar voice asked if the voices were overwhelming him. It was the guardian dragon, Lodbrok. She appeared, thinking about the mad dragon emperor's grudge. Knowing he could trust the mother dragon, he admitted the voices have been annoying. Even though it's been a while since he received the half-sword, the lingering grudge is still interfering. It's not at an unbearable level yet. But the fact that it belonged to the mad dragon emperor is a real cause for concern. However, it's not all bad. Thanks to it, he was able to catch a glimpse of the emperor's realm. Lodbrok understands what he's going through. She could never forget that man's name, even if she wanted to. After all, he stole her heart. She had already told Theo this story before. That's why he's even more conflicted. It's a mystery why his father spared his life and gave him a weapon. Sensing Theo was getting ahead of himself again, Lodbrok reminded him to be patient. If he rushes, he'll face something beyond his capabilities, just like before. There's still time. Thanks to the high priest who treated Theo immediately, his severed arm was reattached without any issues. To make sure everything was okay, Lodbrok gave him a thorough and personal examination. Once satisfied with the exam, she dismissed Theo for the day, sensing someone else was looking for him. Before he left, Lodbrok gave him a stern warning to stop messing up her nest every time he came to swing his sword. One made the mess, the other cleaned it up. That was their routine. Upon returning to the Camellia Palace, he was greeted by a face. Not a familiar one he hadn't seen in a while. The one looking for him was an admirer, Sivildry. He excitedly delivered an important message. For his young lord, an invitation. According to the letter, the Daffodil Palace cordially invites Theo Ragnar to a banquet for Miss Ragnar's 19th birthday. Sybil mentioned this event was unusual. A birthday banquet for Lady Rai with war so close seems inappropriate. According to rumors, it's going to be a grand celebration. Theo sees it differently, too. This event must be grand precisely because they are in difficult times. The betrayal of Troyban has thrown the family's internal balance into total chaos. Instead of Axian, who was being groomed by the Sky Dragon, Theo got the position of sixth successor. To top it all off, one of the 9 dragons deceived everyone with his treacherous moves. Now, there's a power vacuum in the chamber. The upcoming banquet isn't just a cheerful birthday party. It's a display to show outside powers that the Ragnar clan is still strong and unshaken. It's a platform for successors and their supporters to size each other up. Civil was astonished by his young lord's insight. He was thrilled to know his idol would soon take center stage in such an important matter. If those old geezers are so eager to see what Theo is made of, he'll gladly put on a show. The Daffodil Palace is coldly beautiful at this time of year. Inside the enormous palace was a spacious banquet hall, gathering all the wealthy families connected to Ragnar in some way. The nobles drank their expensive wine, ate their fancy food, and socialized with their peers. When the new heir entered, everyone stopped sipping, chewing, and gossiping. All eyes focused on the new candidate for the succession, the young Lord Theo Ragnar. He captured everyone's attention with his dark winter attire and piercing gaze. His style was flawless. He scanned the hall, making sure everyone was paying attention. Everyone knew the birthday celebration was just a pretext. These nobles came to see the new heir to the throne. Theo wants to make a strong impression. The man who arrived next might just make that easier. Theo heard confident footsteps approaching. A man spoke, causing a stir. Navin, Baku's greeted and respectfully called Theo his lord. He made sure everyone in this place heard him. Loud and clear, Theo's face lit up seeing his friend. He almost didn't recognize the rogue. Even at his fake wedding, he didn't shave, but now he's clean-shaven. The meddling nobles started to gossip. Everyone knew about the purge of the Baku's family and the rise of the sole survivor as the new head. Although the Baku's clan had collapsed, it was still one of the 6 pillars. Hearing the new family head called the 6th successor, Lord caused just the stir Theo had hoped for. All it took was a well-timed entrance and a few words to set the mood. Just as Theo was about to share his next move with Navin, a man built like a tank stealthily approached from behind, unnoticed. Theo and Navin's instincts instantly kicked in. Sensing a deadly threat, the large man reduced his imposing presence and introduced himself with a smile. He casually mentioned that he is the 5th successor. Theo felt somewhat bewildered. The beast approached him sooner than expected. This is the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and Theo's rival, Thorkel Ragnar, with his figure towering over Theo's. Thorkel magnanimously offered his hand for a shake. At last, the 2 successors have met. All the nobles present held their breath. The former main heir and the new successor, who will triumph in the end. With a charming smile, Thorkel assured Theo that he doesn't need to be so defensive. He just came to meet the rising star everyone's talking about. He even laughed and expressed his relief that the childish Axian was displaced and a more suitable candidate received the patriarch's blessing. His words were casual and believable, but Theo remained cautious. In Ragnar, where only the strong are respected, only a fool would welcome a rival with joy. Cautiously, he took Thorkel's hand for a respectful shake. He commented on the honor of meeting the famous commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and mentioned that he is part of the White Dragon Squad. Thorkel was amused by the boy's subtle use of words to draw the line between them, tightening his grip. Deadly, Thorkel intensified his aura, enveloping Theo with a suffocating force. He showed the difference between them, making the young prodigy kneel, presenting it as a show of etiquette to everyone. Thorkel urged the kneeling Theo to be at ease and call him Big Brother from now on. This is how a true heir of Ragnar moves. Cunning and very strong. But in a contest of strength, Theo won't go down as a loser. To Thorkel's surprise, Lil Bro actually has the energy to counter his strong aura. Standing up again and putting up a good fight, Theo gladly called Thorkel brother. On the other side of the banquet hall, the Slim siblings had just arrived, and Hulkas was already complaining about wearing a suit to a formal gathering. His sister is doing her best to rehabilitate their family's name, known for being a bunch of barbarians, and he's not making it easy. While Hulkas was melting from discomfort, another familiar face entered the grand hall, Remington. Narcio, the Silver Lion, entered elegantly to greet his old comrades. The handsome man from the West had made a name for himself in recent months. People say he's competing well with the rising dragon. Remington is still the same humble knight. He traveled north to catch up with Lorfeo and ask about the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Imagine how awkward he felt when a birthday girl overheard his words by chance. The Silver Lion looked like a guilty kitten as he apologized profusely to Lady Ray. She just laughed. Ray knows what this gathering is really about. Suddenly, they felt the clash of auras at the heart of the party. 2 distinct powers. clashed in the middle of the grand event space. The Northern Hounds knew right away that Theo must be somehow involved in this mess. There's no one better at causing a scene than that guy. On the surface, Theo and Thorkel were just sizing each other up with a polite handshake. No one dared to get too close. Their auras swirled and competed for supremacy as the guests kept their distance. Finally, Torkel withdrew his hand and laughed. He jokingly admitted he was no match for his little brother and gave up. Matching his casual attitude, Theo insisted that he only won because his older brother let him. Torkel reflected that too much modesty can be seen as insulting to an opponent, but his surrender, just now, was sincere. He thought that if they were to face each other at the same age, it would be a one-sided contest. Theo acknowledged the high praise coming from the most decorated young genius in the clan's recent history. Seeing such an interesting and magnificent younger brother truly fills Torkel with joy. He turned to the nobles, cautiously watching from afar, and asked everyone to raise their glasses to the new star of Ragnar. With a joyful mood restored, Torkel asked his little brother if the debut of the new successor he had organized was satisfactory. Theo thanked him. He quickly realized that Torkel wasn't just strong, but also shrewd. The praise and the carefree attitude were just a facade. By showcasing his martial prowess, he solidifies his own position. By acknowledging the new rival, he wins the public's favor. Because of that, the atmosphere that Theo was trying to create with Naven was overshadowed by a grander act. He easily swayed public opinion in his favor. Thorkel Ragnar might look like a muscular bodybuilder with a sociable exterior, but he's a ruthless opponent who can see the race for the throne from multiple angles. After competing with his older brother, Theo was surrounded by his classmates, drinking wine and laughing the night away, completely unaware. Many eligible noblewomen had already placed him at the top of their list of bachelors to win over. While everyone was having fun and socializing, an enraged boomer watched from above, the elder dragon. He thought he could use a half-breed's misbehavior to kick him out of here. If that clueless fool Thorkel hadn't interrupted, he could have made this party all about his old self and his agenda. He can't stand a mere bastard running around, casually disrupting the hierarchy and family affairs. Unable to go after the big fish, he looked for someone else to mess with. This fossil was bored. He spotted Captain Evelyn, an arrival having fun and drinking with her comrades. The elder dragon's hateful gaze lingered. He believes it's his duty to decide who should be here. Tonight, Evelyn swapped her armor for a stunning dress that highlighted her beauty. Her comrades showered her with compliments. They almost never see their captain out of uniform. She's not used to being called pretty. Every cell in her body was telling her to take off the dress and put her armor back on. Tonight was supposed to be a time to celebrate and relax. And yet, some scumbag had the nerve to dump a glass of wine over Evelyn's head, soaking her dress and staining her skin. Hearing that hateful voice, a deep trauma reared its ugly head. The elder dragon approached as if he owned the palace. Evelyn trembled and shuddered in fear. The old bastard asked her where she got the nerve to crawl out of her hole and interact with the nobility. Evelyn's comrade spoke up bravely in the captain's defense. Even if this man is one of the 9 dragons, this inhuman treatment is unacceptable. Evelyn stopped Aaron before he did something he'd regret. For his own good, they shouldn't mess with one of the clan's highest-ranking fools. Evelyn was doing her best to hold back her anger and fear. It was obvious on her wine-soaked face. This is the first time Aaron has seen the captain so terrified. He wondered what could have happened between her and the old man. The elder dragon loomed over the ladies and reminded Evelyn of his warning to never appear before him again. His hate-filled eyes caught a glimpse of a shimmering glint hidden by an ornate scarf. Without hesitation, he grabbed her prosthetic arm and smashed it to pieces. Without remorse, the elder dragon carelessly destroyed the gift the young lord had so painstakingly given to Evelyn. Then he tossed the broken metal aside like it was trash. The monster called it a toy attached to useless flesh. According to him, trash should live crushed on the ground. He then gave Evelyn a final warning to leave before he tore her apart, not wanting to cause any more trouble. She held back and left. Seeing her run away like a scared little girl greatly amused the elder dragon. He joked that the stench was starting to fade. Aaron threatened to report this unjust incident to the law office, and the old man just looked at him like he was crazy. If he really wants to snitch, he can do as he pleases. He's bound to understand what Ragnar's survival of the fittest means if he goes down that path. Evelyn ran as if her life depended on it. Her past came rushing back in the ugliest way, and she blamed herself for thinking she could enjoy herself with her friends. She has tried to overcome the trauma since she was a helpless child, but one interaction with that man undid all her effort. The man, known as the Elder Dragon, used to beat her brutally for calling him father. She didn't understand why she was being punished and hurt back then. She was just a child. In the end, she's still that scared, confused little girl. Nothing has changed. Evelyn was running so fast, with tears blurring her vision, that she didn't notice someone was in her path. The demon dragon was bewildered to see her running in the opposite direction of the banquet hall. Seeing a familiar face finally stopped her, as she broke down in tears. Back in the hall, Theo and the others were still drinking and telling stories, unaware that Evelyn had just been disrespected. That's about to change. The party's atmosphere changed drastically when an old bastard's agonizing scream filled the room. It was followed by the brutal sound of bones breaking as he babbled obscenities at the captain of the white armored dragon cavalry, Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon. In his rage, he heard everything from Evelyn and is now out for blood. Letting go of the broken arm, the dragon, the old man quickly backed away as his security team arrived. Julius had already warned the old man that anything that happens to Evelyn will happen to him too, the old bastard. He framed this attack as a betrayal of the Ragnar name and labeled Julius a dangerous criminal who must be arrested immediately. The demon dragon stood motionless as the security team, under the authority of the Law Council, surrounded him. Even the leader of the white armored dragon cavalry would be in danger, right? They calmly stated his crime of injuring the Elder Dragon's chief advisor and threatened him with jail time. They would have preferred to make the arrest cooperatively, but Julius wasn't in the mood to play along. Seeing the fury in his eyes, the leader of the Law Council felt a cold sweat run down his back. Julius mentioned the oath made upon the sword at Ragnar's fall. For years ago, he swore on his sword before those elders who were just resting on their laurels. They made a deal that Evelyn was untouchable. If the Elder Dragon doesn't want to respect that oath, it's only fair to seek revenge. Like everyone else in the banquet hall, Theo drew closer to the commotion and overheard what had just happened. This event never occurred in his previous life. He has changed too many variables. As far as he knows, Evelyn Arrival was born as an illegitimate daughter of Wolfgang Ragnar. Such a cool name was wasted on a piece of shit. Wolfgang valued pure blood above all else, but he couldn't control his dragon. Evelyn's existence contradicted everything he stood for. She was a disgrace. He desperately wanted to hide her from the public eye and planned to kick her out of the family for good, but Julius stepped in. Seeing the girl's potential, he brought her into the white armored dragon cavalry, and Wolfgang's nefarious plan fell apart. She became a skilled fighter and a capable leader, quickly rising through the cavalry's ranks and distinguishing herself as the young captain of her unit. Wolfgang's fear of being exposed grew. Ignoring the consequences, he tried to kill his daughter under the pretext of an accident. He missed the fatal shot and cleanly severed her left arm. She barely survived the attack, but losing a limb made it impossible for her to hold the reins of her mount. Evelyn had to retire early. After that, she dedicated her life to managing the 4th training hall, no longer getting involved in noble affairs. Upon meeting Theo Ragnar, her life returned to its former glory. The chain of events that caused this commotion was a direct result of Theo's actions after his regression. If that's the case, it's only right that he fixes it. Given the accusation of an assassination attempt by the demon dragon, it would be tricky to stop the situation from getting worse. Wolfgang spoke with the other nobles and tried to win them over to his cause. He reprimanded Julius for disrespecting an elder who had protected Ragnar for years and accused the demon dragon of using the authority of the 9 dragons to threaten his family, an act tantamount to open treason. Wolfgang going to the elders to complain about an abuse of authority only enraged Julius further. The situation would have been disastrous if Theo hadn't intervened to mediate. He reminded them both that today was for celebrating their dear friend's birthday, not a time to scare everyone. Julius respects and listens to the young lord, so he reined in his temper. Wolfgang, on the other hand, seemed annoyed that his provocation had been neutralized. Given that 2 high-ranking members of the family wanted to tear each other apart, Theo proposed they resolve the conflict with the ancient Ragnar tradition. Instead of fighting on a birthday party's dance floor, they should have a proper duel. Wolfgang immediately rejected the idea. He claimed to be the clear victim in this case, saying there was no need for a duel when he'd done nothing wrong. Theo remained focused and urged the stubborn old man to accept to prevent this from escalating. He then noticed that the lady of the Daffodil Palace had arrived, looking annoyed that her daughter's party was being ruined by 2 blockheads. With every step she took, the temperature dropped and the ground began to freeze. Neil Ragnar, the ice dragon, is not someone you want as an opponent. As always, Wolfgang tried to play the victim, but Neil just told him to shut up. She didn't want to hear excuses, nor did she care about their trivial disputes. For her daughter's sake, she urged both parties to follow Theo's suggestion. That was the last straw. Of mercy his dwindling patience would allow. The nobles murmured in low voices, believing that Wolfgang and his fellow elders would be victorious, even in retirement. After all, they're high-ranking inspectors. Wolfgang thought the same. He trusted his men to face whoever Julius sent, since the rule of trial by combat states that the plaintiff and the defendant must face off in the final round, while the first two duels are fought by chosen representatives. Looking at the room, Julius only has a one-armed cripple and a miserable bastard in his corner. According to him, he won't even have to lift a finger. His men should win 2-0. Although he had his doubts, Wolfgang accepted a sword duel to decide who was right. As the guests left the hall to watch the duel, everyone speculated on the results. Among the crowd, Thorkelson laughed in amusement while drinking wine. He didn't expect his little brother to take the initiative like this. Knowing the demon dragon's temperament, this was going to get out of hand. If Teo hadn't intervened, the wrathful dragon would have crushed Julius. Using the corrupt legal system, he would have been politically destroyed. In that instant, the young man found a solution that would defuse the time bomb in a way that was acceptable to both sides. Torkel could tell that whatever happened next would be an entertaining show. Everyone gathered outside Daffodil Palace and took their seats in an arena cleared of snow. From now on, under the supervision of the Law Council, the trial by combat will begin. To ensure fairness, the use of mana is forbidden. Everything that happens within the trial will be protected by the laws of Ragnar. Both must swear that any future vengeance, regardless of the outcome, will be punished. No resentment is allowed. Julius and Wolfgang accepted the terms as they stared each other down. With the formalities out of the way, the first combatants were asked to step forward. To everyone's surprise, the rising star, Teo Ragnar, confidently unsheathed his sword under the bright moonlight. His companions know Teo is a beast, but they're still worried about their boy. The initial combatant on the other side looks like no pushover. Remington recognized Teo's opponent, the elder dragon Zaid, Galsworth Beta. Among the high-ranking inspectors, he is one of the best in skill and combat prowess. Before entering the arena, Wolfgang gave Beta a disturbing pep talk. He gave the green light to his loyal aide to go for a killing blow without holding back. Beta was somewhat reluctant to strike down a successor candidate for Patriarch, but the old man assured him that any accident in the ring would be absolved by the trial by combat rule. If he can't end the young man's life, Wolfgang wants at least an arm as a souvenir. Meanwhile, in the other corner, as some nefarious instructions were being given, Teo remained calm on his side of the arena. Julius had calmed down considerably and was worried about involving such a promising young man in his mess. He had previously apologized to Teo for his reckless actions. He kept asking the young lord if this was the right path. Confidently, Teo just asked him to trust the process. Through this duel, what he's really looking for is to settle a long-standing grievance while grabbing some of the spotlight for himself. When both combatants were ready, the referee from the Law Council blew the whistle. Beta chose to start calmly, maintaining a fixed defensive stance. Teo, on the other hand, accelerated and charged forward with a flashy dash. Seeing the young man approach, Beta matched his thrust. The first clash seemed to be of similar strength. With mana forbidden, they relied solely on their physical abilities. Sparks flew as the impact threw them in opposite directions. After regaining their balance, both combatants quickly stepped in for another round. What followed were countless collisions, difficult to follow with the naked eye. The audience could only see the glint of clashing steel. Beta might have an unfortunate name, but he is a skilled swordsman. The Elder Dragon's aid was nearly on par with Teo's strength. He was surprised not to find an opening he could exploit. Even though they were only exchanging probing blows, it's hard to believe a young man could match a veteran. Teo is a successor caliber fighter, but experience comes with age. One of Beta's tricks is using the terrain. By cleverly kicking up dirt and stones, he obscured the young lord's vision. A second of distraction was all it took to land a fatal blow. Beta prided himself on using his combat experience to honor a successor's dignity. His goal was to send Teo off with the least amount of pain. A simple beheading would have been enough, as his sword grazed the young lord's neck. Teo sped up and leaned back with a mocking smile. Knowing Beta would underestimate his combat ability, he deliberately left an opening, and the fool fell right into the trap. With Beta's arm overextended from the missed swing, Theo was able to counterattack. At the very last second, Beta used every cell in his body to get out of the way. He noticed something troubling. The young lord had stopped his attack on purpose for some reason, but why would the rising star back away from an easy kill? If it were up to Theo, it would have been over in that instant. Unfortunately, the voices in his mind chose the worst possible moment to return. They insisted he kill those who had mocked and abandoned him. Thoughts of murder flooded his mind, his vision, and his thoughts that were clouded by the desire for violence. Beta noticed his strange behavior, but hesitated to engage again. He'd been tricked by a false opening and worried this was just another deliberate bait. If that were the case, he was offended that some kid would underestimate him so badly. An expert inspector doesn't fall for the same trick twice. With total confidence, Beta lunged with the intent to kill. Theo raised his sword and easily blocked the blow. He spoke aloud to the voices in his head. He silenced them with sheer willpower. If it's murder they want, he can handle the bloodshed himself without their annoying chatter. Suddenly, Theo moved faster, counterattacking with a flurry of chaotic slashes that severed one of Beta's arms. Now, missing an arm and panicking, Beta felt the pain and pressure as he tried not to lose any more body parts. With his one remaining arm, he fought to escape from the unhinged Theo. The young lord made Beta's final stand. That looked like a joke, sending the fool flying out of the arena. Those sitting on the other side of the field would have been collateral damage if the ice dragon hadn't intervened to protect the nobles. Sensing the force behind the attack, she silently praised the young man's extraordinary talent and power. Even without the use of mana, he managed to destroy the arena in a single blow, like a true monster. The poor Beta was left in a crater, armless and unconscious. His entire form was shattered. He was utterly defeated. The referee from the Law Council looked at the combatant and ended the first round. In the inaugural duel trial, Theo Ragnar was the clear victor. While the crowd cheered, he was trying to suppress the urge to kill. Fortunately, he regained control of his impulses in time. The level of malice he felt today was different from usual. It was a strange sensation, as if something greater was guiding him toward who knows what. He only unleashed unimaginable levels of power by surrendering to that strange feeling. Giving in to past grudges is a slippery slope. The danger is real, but if he can control it, it'll be a huge boost to his combat power. Hell, he could become twice as strong. That with just the flip of a switch. After clearing the debris and repairing the damaged arena, the second round began. Both fighters were asked to approach. Surprisingly, Theo approached the corner and announced that he would fight in consecutive matches. The referee accepted. Wolfgang was not pleased at all with his participation in the second round as the defense's representative. He found this decision completely arrogant. He sent out his most reliable fighter, the Sword of the Mystics and former Swordmaster of the Dragon Gate, Page Grayson. The Lanka brothers were excited to see an old man wielding a huge sword without using mana. Sitting with them, Remington was extremely anxious. The Lanka brothers told the Silver Lion to calm down. He insisted that unlike the first round, where they sent a high-ranking inspector to keep up appearances, Page Grayson is a famous elder. Anyone with common sense could see that Wolfgang's side wanted to kill Lord Theo without hesitation. With that in mind, it's hard to imagine Theo losing when the aftermath of his previous battle was still so fresh. As soon as the referee blew the whistle to start the second round, Theo politely raised his hand. Instead of wasting time and crossing swords with another old man, he simply waved the white flag and surrendered. Everyone was surprised by this decision, especially old Page. How it lie? That humbly that a mid-rank inspector like him couldn't possibly match an established elder. Without even fighting, the difference between them was clear. The Sword of the Mystics. That was frustrated because he didn't get a fair fight. The referee from the Law Council. That was also surprised as he announced the winner of the second round. The audience applauded Theo's cunning decision. He eliminated a thorny variable at no cost. Remember, the plaintiff and the defendant must face each other in the final round of the trial by combat. Wolfgang. That was so focused on getting rid of the troublesome successor that he was caught off guard by such a simple maneuver. Now he has to fight with a broken arm. In all her years, Evelyn had never seen her father so shaken. When Theo approached, thus she apologized for getting him involved in her problems again. He responded like a true comrade, reassuring her. The warmth of his words reminded Evelyn of all the good things in her life. Julius Ragnar was just a rookie in the cavalry when he invited her to join the squad. He was the first to see her talent after she lost. Her arm, the demon dragon, remained her friend, reminding her that she can always get back up. Then she met the charismatic young lord who changed her dead-end life. She swore to be his sword, giving her a new purpose. The Lord, Theo, gave her the courage to fight for her long-held desires. Her past was filled with pain, but now there are people who genuinely care about her. How could she stay trapped in the past, unable to move forward, when these great people believe in her so much? Perhaps it's time to beat the villain before Julius entered the arena as the final participant. Evelyn spoke up. She's tired of being the victim. It's time to take her destiny into her own hands, even if she only has one. For the final round of the dueling trial, the referee from the Council of Law asked the plaintiff and the defendant to step forward. With a sling carrying his broken arm, Wolfgang Ragnar still looked menacing as he strutted into the ring. Inside, he was still cursing that cunning successor for cornering him. With no reputation left to save, he's already accepted that Julius will probably kill him, but he's determined to take at least one arm with him. He loves cutting off arms. After an argument with the referee, the defense's request to switch their third-round fighter was accepted. In her form-fitting dress and a sword in hand, the one-armed captain confidently entered the arena. Seeing his illegitimate and crippled daughter enter, Wolfgang let out a mocking laugh. He asked if she would beg for mercy one last time. His attempts at provocation were ineffective. Evelyn brandished her rapier and kept her gaze fixed on her disgusting target. She only needed to say one word to drive Wolfgang mad. This wretch hates being called father. The audience was stunned to hear her say the forbidden word. They didn't know about the connection between the old dragon and Evelyn's arrival. Everyone had heard rumors about an illegitimate child, but they never paid much attention to the gossip. Desperate and panicked, Wolfgang tried to paint Evelyn as a madwoman spouting nonsense. If she had known she could get this reaction out of him, she would have done it sooner. Relentlessly, she brought to light all the abuse she suffered at the hands of this son of a bitch. She recounted how he almost killed her once as a child, and even tried to finish her off again when she rose up in a white armored dragon cavalry, just to protect his image. Enraged, Wolfgang's intentions came to light. He claimed that as an elder of House Ragnar, he had the right to clean up his record. He was so provoked by anger that he practically confessed to his vile crimes. The observing nobles pitted Evelyn and were disgusted with the old fool. Who would have thought that the haughty and powerful elder, always concerned with bloodlines, was guilty of spreading his seed outside the family? Those who knew of Wolfgang's shameful inclinations remained silent. They had already warned him this day would come if he wasn't careful. The old man knew he was practically disgraced. Julius and Theo just watched the drama from the sidelines. The demon dragon still wanted to fight to spare Evelyn the pain, but the young lord decided to let her handle it herself. As soon as the whistle blew, Evelyn chose an aggressive offense with her one arm. With her amputated arm and Wolfgang's broken limb, the matchup was fairly even. With more experience with her impediment, Evelyn set the pace while the old man focused on defending himself. When she thought the time was right, she revealed her new weapon. As a veteran of many battlefields, Julius noticed the change in her stance and in the atmosphere. She was using Duchar's Wind Thunder God technique. With pure skill, she unleashed a storm. The veterans watching recognized the windstorm sword. As far as they knew, this was a lost art. How could Evelyn have mastered such a technique? The Wind Thunder God technique lives up to its name. Standing in the center, she moved like the eye of the storm. She effectively blocked Wolfgang's sword while pushing him back. It's not common to see someone so young go toe-to-toe with an elite swordsman like Wolfgang. Theo watched with delight. Since the dueling trial prohibits the use of mana, pure swordsmanship thrives. Without the difference in magical power, a refined technique can shine above all. Wolfgang is a fraud, propped up by his pure blood lineage. Without that crutch, he's a mediocre swordsman at best. Feeling suffocated by Evelyn's aggression, the brutish old dragon forced his way out of being cornered. Even though he's a slob, he served as one of the family's main fighters for a long time. He can swing a sword like a caveman. After creating an opening, he lunged at Evelyn with overwhelming force. By overcoming her initial display, he regained his confidence and continued to talk trash. He swore to beat her until she begs for mercy and comes to her senses. Evelyn is sick of his hateful rhetoric. Now, she has the strength to fight back. Model. Since the old man wanted a contest of strength, she would gladly beat him at his own game. When she was young, she saw her horrible father as her entire world. She feared him more than anything. But now, with good people by her side who trust and believe in her wholeheartedly, those useless thoughts have been cast aside. She's no longer the little girl who would cling to a horrible father. She's a grown woman in full control of her life. She has the strength to finally cut off the bastard who made her life a living hell. The weak girl who was mistreated and despised is now a warrior capable of defeating the monster who shared her blood. The nobles who witnessed such a cathartic punishment were moved by Evelyn Neryville's determination. The combat ended, and she was declared the winner of the final round of the trial by combat. At last, she achieved her revenge by severing one of the bastard's arms. After being fairly defeated, Wolfgang still wouldn't accept his loss. He tried to attack her with all his might, but was stopped by ice restraints. Luckily, Lady Neil, the ice dragon, acted quickly. She reprimanded him for dishonoring the 9 dragons and for his poor sportsmanship. Upon hearing her name, reality became clear for Evelyn. According to the agreement of the trial by combat, the verdict is not guilty. When she returned to her corner, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Evelyn Maryville is finally free. Julius and Teo received her with pride. Now she can flourish without the fear that held her back for so long. She attributed this victory to her lord and the captain of the cavalry. In the other corner, Wolfgang's lackeys rushed into the arena to pick up their losing boss and give him medical attention. They recovered his sword, and he didn't like seeing the reflection of a failure on its blade. He pushed his lackeys aside, grabbed his sword, and headed menacingly towards Evelyn's corner. Wolfgang shouted her name like an insult, calling her a despicable girl while swinging his weapon like a madman. It was clear this piece of trash wanted to finish her off once and for all this time. Julius intervened before he could get any closer. The demon dragon caught him with his one remaining hand and made him sit down like a good boy. Wolfgang, blinded by rage, must have forgotten he got off easy with only one amputated arm. Julius looked at the old man and asked if he really wanted to lose his remaining arm too. If he really wanted to look like a mannequin, the demon dragon would gladly oblige. The tension in the arena was at its peak. This situation could have gotten bloodier if not for an urgent interruption. A messenger ran in to announce that the Troyban family had begun their invasion. Everyone must return to their posts immediately. Julius clicked his tongue. The timing couldn't be worse. He wanted to do some serious damage, but that would have to wait. It took a lot of willpower to turn around and let him go. He called for his trusted aides. They are at war now, and the white armor dragon cavalry will be on the front lines. Wolfgang, being the fool that he is, still didn't get the hint. He kept rambling about how the duel wasn't over. No one was paying attention to him anymore. The ice dragon had to threaten him with violence just to get him to shut up. She gave him one final warning. If he ever embarrasses the 9 dragons again, her ice blades would turn him into a pincushion. He tried to argue and pull rank, saying that touching him would be disrespectful to the Council of Elders. Lady Neal told him to look at the council. Everyone had already turned their backs on their disgraced leader. They washed their hands of any involvement in Wolfgang's shameful actions. They can't have a representative who defies the sanctity of the duel and draws his sword after losing like a child. By the end of the night, the elder dragon had lost an arm, his council, and the respect of the Ragnar clan. Seeing him broken and defeated gave Julius a sense of justice. The pitiful sight of a greedy old man who lost everything was a rather satisfying conclusion. While the higher-ups of Ragnar were busy playing their political games, Ed Troyban was moving like a true villain. His troops already occupied the central plateau and were approaching Harmon Castle, according to reports. Ragnar's forces, both the Lord's cavalry and the private troops of the Six Pillars, are preparing to face them on the central plateau. The Troyban laughed to himself. Those foolish old dragons are moving exactly as he expected. It's time to make them realize that this war is just one piece of a much larger plan. While they concentrate their forces on the plateau, Troyban will freely devour the real prize. All the pieces are in place for his wicked master plan. On the other side of the map, the territory of the Bacchus family seemed strangely quiet. One of the 6 pillars changed drastically after the Ceres Guild disaster. The guards on the walls couldn't help but gossip about the new head of the house. Since Lord Naven took over, he just locks himself up and drinks all day. In these turbulent times, his people doubt if he even deserves to be called the head of the family. One of the veteran guards insisted that with the whole family holed up, only debts remain in this territory. A lord is useless when even the knights and vassals who swore loyalty to the Bacchus family for generations have left. It's understandable that the new head of the family chooses to drown himself in alcohol daily. The freedom to do so is a blessing. Recently, the guards received reinforcements from the Ragnar clan. These troops were sent to solve the problem of manpower, but they turned out to be useless parasites. Just like the head of the family, they just spend their days drinking. The captain of the Ragnar reinforcements is Sybil Drea, along with Iodi Naren and other admirers of Teo. They were supposed to be the night watch, but every night they're drunk and passed out in the streets. Their deployment is like the main family's way of saying, get lost. A guard on the wall heard all this worrying information and seemed a little too pleased. As soon as the sun set, that guard left the territory and reported to someone suspicious. He reported how morale inside is already at rock bottom. The operation could be seen as a sure success. More hooded and suspicious figures emerged from the shadows and advanced towards the Bacchus territory. They've heard enough. It's time to act. With the current state of the fallen house, they could probably achieve their goal quickly. As expected, Captain Sybil, who was supposed to be watching the walls, was passed out with a bottle in hand. One of the hooded figures slipped up to his position with a flash of a knife. He cursed the drunk for sleeping on his shift and aimed for Sybil's head, plunging the blade with great precision. At the headquarters of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, Julius had just heard an unreasonable request. Teo has just requested to invoke independent operation rights as an intermediate inspector. Captain Diamond Dragon quickly denied such an unreasonable notion. In times of war, military operations are the priority, with no exceptions, not even for a successor. Teo said that his request is closely tied to the war effort. He has documents to back it up. Julius's eyes widened in surprise as he reviewed the contents. Teo explained that the main invasion points of Troyban, like Harmon Castle and the Central Highlands, are just clever distractions. He is certain that the real target of this invasion is the floating archipelago and the compromised Bacchus territory. With reports supporting this theory, Julius realized that Teo's assessment was correct. Judging by Black Skull's recent actions during the hostage crisis, it was clear they were in collusion with the Troyban family. Teo added that Black Skull originated as a maritime league from the floating archipelago, the hub through which all the Empire's gold flowed. That explains how the Troyban clan amassed such vast war funds. Given the archipelago's position, it's only a matter of time before it becomes a direct threat to Ragnar territory. So, Teo proposed prioritizing the fortification of the neglected Bacchus territory. Even if his calculations are accurate, most of Troyban's forces are already gathered at the Central Highlands and Harmon Castle. They have enough troops for an all-out war. Their side has already dispatched forces to face that imminent conflict. The clan has no more personnel available. Still, they can't just leave the real strategic points undefended. That's why Teo asked for independent command authority. He will oversee the reinforcement of the Bacchus territory and the investigation of the archipelago. By doing so, with some select troops and a little time, they can expose and strike at Troyban's financial artery. He is sure that he can more directly influence this war. Julius was astonished by the young man's cunning. How could he not approve such a bold plan? This is a matter of war. They must use every available resource. Still, he reminded Teo not to overdo it. When the young lord left the headquarters, the demon dragon was left wondering how the boy had gathered all this information alone. Somehow, he obtained highly classified intelligence. It would have been better to share this valuable information with an intelligence expert like Black Dragon, but he decided to inform his captain instead. This means Teo wants to keep the operation secret to move freely. Only Julius noticed that the boy asked for permission merely as a formality. According to Julius, Teo had already acted before even entering the headquarters. And he was right. Teo had already positioned his troops in Bacchus. Tonight, they dropped their drunken disguise to face the invaders. Captain Sybil stopped pretending to be a drunk and surprised the hooded invader, decimating him. As the liquor bottle flew, its contents spilled, and the hooded figure smelled orange juice. Sybil is sober and wide awake. He doesn't even drink. After days of pretending to be a drunken fool, he can finally stretch his limbs and brandish his sword without restriction. Without the element of surprise, a Troyban operative is no match for a swordsman who used to train with Lord Theo. Sybil's troops easily cleared the vanguard. The next step is to light the beacon. None of them expected their first real mission would be to kill Troyban operatives. They never would have imagined this at the coming-of-age ceremony. While Sybil was trying to light the signal, the cunning operative he had just gutted made his move. After playing dead on the ground, Sybil's squad was caught by surprise, and Sybil was almost killed. Fortunately, someone suddenly appeared and decapitated the deceitful operative. It was Navin, of course. He scolded the boys for letting their guard down. If any of them got hurt, how could he face Lord Theo? Realizing his mistake, Sybil straightened up and showed his respect to the head of the Bacchus family. Navin suggested he calm down and relax. Although, if they really want to relax, they first need to carry out the Lord's orders. With a smile, Sybil resumed his task of lighting the beacon. Navin liked having these boys in his territory. It fit his style. When the walls of Navin's castle lit up, the crossbowmen lined up, waiting for the next wave of invaders. Navin watched the situation from the top of the castle, just as his lord predicted. The enemies would come tonight. How could Theo even see through the Troyban's attack plan to such a frightening degree? He's really on another level. With the Troyban rats exposed by the fire, Sybil roared the command to defend Bacchus Castle at all costs. As the hooded invaders scaled the walls, thousands of arrows riddled them from above. It was a slaughter. When Theo arrived at the castle on his wyvern, Viper Umbra, the battle had already begun. He arrived just in time to see his boys in action. He sped up with excitement, eager to see familiar faces again. When the sun rose over Bacchus Castle, the ground outside the wall was littered with the corpses of Troyban operatives. Just as Lord Theo ordered, the mission to defend the territory was complete. Sybil was rightfully proud of his work. Theo knew the boy could be loud at times, but his report was extra loud this time. It must be the adrenaline from wiping out a battalion. Of course, the defense of the Bacchus territory was worthy of praise. A compliment and some recognition brought good old Civil to tears. His comrades were jealous of their captain. Naven hadn't expected Theo to come in person, but it was a pleasant surprise. Luckily, Theo didn't have to intervene. With the reinforcement squad, the operation went smoothly, and Naven was surprised. Theo gathered his admirers and recruited them for the Camellia Palace Guard. He was happy to see them progress so quickly. They even impressed Naven. At first, the family head didn't expect much. They were intermediate inspectors with little experience. However, they excel when it mattered. Although their skills are still somewhat rudimentary, they are reliable people. Hearing Naven praise his boys made Theo feel like a proud older brother. Since Naven liked Civil and the boys so much, Theo suggested they fill the vacant knightly order of the Bacchus family. If Naven, the Ghostblade, trains them to be a proper knightly order, Civil and the others could thrive. He seemed to agree. It's been a while since he's felt this sense of anticipation. Theo was happy that his subordinates found a good home to stay together and help with his agenda. Given that he is no longer needed in this territory, Lord Theo said his goodbyes. He has seen what he came to see. So, it's time to head to his next destination. He's heading to the floating archipelago to conduct a full investigation. Naven thought he'd be used to his lord's audacity by now, but Theo still surprises him sometimes. The archipelago is known for its hostility towards outsiders. It's difficult to even get in. Fortunately, Theo has his ways. After a few days of smooth sailing, he arrived in Dien. He put on his hood to go, unnoticed, and went straight to the tavern. He immediately ran into trouble. A man twice his size intentionally bumped into him on the way in. The big guy was aggressive, but Theo stayed calm and indirectly insulted the brute. He then quickly grabbed a liquor jug and smashed it over the troublemaker's head. The whole pub erupted at the sound of the commotion. Everyone wanted to see a fight, as the pub's service continued unfazed despite the brawl happening at the entrance. Trouble seemed pretty common in this area. On the other side of a door at the end of the pub's hall was a well-kept office. The man in charge of the place was listening to a report from a subordinate. Lately, they've been pressured to deliver gunpowder and steel to the Trojans. All these goods will be the rental fee for the Dragon Slayer sword. The future patriarch of the Espinola family, Antonio Espinola, was rightfully angry. The Trojans wrote the letter as a request, but it's really a threat. They stole the Dragon Slayer sword and are now trying to lend it back to the original owners in exchange for valuable resources. Antonio doesn't even want to acknowledge the report, but at the end of the day, they have no other choice in the matter. Without the Dragon Slayer sword, the floating archipelago will sink. If they hadn't lost the legendary sword, they wouldn't be at the mercy of exploitative lords. He's trying to grapple with the idea that there might be no hope left for the archipelago. Just then, the sounds of commotion filtered through the closed door. Already annoyed by the scam, Antonio kicked open his office door to stop the noise. If his customers want to drink, they should drink a little more quietly. Under his hood, Theo smiled. The man he wanted to see had finally shown himself. He just needed a little push to get out of that office. Antonio Espinola will be key to the next phase of his plans. After being taken to the pub's liquor storeroom for causing a scene upstairs, Theo immediately shared his desire to go to the floating archipelago. He wants to join Antonio's ship as a fighter. He said sea monsters have been appearing more on the route lately, so he wanted to offer his sword. He already proved his skill in the fight upstairs, and he heard the Espinola family is short-staffed these days. It's a win-win. Antonio admitted that what he said has some truth to it. They are looking for crew members. Still, he refused to allow this suspicious young man on his ship. For a supposed mercenary looking for work, his gear is too clean. There's not a single sign of wear and tear. He came into the pub, caused trouble, and just so happened to know a ship was going to the archipelago soon. Antonio wouldn't allow an unknown quantity like that on his ship. Theo laughed. He would have been disappointed if Antonio hadn't seen through his crude ploy. Knowing the man is no fool, they can finally talk business. He slid a coin onto the table and mentioned the armed resistance fighting to liberate the floating archipelago, the Black Skull. He came all the way to this port city to make a deal with the leader of the resistance, Antonio Espinola himself. Antonio felt threatened by how much the young man knows. But that's not important right now. It's not about how he knows, but what he knows. For example, he's aware that Antonio is worried about the Dragon Slayer sword. As soon as Theo mentioned that sword, Antonio accused him of being a Trojan dog. Theo laughed and reminded the businessman to keep his composure. Antonio got himself under control and reined in his hostility. His security team checked on them after hearing the noise, and he waved them away. Theo hinted that he has the Dragon Slayer sword in his possession. Antonio called it absurd. According to him, those Trojan dogs have it secured. But Teo questioned Antonio's belief. Those dogs from Troyban might have just said they had the sword. There's no proof they actually possess it. Thinking it over, the Trojans never even showed what they were holding for ransom. He acknowledged his judgment might have been clouded with the fate of the archipelago at stake. Since he has nothing to lose, he might as well hear what this stranger has to say. Antonio calmed down and, sad as Teo, spoke of the legend and mystery of the famous floating archipelago. The story begins with a hero named Kriemhild. This is a legend dear to Antonio. He even has the book in his drawer. It said that Kriemhild plunged her sword into the head of the sea dragon that ravaged the ocean, sealing the beast beneath the waves. It's a common fairy tale, but he knows it's a real historical fact. People say the floating archipelago is held above the sea by mysterious natural currents, but that's not true. The dragon that Kriemhild sealed is under that land. It releases large waves of mana that create a strong updraft to support the islands. The Dragon Slayer sword is the device that maintains the dragon's seal. It's a medium that stabilizes the flow of mana. Since the Troyans stole that sword, the mana current has become more unstable. If the Dragon Slayer sword doesn't return to its place, the archipelago will suffer a disaster. The islands will sink with their inhabitants. The lives of Antonio's people are at stake. He can't afford any mistakes. If Teo really has the Dragon Slayer sword in his possession, Antonio would gladly grant him anything he desires in exchange for it. But simply returning the sword isn't a real solution. Those cunning thugs from Troyban would just steal it again at any moment. Besides, Teo doesn't want to lose the extra power. Since the young man wanted to talk business, Antonio gladly opened negotiations. If it's money he wants, the Espinola family will pay any amount. Fortunately, Teo already has a plan to keep the Dragon Slayer sword and save the archipelago at the same time. All he needs now is a trip to those mystical islands. The desperate Antonio finally gave in, and Teo was welcomed aboard the ship heading to the floating archipelago. Of course, he didn't pass up the opportunity to cultivate aura on the ship. From the port city of Dion, the journey was smooth. From a distance, the floating archipelago looked like an ordinary port city. This series of floating rocks is known as a merchant federation with its own unique history and traditions, so much so that the emperor recognized its autonomy. In Teo's past life, the Great War marked a negative turning point. Troyban occupied it, its rich history was erased, and it became a simple production base for war supplies. Towards the end of the Great War, the entire archipelago sank and disappeared from the map. For the sake of Ragnar and the people of the archipelago, Teo is determined to drive those dogs out of this place. Antonio was promised that his homeland would be saved, but he still can't completely trust Teo. The young man's plan sounded ridiculous. Antonio was skeptical about Teo's plan to move the landmass. He confidently assured the nervous businessmen that it's a viable solution. After all, the sea dragon sealed at the bottom of the archipelago is another guardian of an ancient dragon's relic. Before setting sail, Teo consulted his guardians about the Dragon Slayer sword. They confirmed that the sword is an ancient dragon's relic. This confused him more about why it's not compatible with the Ragnar's. He can't even touch it without feeling a painful rejection. The Lesser Draco didn't know the details, but noted that the sword's guardian had abandoned its duty and escaped the reliquary. There's a precedent. Lord Griffin tried and failed the same maneuver. Curious, Teo asked his guardians if they could escape their relics by paying the price. They all said that escaping and continuing to live was only possible because that guy did it. It's not something an ordinary guardian can achieve. That sea dragon has the power to keep an archipelago afloat with just its residual mana. That's when the idea of subduing the beast entered Teo's mind. If he succeeds, he'll be able to move the landmass. Theoretically, at least. He wasn't wrong, but the process requires sealing the sea dragon first. It may have lost much of its power by escaping the relic, but it's still one of the strongest guardians. Griffin scoffed that Teo has no way of reaching the bottom of the ocean, but he was wrong. Teo already has a plan for situations like this. From how to get to the bottom of the sea to how he's going to reseal the beast, he has it all planned out. He shared with Antonio that the key to this absurd operation is the colossal statue on one of the islands. It contains a power that not even the natives know about. Teo already showed Antonio the sword, but he's still not convinced this will work. You can't blame him for doubting the young man. The fate of his home and his people is at stake here. Anyway, they'll see what happens when they reach their destination. As expected, Teo's system notified him with a side quest to return Balmung to its rightful place. He must find the location, subdue the guardian, and prove his worth as its master. At nightfall, they docked at one of the ports under Antonio's leadership, where the Black Skull revolutionaries have gathered. They were tasked with guiding Teo to the statue of Kriemhild. Then, they must stay out of the way while the young man takes action. As you know, the leaders of the main families have already been bought by Troyban. Security around the statue has been tightened, so they'll use the infiltration route to the floating archipelago. Every member of Black Skull growled resolutely. Antonio wished Teo one last bit of luck as he scanned Black Skull. Theo identified the one who was out of place. As expected, the colossal statue was guarded on all sides. Those corrupt families spared no expense reinforcing the security of the historic site. Unbeknownst to the attentive guards, agents from Black Skull had already approached using their secret route. Theo followed his guides through a tunnel and was soon near the objective. The sound of the nearby waterfall concealed any noise from here, allowing them to move freely. Theo pulled the Dragon Slayer sword from his subspace and felt its electric rejection. He thanked the Black Skull agents for escorting him, but said he would continue alone from here. Seeing him pull the legendary sword out of thin air left the Black Skull members wide-eyed with excitement. Theo noticed the negative reaction growing stronger the closer he got to the statue. All he had to do was climb the image of the sea dragon to end this. With his skill and agility, he climbed the stone statue without any trouble. The Black Skull agents still couldn't believe that the sword they had tried so hard to recover was now in the hands of a stranger. Those who believed in the revolution felt there was hope for the floating archipelago once again. Unfortunately, the stranger finally got tired of watching and took action, killing his fellow Black Skull agents. It turns out the armed resistance was already infested with spies. With Balmung in sight, they dropped the act and made their move. Meanwhile, Theo reached the top of the statue, where the sculpture of Kriemhild stabbing her sword into the monster's head was located. Balmung's reaction reached its peak, but Theo didn't know what to do next to get started. He tried to imitate Kriemhild and plunged the sword into the head of the large statue. Unfortunately, there was no reaction. While drinking a potion to heal his burned hand, Theo thought about any clues from the system message for this mission. That's when the spies appeared to surprise him. It was a remarkable sneak attack, but Theo was too perceptive to fall for such a dirty trick. The spy was surprised. He thought it would be a quick and easy job. He looked around, and Balmung was gone. That scam left him exposed to a kick in the stomach. The spy was angry that a moment of carelessness had gotten him injured and compromised. The bald spy did his best to keep his balance while enduring some minor internal injuries. The other spies gathered at his side, worried about their master, Gray. Gray warned his men to avoid engaging Theo recklessly, unless they wanted to be taken down in a single blow. The guards outside the site were alerted by the sound of something breaking inside. Looking up, they couldn't believe their eyes. The statue of Kriemhild, which had been there for who knows how long, was crumbling to pieces. Further away, Antonio and his team were waiting for an update. It had been a while since the infiltration team left. A squad member rushed back through the secret tunnel, injured and exhausted. She recounted how Gray and his brothers suddenly attacked and killed everyone. Antonio realized his mistake. Troyvan servants had already infiltrated their group right under their noses. At the sea dragon statue, Theo was fighting the traitors. He didn't feel very threatened, but they were annoyingly delaying his mission. To make matters worse, Gray and his group were skilled in combat. Even with an opening, they showed no aggression. It was clear they were stalling for time. He guessed they must have taken control of the nearby 3rd District and were now waiting for reinforcements. If they weren't going to take the bait, then Theo would just have to go on the offensive. He attacked relentlessly, breaking off chunks from the enormous statue. His constant blows finally thinned the layers of stone, revealing an ancient metal box hidden underneath. As soon as Gray saw the slot for the blade, he ordered his brothers to stop Theo at all costs. The young lord reproached himself for having complicated this mission for no reason. The side quest indicated that Balmung had to return to its original place, so he just had to follow where the blade led him, the hollow slot in the ancient box. The target lay before him. All he had to do was insert the tip. Gray lunged at Teo, hoping to prevent the inevitable. He was too slow, and Teo was too fast. He plunged the blade into its rightful place, and a brilliant light flooded the area, unleashing a powerful shockwave that repelled the Troyban hounds. Teo withstood the blade's kickback and the overwhelming shockwave, keeping his hands gripped on Balmung's hilt. It was then that the noise alerted the useless guards outside. As they looked at the statue they were supposed to be protecting, it was already crumbling. They never imagined they would witness the Colossus's collapse tonight. The fall left Teo unconscious and inexplicably transported him to an unknown location. When he regained consciousness, he had the worst headache he'd ever felt. It was unbearable, but it meant he was alive. Observing his new surroundings, he figured he must have been transported inside the relic dungeon. He was surrounded on all sides by tall, lush vegetation, completely different from any other relic dungeon he'd ever been in. While he was still taking all in, he heard a tiny voice beside him. His four guardians had decided to appear in their chibi forms. The fairy dragon. Dot explained that they took physical form using Teo's mana as a medium. Due to his low magic power, they could barely maintain even a small form. It also mentioned that this relic dungeon emits a strong sense of longing and compassion for a specific human. Teo immediately thought of Creamhild, but the guardians couldn't confirm it. They could only read the remnants of the guardians' thoughts using contextual clues. It's clear the legendary hero is involved somehow. Since the relic's guardian has abandoned this space, they should be able to look around and investigate slowly. That was a mistake. Unbeknownst to Teo, a skeletal. That archer had already taken aim at him. When the arrow was loosed, it caused a massive explosion. The sound triggered Teo's reflexes as the arrowhead closed in on his head. Using his ultra instinct, Teo jerked his head out of the way and snatched the arrow out of the air. It seems his guardian's information was incomplete. This land wasn't as deserted as he thought. The skeleton archer was just the beginning. Countless skeletal creatures had risen. Hostile to the only one with flesh here, they saw Teo as an intruder, a threat that must be eliminated from the dungeon. The undead inhabitants of this strange dimension chanted Creamhild's name with reverence. The little Griffin said that the original guardian must have created these beings solely to protect the property of the human named Creamhild. More arrows flew toward them, and the little bird was almost hit. Teo deflected the incoming threat, redirecting its trajectory to shatter the skull of a skeleton swordsman. He figured these skeletons weren't very threatening, but their sheer numbers made them a huge pain. If only he could wipe them all out at once. Clearing the dungeon would be a piece of cake. But it wasn't going to be that easy. The fairy. Dragon could tell these weren't ordinary skeletons. They are immortal. Soldiers who won't stop until their duty is fulfilled. They're the dragon's fangs. Teo drew his sword with a grin, accepting the challenge. He leaped into the treetops, drawing the skeletons to follow him. After wasting precious energy trying to cut down as many regenerating dragon's fangs as he could, Teo decided to retreat. Seeing him struggling, the little griffin reluctantly offered some advice, reminding Teo that Creamhild was just a human like him. If he could just get that man, to give up the dungeon, the whole thing would be over in seconds. Teo was furious at hearing such useless advice. If that man was still alive after so many eons, he couldn't be human. The little griffin sulked, regretting he'd given valuable advice. To such an idiot. As he wondered how to get out of this mess, a system message appeared. To focus on reading it, he clamped the little griffin's beak shut. It stated that the dungeon was the final gift that Leviathan left for the hero, Creamhild. He now had to reclaim ownership of this gift from its current owner. Reading between the lines, Teo had to admit his annoying bird might have a point. Fortunately, the dragon's fangs weren't fast enough to catch him, no matter how coordinated they were. He always wondered how to take property from a dead man to maximize the variables he could process. He activated the brood synchronization. His vision became superhuman, processing everything around him at superhuman levels. If his hunch was right, he was missing one key piece to clear this dungeon. With the hatchling synchronization, he spotted a lone dragon fawn that kept its distance from the aggressive pack. It had a distinct aura from the common nightmare skeletons. When all the dragon fangs charged at him, he noticed one turn and fled. Now he was more certain that he just needed to hunt down the different one. With his ridiculous speed, he easily caught up to the anomalous fawn. He unleashed his fastest attack, the lightning dragon flash technique, to close the distance in an instant. His black lightning trapped the lone dragon fawn, leaving it no escape. The cage caused a massive explosion of lightning, pulverizing everything in its range. The lightning needle is fast and highly destructive. Killing the strange dragon fawn triggered a system notification. He had to gather 206 pieces of Creamhild's remains, and he'd only gotten one after so much effort. The number he had to reach was way too high. Now he had a clear objective. This dragon fawn dropped Creamhild's third cervical bone. With a direction to follow, Theo just needed to collect the bones of a dead person, and he'd be out of here soon. Back in the real world, a fleet of sailing ships arrived at the port of the floating archipelago in the middle of a storm. The porters gathered around the ship. As an attendant approached the only man who disembarked, the man said the fog should help their objective. The porters who boarded the newly arrived ship were stunned by what they saw. The deck was completely stained with blood. The entire crew had been mercilessly slaughtered. The man heard that the foolish spies from the floating archipelago he sent to infiltrate Black Skull had let the dragon-slaying sword slip away. Well, it didn't really matter if the weaklings failed or who had bombed now. After all, the entire archipelago was already in Troibin's hands. Noel, the ninth of Troibin's 9 lords, came to finish the job himself. On that rainy night, the citizens of the floating archipelago were awakened by the terrifying sound of explosions. They watched as the great merchant, who had protected the archipelago for centuries, retreated to the relic dungeon. Theo had completed his speed run of the House of Bones, meeting the quota of recovering all 206 of Creamhild's remains. The system urged him to view the memories within the hero's remains as the surroundings blurred. He wondered what the true hero of legend would be like. Suddenly, Theo's mind was pulled into a fragment of Creamhild's life. In that instant, a young girl frequently visited an island, excited to see her friend, Levi. She would cross the tropical island to a huge cavern that stored food. The dragon-slaying sword was lying around the simple cave. The girl excitedly knocked on Balmung, urging Levi to wake up. Dozing inside the ancient relic was its guardian, the Leviathan, Levi for short. Levi was somewhat haughty, insisting on telling the young human that she should call him by his full title, Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. Not even the Ragnars would dare address him as familiarly as Levi. The girl didn't care about his gruffness. It's too hard to say your full title, and Levi works just as well. At some point, the guardian gave up, accepting that the child would never learn to show proper respect for his name. Talking to a foolish child made his jaw ache. To conserve energy, he often took on his miniature form to share bread with the cheerful girl. This would usually happen until the sun set, as she chattered about her daily life. Levi got used to her endless talking, but he had to sit and listen in exchange for bread. Over time, he found comfort in her colorful and lively stories. Every day, he watched her grow over the years. He listened to all the stories she shared, trapped within the dragon-slaying sword. The only thing that held his interest were the girl's daily visits. Over the years, Levi maintained his distant attitude, but it's clear he's a total tsundere. As soon as he heard footsteps in the cave, he would wait in silence for the story the girl would tell this time. His hidden anticipation was shattered by the smell of fresh blood. With a fatal wound, she gathered her strength to run to her friend for help. The man who injured her was in pursuit. She cried because strangers had attacked her village, killing without mercy. Before she could reach Levi, a soldier dragged her by the hair and brutally stabbed her. The soldier plunged the blade deeper in her body, seeing the girl as nothing more than a savage beast. Under the Emperor's command, this was the Empire's way of showing compassion to such a remote and backward island. Since the opportunity presented itself, he wanted to have his own disgusting fun. As he coiled around the dying girl, Levi's rage reached its peak. The guardian of the ancient relics acted, ignoring his restraints. Blinded by rage, he destroyed the cave that had been his home for years. The village of Creamhild, that was taken over by the dogs of the Empire. They threatened the citizens with death by fire if they didn't cooperate. This cruel invasion would have continued if a towering beast hadn't flown in, seeking vengeance. Levi roared and launched an attack that wiped out every Imperial soldier in the area. Sitting atop the Leviathan's head was a person. Fortunately, Creamhild survived her horrific encounter with the disgusting dog of the Empire. That day, she unlocked the strength to wield the dragon-slaying sword. Seeing the girl on the dragon, the remaining soldiers focused their fire on her. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't compete against such a devastating force of nature. As the Empire's dogs fell one by one, the villagers were kept safe by barrier spells. In the end, the Empire's forces were annihilated, and the village was left in ashes. Creamhild apologized profusely to Levi for taking the sword. She believed she had ruined everything by not waiting for the Chosen One to claim the blade. Levi comforted her, assuring Creamhild that things had turned out for the best. He surrounded her with the same barrier that protected the villagers and gently presented the heroine to her people. Everyone chanted her name and sang her praises for saving them from the Empire's greed. Levi admitted that he might have abandoned his sacred duty, and yet he felt at peace with his decision. For the first time in his long life, he acted on his own will, not that of the primordial dragon, just to protect Creamhild's bright smile. Levi would gladly disobey his creator. Just then, news of the great Imperial army's defeat by a savage girl with a sea dragon reached the ears of greater threats. The Emperor wouldn't accept such a loss, so he sent his royal guards to quickly reclaim his land. The Empire's guards achieved the impossible. Miraculously, they managed to injure and subdue the Leviathan. They had to resort to dirty tactics to do it. They kidnapped the villagers and threatened to kill every last one of them if Levi continued to resist. The royal dogs targeted Creamhild, pressuring her to reveal the secret to killing the beast. Levi asked her to save herself and confess. He is a guardian, an immortal entity. Death is just a deeper sleep. For him, the magic in the dragon-slaying sword should be enough to put him to sleep. For the sake of Kriemhild and the villagers, Levi would gladly fall. Compared to his years of life, but the time they shared was quite brief. Still, he had never felt more connected to anyone. Kriemhild climbed onto her best friend's head, and wielded Balmong. Using water to move her limbs, Levi forced the hero to do something cruel. He thought that by escaping his destiny, this end was inevitable. Levi urged her not to feel guilty for protecting her people. This was the last time he would be able to help her. The last few years were the best time of his life, but it had to end in the most heartbreaking way. The sea dragon killed himself. But to save the heroine and her people from the Empire's wrath, the royal guards watched as the beast fell without lifting a finger. The leader of this wicked operation laughed at the dramatic end. His laughter stopped when a massive storm began to form above their heads. As a final act of defiance, Levi unleashed a giant wave that engulfed the army. They screamed and begged for mercy as they drowned. The terrifying waves steered clear of the villagers, freeing them from the cold clutches of death. The land where they stood was torn from the seabed and brought to the surface. Theo finally had the full picture of how the floating archipelago was formed. Kriemhild wasn't the brave heroine of legends. She was just a victim of cruelty, unfortunate girl who formed an unlikely bond with a guardian of relics. Still trapped in the vision of the past, the image of Kriemhild approached Theo, calling him the chosen one that Levi. Kriemhild was waiting, even in the afterlife. She still felt guilty for having prevented Levi from fulfilling his sacred duty. Now she could fix that. She finally gave the dragon-slaying sword and the relic to Theo, hoping he could cheer up the stubborn beast. Accepting the relic with gratitude, he assured Kriemhild's soul that Levi already had enough happiness in his life, thanks to her. Hearing such a sincere assurance put her mind at ease. In the real world, useless guards surrounded the ruins of the Colossus, assessing the damage and minimizing the risk of further collapse. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the top of the pile of broken stones. The clouds parted, letting the sun shine through after the storm. The guards saw a figure with a familiar sword and recalled Kriemhild's face. They saw it as a sign that the savior had arrived to rescue their sinking homeland. Meanwhile, the wealthiest people who control the floating archipelago gathered in secret to decide their next move. The ninth dragon of Troyban, Noel, was happy to see these parasites gather so quickly. An old man said that this is no time to relax, as there's been a major disruption to their plans. As far as the islanders know, the dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be in the custody of Troy. Bond, but a foreigner, just emerged from the colossal rubble with the sword. Because of him, the residents have united around a new hero, calling him the second coming of Kriemhild. At this rate, the power of the three shipping clans will fall into the hands of foreigners. This isn't what they signed up for. By allying with the Troy bands, they handed over Balmong in exchange for keeping their comfortable positions. Noel ignored their concerns as if they were trivial. Hearing all this commotion annoyed him. A magnate pushed Noel, offended that a Troyban representative was looking down on the three shipping clans. It was a huge mistake. Noel raised his hand and turned the fool into a mist of blood and guts. He didn't come here to coddle greedy pigs. The civilians are of no importance either. They are merely insects that can be crushed at any moment. Noel is frankly disgusted with these magnates. They are merchants who would sell their own homeland for profit. If only they had followed orders to the letter, none of this mess would have happened. With their dominion over the archipelago slipping, they're panicking. A brave magnate pointed out Noel's hypocrisy. They know how much the treacherous Troyban family depends on the archipelago's resources. The ninth dragon got his face, intimidating the old man for speaking the truth. Noel simplified everything. Shut up and follow orders if you wish to live. The three clans must unite to retrieve the dragon-slaying sword. Respectfully, one of Noel's soldiers asked if it was wise to entrust such a crucial task to the incompetent merchant clans. Noel acknowledged the soldier's concern. He would also prefer to act himself, but the current situation doesn't allow him to move yet. He has just received news that one of the 9 dragons of Ragnar, the dragon of hegemony, is heading to this archipelago. Restraining such a threat is the top priority. Outside, almost all the citizens of the archipelago have gathered to get a glimpse of their new hero. They were chanting the name of Kriemhild with the utmost admiration, just as their ancestors did. Pow knew that Kriemhild had been revered as a deity for years, but he didn't expect this much fanaticism. Perhaps he was the only one who still knew the real Kriemhild. She was neither a goddess nor a hero. She was just a kind, ordinary girl pushed into a cruel fate. Besides, the dragon-slaying sword was an artifact of the primordial dragon, destined to be wielded by a Ragnar. From the crowd, a disgruntled citizen shouted a petition. Everyone knows that the arrival of the Troy band scoundrels caused the slow sinking of their land. To make matters worse, they are forbidden from leaving. They only ask for the return of the hero to save the floating archipelago. Deciding to take advantage of the misunderstanding to rally the crowd, Theo raised the legendary sword and addressed the people. He swore to save them and their home. His sword would bring salvation. After slipping away from the bustling district, Theo was greeted by a strange guy. With a group of priestesses behind him, the effeminate young man introduced himself as Marty, the priest of the temple of Kriemhild. From now on, they will serve Theo with all their hearts. Guided by Marty, Theo made a pilgrimage to the aforementioned temple. The crowd followed him to the bridge that leads to the sacred ground. Marty dismissed the others and walked alone with Theo. He said that Theo's arrival was prophesied long ago. The temple was maintained for generations for this very day in the halls of the sacred ground. Marty. He showed a necklace worn by Creamfield centuries ago, labeled as an enchanted magical accessory and a key to connect a gate. This object would be the key to reaching the sea dragon while it slept in the depths. Noticing how the effeminate priest was giving him the VIP hero treatment, Theo decided to confess his lie to Marty. He assured him that he was aware of Lord Theo Ragnar's true identity. This surprised Theo. The priest explained that he knows Balmung is a primordial dragon artifact. He knows that such a relic would only awaken for a Ragnar. Yet, even after knowing everything, Marty continues to call him the reincarnation of Kriemhild. Marty explained that the guardians of this place know the hero's true story. They know the sadness of having no choice but to harm a friend. Recognized by his reluctant savior, Theo was deemed worthy of treatment and respect in the temple. At the end of the halls, they reached the top of endless stairs leading to the bottom of the archipelago. Marty told Theo to throw the necklace down, and a door to the sea dragon would open. Carrying the artifact would also allow him to move freely underwater. The effeminate priest placed all his hopes in Theo, and Lord Ragnar promised to deliver. Outside the temple, the citizens gathered to pray for their salvation. They prayed for Kriemhild and the safety of the archipelago. The vigil was interrupted by the threat of aggression. The three clans arrived and wanted to disperse the crowd. They announced that they had investigated and discovered that the man falsely claiming to be the hero was a terrorist. This coalition of three clans wants to pin the theft of the Dragon Slayer sword on the supposed terrorist. The citizens were asked to disperse immediately. Umberto Espinola, leader of the Espinola family's shipping clan, reaffirms that his judgment is correct. Antonio might have the same last name as this insect, but they are very different. Umberto fears for his reputation, but his life is in danger if he doesn't recover the sword. Forget reputation and prestige. He doesn't want to die because of that cruel Noel. Even if he has to kill everyone here, he would trade their lives for his own. He ordered his squad of assassins to eliminate anyone who didn't comply. Meanwhile, while a massacre was happening above, Theo cautiously descended into the depths. After what felt like an eternity, he felt the water touch his foot. He finally reached the end of the descent. This serene space must be where the door is to be unlocked. He took out Kriemhild's necklace and threw it into the water, creating a slight ripple. The ripple transformed into a bubbling whirlpool. As a great energy surged from below. Accepting the key from the necklace, the current formed a swirling gate right in front of Theo. Without hesitation, he dove into the water, letting his body relax and enter an unknown place. Soon, he found himself drifting on the seabed. A variety of marine life surrounded Theo. Lurking below, something fierce and hungry awaits him. He scanned the area with Balmung in hand. He knows he's near the sleeping guardian. He doesn't know which direction to look first. Reaching his goal won't be easy this time. Theo felt a murderous intent all around him. Something has locked onto him as prey. Something big. When he finally caught a glimpse of what it was, his jaw dropped. An army of hungry sea serpents surrounded him. They were all looking at him like he was the last slice of pizza. As the army of sea serpents swam in circles, cutting off his escape routes, Theo Ragnar smiled. As threatening as they may seem on their home turf, these sea serpents are no match for the goat. On the surface, the Espinola patriarch decided to finish off everyone who stood in his way. The crowd united to defend themselves. They tried to reason with the armed guards, but their pleas went unheard. It wasn't until the femboy priest, Marty, intervened with an authoritative shout that the forces stopped. He felt offended that these stubborn fools would accuse the temple and civilians of being terrorists without any basis. Marty stated that the man he was escorting was clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhild. He swore on the honor of the priests who preceded him over multiple generations. And if anything, The ones who should be explaining themselves are the three clans and their hired thugs. Marty denounced the shameless Espinola patriarch for bringing Troyban mercenaries into the archipelago's sanctuary. Upon learning that the same people who stole the Dragon Slayer's sword were trying to cause chaos again, the masses became enraged. Their anger escalated the situation from a mere confrontation to an all-out brawl. Their anger and discontent were justified. The temple's devout believers formed a barricade, putting their bodies on the line to protect their hero. Umberto believed he could push his way through the crowd without much difficulty, but he underestimated their faith. Some people from his own camp tried to convince him to stop being so disgraceful. They should retreat and plan their next move more carefully. As his local soldiers refused to raise their weapons against their fellow countrymen from the archipelago, Umberto left the job to the Troyban Mercenary Corps in formation. The thugs wouldn't hesitate to spill innocent blood as long as they were paid. They were fast and ruthless, an efficient, deadly squad. It was an atrocity, a massacre in front of a sacred sanctuary. Umberto's most loyal aides did their best to make the senile old man back down. Such harsh measures would inevitably fuel the residents' resentment, damaging the family's reputation. The cruel patriarch said he was only doing what was necessary and that the others should just follow him. Reputation doesn't matter when you're 6 feet under. When the floating archipelago transforms into nothing but Troyban's waste factory, the three clans must adapt and take on the role of perfect house dogs. The soldiers, unaware they'd been sent to capture a terrorist, watched in horror as people in the same uniform massacred civilians. The Troyban mercenaries leaped into the crowd, killing to their vile heart's content. Satisfied, Umberto stood his ground. Right now, he must stay and fight alongside the citizens. Likewise, the civilians stood firm, not backing down from certain death. They wanted to fight against this absurd tyranny. But it's hard to be strong when a spear is pointed at your heart. Luckily, the prodigal son, Antonio Espinola, arrived just in time to stop his father's madness. He brought his resistance army, the Black Skull, to wipe out the Troyban mercenaries in the crowd. Not expecting his son to ruin the bloody party, Umberto threw a tantrum like a giant Jigachad baby. Antonio slowly advanced toward his father's position, dodging the inexperienced grunts left and right. Umberto couldn't understand why his son would leave the coveted position of successor for something as simple as caring for his people. Antonio was furious. He's disgusted that his father sold out the country to villains, even murdering innocents for a shitty crumb from Troyban, fueled by rage and the desire to right his father's wrongs. Antonio ordered his Black Skull soldiers to subdue those Troyban dogs while keeping the citizens safe. His war cry boosted morale somewhat, but the fact is they're outnumbered and outmatched in every way. If this conflict continues, they won't last long. Their only hope lies beneath the sea, surrounded by hungry sea serpents. For Ragnar, he was somewhat concerned by the number of sea serpents sizing him up. He had already given them plenty of opportunities, but they showed no obvious hostility. It seemed they just wanted to observe him. He figured the Leviathan's aura sealed in the Dragon Slayer's sword was keeping them subdued. If so, he followed his gut and approached one of the serpents, petting its snout. The system immediately notified him that the sea serpents recognized him as their master. Who would have thought his wyvern taming skill would work on aquatic draconic creatures? He felt something similar to when he tamed Umbra recently. Their emotions flowed through his dragon heart, creating an intimate bond with the sea serpents. Theo connected with the Leviathan's emotions as he sank into the depths. There were hints of curiosity, fear, and awe. Levi must have had a rather complex experience. The sea serpents that were initially drawn to the Leviathan's power and eventually claimed the area as their territory. It makes sense why they all came out to see Theo, someone with the same aura as the legendary relic guardian. With the ability to speak with sea serpents unlocked, he finally understood what was happening in this unknown place. Theo is sure he has got the tools to put everything back in its place. He mounted one of the sea serpents, and the entire army carried their new master to his destination. Theo noticed that as they went deeper, the currents grew stronger. It would have been impossible to navigate these waters alone due to the whirlpools caused by the distorted hand. So as not to miss any details in the darkness, he activated hatchling synchronization when they were deep enough. The abnormally strong currents calmed down. How? Dot finally saw one of the most powerful relic guardians, the Leviathan. As expected, it was resting at the bottom of the deep sea. Even in a deep sleep, its immense mana and gigantic size were absurd. But unlike other guardians, of purity, the Leviathan's mana flow seemed strange. This must be because of the problem the sea serpents mentioned. Griffin came out his hiding spot and shuddered at the deplorable state of his fellow guardian. The fairy dragon is usually diplomatic, but this time he agreed with the bird. He thought Theo had already identified the problem, since he carries the same aura in his soul. That's right. The Leviathan is suffering from a severe demonic corruption. Levi the Leviathan has succumbed to a prolonged demonic corruption, leaving him compromised. The wild currents beneath the archipelago generated massive waves on the coast. In a place of worship on one of the many islands, a sinister meeting was taking place. Noel, the 9th vassal of Troy band, entered the grounds to confront someone about the ongoing war between two great powers. Even though they were on opposing sides, they had much to discuss in private. His accomplice, Barian, responded with a casual grin. It's been a while since Noel and this homeless, muscular dude who doesn't believe in shoes got together to talk business. Seeing that silly grin, Noel's annoyance grew. He had no time for pleasantries. They had agreed to collaborate out of necessity. Barian was supposed to take the territory to the north while Troyban's forces clashed with Ragnar. In exchange, the annexation of the archipelago would be kept quiet. The homeless strongman didn't recall breaking his promise, but seeing Noel upset, he figured something must have gone wrong. The 9th vassal was at his wit's end. He suspected Barian was playing dumb. Somehow that outsider, Theo Ragnar, had found the archipelago to meddle in their affairs. There was no way an heir to the throne like Barian wouldn't notice a rival's movements. With a barely concealed threat, Noel asked Barian to speak plainly. To prove he wasn't playing around, the 9th vassal unleashed his seething, killing intent towards Barian. Since the mischievous heir wanted to keep playing dumb, Noel decided to end their little underwater agreement. Theo Ragnar was facing the implications of the Leviathan situation. The once indomitable guardian was infected with a demonic sea poison. Its entire body was on the brink of being completely corrupted by such a vile poison. Based on its contained rage, it was highly likely that its reasoning had completely eroded. Even without proof, Theo suspected the damned Troy bands could be involved in this poisoning. The fairy dragon added that when the dragon sword is unsheathed and its seal is broken, the Leviathan would normally awaken to protect the archipelago. She was more intrigued by how mortals managed to poison a relic guardian with a demonic sea poison. Only some grotesque technique could have made it possible. In any case, the Leviathan is moments away from completely losing control. With its logic and reasoning tainted by the demonic presence, it's about to cause a lot of damage. Luckily, Theo seems to have gone unnoticed for now. The safest thing would be to keep his distance and think of a plan. But the Chosen One had another, more direct approach in mind. With Balmung drawn, he lunged forward, wanting to take advantage while the beast hadn't perceived him. He synchronized with the chick to locate where the poison began to spread. With his enhanced perception, he found the exact spot on the top of the Guardian's head. The concentration of the toxin had already taken over, shutting down the brain's control. If he destroys the source of the Guardian's suffering, perhaps they could salvage the situation and contain the corruption. The tip of Balmung closed in on the crystallized origin of the sickness with lethal force, inches from making contact. A powerful force stopped his attack. Then it repelled Theo, throwing him back helplessly. The force showed not an ounce of mercy, making the Chosen One eat dirt. He made a reckless move. Whoever was responsible for this had installed a barrier to keep the corruption contained. The good news is, he's now sure he's found the weak spot. The bad news is the great dragon has finally noticed his presence. Theo was almost crushed by the shield. Resisting a Leviathan's fury isn't smart. It thrashed across the seabed with force, unleashing a storm of currents. Now that they provoked the beast, escape is impossible. Theo could only take another gamble, smacking his forehead. He can't fail this time. The plan was simple, but easier said than done. That beast is like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. He racked his brain, searching for an approach that would get him out of this huge mess. Without giving him time to think of another method, the Leviathan opened its jaws and concentrated unimaginable power in its mouth. It unleashed a blast of pure energy, capable of wiping out cities in a single blow. It took everything Theo had just to get out of its blast radius, as he felt the full force of a Guardian's power. An idea struck him. First, he jumped back to gain some distance while the Leviathan gave chase. Luckily, an ally arrived just in time to help with his tactical retreat. One of the sea serpents he had tamed noticed the commotion and came to aid in the battle. Although he could breathe and move underwater, his movement was still awkward and limited. But with the sea serpent's help, he could move much faster. He ordered the serpent to charge again and aim for the wound on the Leviathan's forehead. The closer they got, the denser the demonic miasma became. Once in effective range, Teo dismounted. It was time to apply what he learned fighting the griffin. His eyes turned black and red, and his features became more draconic. Teo boosted all his stats with the help of his guardians. He activated the griffin's ability to suppress more formidable enemies. The fairies increased his immunity against demonic influence. Flame eaters increased attack power to counteract demonic energy, and the lesser drake suppressing fear. A guardian relic can only be subdued by the power of another guardian relic in its strongest state, which Teo was able to muster. Teo unleashed the 5 claws of a magnificent dragon. His empowered attack struck the crystal. Breaking through the shield, Teo pressed on with all his might, betting everything on a single slash. Once the shield was destroyed, breaking and shattering the toxic source was inevitable. Teo didn't give up until he knew his mission was accomplished. He heard a loud explosion, its sound and impact spreading through the depths. It cost him everything, but Teo did what Creamheil would have done. Once the source of the sea's demonic poison was turned to dust, Levi's power began to cleanse the toxins in its system. Shortly after, the Guardian recovered some vitality and clarity in its eyes. Still reeling from the demonic corruption, it thought it saw an old friend. For an instant, Levi saw the dragon slaying sword and the image of Creamheil before it. Teo had to bring it back to reality, introducing himself as the chosen one destined to wield the Guardian's power. He came here to deliver the hero's last words. As it listened to Teo, memories of Creamheil flooded Levi's mind, the good and the bad. It accepted Teo's story and mourned its friend's sacrifice. Its consciousness had been present the entire time for its own sake. The griffin had to interrupt the bittersweet feelings to beg the sea dragon to return to the relic. Then the fairy intervened, trying to convince the beast that Teo is the true chosen one to whom they must give their strength. Although Levi had wished for this moment, doing the right thing was now impossible. It defied the ancient dragon's will by leaving its vessel on its own. By abandoning its relic, its status as a guardian was stripped away. Furthermore, although Teo's intervention restored its mind, its body suffered permanent damage from the demonic corruption. Its physical form would soon disappear. Before that could happen, Levi suggested an alternative. Before disappearing, it wished to entrust Teo Ragnar with all its remaining power. It warned the Chosen One that the pain would be unbearable. Not many could withstand the process. Even so, Teo accepted the proposal without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to absorb a dragon's essence to gain power? His confidence pleased the sea dragon. Levi only asked that Teo use this great power for those whom Creamheil wished to protect. Since that was what he intended to do, Teo swore on the hero's sword once more. The sea dragon thanked the Chosen One. Levi's body faded into an ethereal mass of its energy and life force. Thanks to Teo's intervention, it could finally reunite with its friend. As soon as Levi's form disintegrated, the currents keeping the archipelago afloat weakened. At this rate, the entire place would sink. There was no time to lose. Teo had to absorb the Leviathan's final gift, and fast. He threw himself into the vortex containing the crystallized form of the sea dragon's power. He clung to the gift and held on as if his life depended on it. Once he obtained this power, Teo Ragnar planned to move the entire floating archipelago by himself. His confidence was sky-high after freeing Levi from the demonic poison, but he was quickly humbled. When trying to absorb the sea dragon's remains, Teo's flesh began to tear apart from the force he was trying to assimilate. He had been arrogant. His guardians had warned him that the Leviathan was on a different level compared to other relic guardians. He didn't expect something so overwhelming. The vortex of Levi's power dwarfed his body. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to absorb it all. His body would give out before housing even a fraction of it. Suddenly, Levi's voice echoed in his head. With some advice about the sword, he unsheathed Bomband and used the blade instead of absorbing the power directly. Because of the link between the sea dragon and the relic, the damage to Teo's body was reduced. Now, the enormous vortex of pure power seemed somewhat more manageable. Teo, he held his ground and absorbed it all. The griffin chose its master, reluctantly, for using his head for once. The fairy agreed. As the overwhelming force passed through the Dragon Slayer's sword, the strain on his flesh was greatly reduced. Even in death, the Leviathan still helped in the final moment. After what seemed like an endless eternity, Theo finally took possession of the sea dragon's gift. He felt an overwhelming mana flowing through his veins, as if the Leviathan itself was within reach. The initial pain and hardship were worth it, but the fairy had to rain on his parade. This is no time to relax. If he wants to move the archipelago to a safe place, now is the time, while he has firm control over the sea dragon's power. Following her advice, Theo commanded the sea to move according to his will. He took hold of the wild currents and lifted the enormous landmass. Theo had already decided on a destination. There is no place more suitable than the one he chose. The floating archipelago must return to the northeastern region of Ragnar, the very same place where it once rested. With the power of a dragon god and the fairy at his side, he made the sea his servant. In front of the hero's temple, the war between the Three Clans' army and the Black Skull was still raging. The fighting only stopped when enormous waves began to crash into the bloodbath. The citizens caught in the crossfire watched and prayed to their hero, fearful that their homeland would sink into oblivion. Regardless of which side they were on, everyone in the archipelago shared the same fear. Finally, a soldier noticed that instead of sinking, the coastline was moving. With the help of the waves, the entire land was slowly moving away from its usual position. The mountains, cities, and everything within them were being carried to the northeast. As the archipelago moved, the dilapidated place of worship housing Noel and Barian began to crumble. The ninth vassal felt the movement beneath his feet and was thrown into confusion. He thought the outsider had already absorbed the power of the Dragon Slayer sword. Barian maintained a mischievous smile as he apologized for interrupting the meeting. This is no time to be loitering in a place like this. Noel refused to let it go, still enraged by Barian's obvious lack of commitment. The heir reasoned that even he couldn't have foreseen Theodore Agnar's actions. However, the plan is almost ready. He saw Theo's control over the sword as a positive and useful thing. With Balmung released, they just have to eliminate the guy and retrieve the sword. Barian wants to use Noel to get rid of a rising political adversary. He wants to get the job done without getting his own hands dirty. He ignored Noel's complaints and told him to get to work instead of wasting time. Besides, this could be very profitable for the Troy bands. On the front lines, Antonius Espinola immediately attributed the island's movement to Theo. The little bastard actually managed to keep his promise. He ordered his men to stop fighting, since the real danger of the archipelago's sinking had been eliminated. Now everyone can be safe, and there's no point in spilling more blood. His reasonable order was taken advantage of. A sword coming from behind stealthily tried to cut off the Black Skull's head. Luckily, the hero's successor arrived just in time to save Antonius again. As for the soldier who tried to kill the man who was trying to end the war, Theo felt no appreciation for him. He split that bastard in two with his new, shining sword. The believers rejoiced that Creamhild had returned after sealing the sea dragon and saving their land. Antonius asked if the problem was solved, if the archipelago and its people were safe now. When Theo assured him, he felt a sense of relief. He sincerely thanked the unexpected savior before shamelessly asking for another favor. Theo didn't even wait to hear it. He already knew what Antonius wanted. Looking at the battlefield, you could see the corpses of civilians and wounded survivors everywhere. It's easy to understand what happened in this supposedly sacred place. The Black Skull, and the citizens risked everything for him to protect the archipelago and their hero. It's only right that he return the favor so soon. As the Three Clans' army saw him approaching, they thought about dropping their weapons, terrified. On the contrary, his master, Umberto Espinola, saw this as the dragon-slaying sword coming to them. He forced his men to stop hesitating and seize the prize. Fearing Patriarch Espinola, they obeyed and charged at Theo. But before their weapons could find their mark, an absolute menace returned to the battlefield, shrouding the area in an intense killing intent. In a short time he was gone. His useless pawns had made a complete mess. Theo's instincts flared. Something monstrous had joined the fray. With all his might, he screamed at everyone, friend and foe alike, to get down on the ground, face first. A single slash shot across the bridge in one clean line. The victims of the terrifying attack never saw it coming. It was as if time itself stood still. First, the bridge's railings fell, severed cleanly at the base. Then came the scalps of the soldiers who failed to heed Theo's warning. At least they got to keep the lower half of their heads. The already blood-soaked battlefield was stained an even deeper crimson. In a single instant, the entire three-clan coalition was wiped out. The only survivors were those behind Theo, saved by his intervention and their trust in his warning. Nobles and soldiers were slaughtered in the most helpless way imaginable. The culprit was clear: Noel, the ninth vassal of Troyban. He cursed those pirates for failing to eliminate one brat and letting the situation spiral out of control. Among the victims was Umberto Espinola. Like everyone else, he died with his head split open. He did, however, get to keep his mustache. Antonius detested his father with a passion, but seeing his old man's corpse like that still terrified him. Teo had to snap him back to reality. The leader of the Black Skull needed to get a grip to evacuate the citizens. The floating archipelago would need him to rebuild. Pushing his emotions aside for the moment, Antonius sprang into action. While everyone else retreated to the temple, Teo bravely stood his ground to confront the murderer. Noel's hatred for the Ragnars flared. He wants to eliminate the insolent brat meddling in Troiben's grand plans. He's itching to tear the young lord apart so completely that not even his father would recognize him. You know it's serious when the art style itself goes demonic.